Let me make sure I'm not running any. Okay, so yeah, so I've got, for some reason, Streamlabs is opening up multiple lives. I can't put my finger on why that's happening. Gotta be a setting, bro. It's something that I did.
Hey, I really have no idea about any of this, but someone posted on the bubble chat, Scoob posted on the, your uplink is very important for streaming.
Yeah, I mean, it only, we're streaming at, the bit rate is like I have it set to like 7,000 KBs. I've got way more than I need for that. I'll do another speed test in a second and see if it's fluctuating a lot, because maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I have to check my Ethernet cable too, because I've got one of my Ethernet cables is outdoor, and sometimes birds, squirrels, you know, something to get to it.
Yo, Dbloc, where you think it's headed? Pretty much down or up? What's your
Hold on a second. We good? Everybody good?
I can hear you.
YouTube straight? As of now, we're bullish if we can hold. We just can't come down underneath this demand at 934. But honestly, I don't really see the appetite to go up. You know, the road is paved, but will people take it is the question. There's enough gas money, but we got to get above the 200 and the 800 to even dip into those liquidations. So, you know, this is like a retail gap that needs to be filled here. I mean, somebody has to push price at least up to that range for us to be able to dip into that liquidity and take it the rest of the way. Whereas underneath us, you get what I'm saying? Underneath us, there isn't a whole lot of barrier in between us and this gas. Cheaper to go down, in other words. Yeah, I'm gonna get AI to figure out why Streamlabs is giving me double and triple streams when I start it up. I think that's what it is. Even though now I'm looking at my bit rate and it's fluctuating like crazy. Which means you guys are probably gonna start buffering in a second. Oh, hold on a second. I think I see what it is. All right, let me see if this fixes it. Hold on. There's there's a setting on there to dynamically change your bit rate so that you don't lose any frames. But for some reason, having that on was giving me wild swings. Now we're stabilized above 7K. I'm not gonna lie, I love this shit. This shit was brand new to me, so it's like every once in a while I like jumping head deep into something brand new. I had to hit up all my gamer buddies. My girl.
Hey, Dbloc, what graphic card you using right now?
3090.
All right.
It's a bit overkill for the streaming PC since I don't game or anything, but
It's still too much.
yeah,
3090 is a reasonable card.
I figured if I'm gonna have 40 trading view charts up, I might want to just err on the side of caution. But no, now that, like, again, I didn't know anything. It's the first PC I ever built too. So not only the streaming shit, but the building.
I've been building PC since 1996, I guess.
I know a lot of you guys that I talked to, man. You guys were building PCs since you were kids. That's just so cool.
Yeah.
Nah,
I'm using computers, PC since 1993. There was no Windows back then because Windows came in 1995.
right.
So I was using PC, on the DOS operating system where you have the commands for everything.
Yeah, I was lucky to get the old console. Like, I never even had the new gaming consoles, like the older one. Like, after somebody sold their old one to buy the new one, then, like, I'd get the old one.
Yeah.
We didn't have shit when we were young.
Yeah, we had the mud in the sun.
Bruh. It's good, though. That shit builds character.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean,
Automatic.
I love building PCs. I play games since I was a kid. So I really love building PCs. I do upgrade my PC every now and then.
I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed it. It is satisfying. I was more
Yeah,
shocked
it's
than
really
anybody when I hit the power button and everything actually turned on and worked. I was like,
turned
wait,
on. Yeah.
like, like, wait a minute, I
Yeah.
actually did it right. Hold on. I mean, I screwed a couple things up, but I figured it out. There's not much upgrading. I guess I could slap 2 more. I've got 32 gigs, but there's still.
Yeah, even this 32 is still enough, but it depends on how many megas you are running.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, so it's must be if you are running multiple charts and you are on Discord on the same time on the YouTube and all the other stuff you're doing in the background. So you need the higher megahertz on your RAM, at least 50, 200 megahertz. That's for you, I think.
And that's the memory speed.
Yeah, that's the memory speed. The more
Okay.
megahertz you get, you will get the more processing speed.
Now I'm getting an error that says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. But I'm still above where I'm supposed to be. There we go. See?
Oh man,
You got the
look at that.
You got the confirmation.
See if it matches the arrow you drawn it.
Yeah. Got the
Yeah, we are halfway
confirmation.
there.
13 cross.
Yeah, we about.
AOD, thanks for that call and Voxel.
Yeah, man.
Massive. That was fun.
So quick question. For example, on this voxel plate on this short, on this next, it will come up, maybe retest the 50. Would that be a good place to not re-enter but add to a position? Or like if you
Yeah,
want,
if you
if you
reject,
own,
yep. Yep.
if
Yeah.
you if you
The
reject.
way to truly do it, like if you're scalping this slow and you're careful enough to understand that you're gonna get false signals on the 1 minute, right? This is a good example of a false signal on the 1 minute. You got the short signal, and then you got a signal to close that short, and then you know what I mean. So as long as you can in your brain realize, okay, as long as it's a lower high, this might be a false signal, and you stayed in, right? Then you could have rode this the whole time on the 1 minute chart. But what you would do is you'd start it on the 1, and then you'd switch to the 5, and you'd wait. And then as you cross here, you'd start adding to your position. And if you got a retest and a, you know, then you could start to really fill in. And then we go to the 15, right? If it continues to go down, then our next momentum shift sort of confirmation point would be on the 15 minute. If that 13 ends up crossing on the 15, then you know you're good money. You don't, there's nothing to worry about on this trade yet.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. And it's the same as, like I said, with just the dots. But there's just so much more to learn. Excuse me. By looking at the MAs, I don't want anybody taking the easy route and just going dots. But you can.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yeah.
My bad. I just want that initial drop we had at Bitcoin. Like, did it get to that? It looks like it got to your target around like 92. But was that like a good? Like,
This
was
one?
it a?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that look like that's a good bouncing? I mean, it definitely bounced already, but is that a good like? It should hold spot.
I mean, if I was in a short, I would have taken, you know, if you didn't take profit on that, not that it won't end up playing out, but the last couple hours haven't been fun. You know what I mean?
Nah, I entered it long, like right there, like at 92.8.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, so
So
what
I
you'd be
didn't know.
waiting for is for this W to invalidate. You know, that's your sign that this isn't holding up. But, you know, taking profits when we got that momentum, that bearish momentum shift. It just depends on what your plan is, right? Is your plan, I was trying to get the low for what might be the move for the rest of the week, and if I don't get it, I'll swing at another one? Or is it, I'm just making some quick money, you know? If you're making quick money and you got in here, then you'd be exiting, you know, right around here where the 5 starts to cross the, where the 13 starts to cross the 50.
Got it.
Can I show the vectors marked with the 50 line? Yeah. So like, let's just pick this vector here. Grab. Put it on 50% of the vector. So you go from the bottom of the vector to the top of the vector. Let's say you were waiting to see the retracement, see how you hit your 50. Went over a little bit, but for the most part, and then rolled over. Or like on the way up, you know, same thing. You're looking for a retracement on the big vector. Oh. I can't remember where we pulled it from last time on Bitcoin, honestly. I mean, you've got one right here. Right? That's 50% of the vector of that blue vector. Held it. About to test it again right now. You got 50% of this bottom vector, the green one. Right? Price came down, held it, pushed away.
Yo, Dbloc, how you doing?
Good, good.
I just noticed something. There's a few privacy coins pumping, like deep EIVX. There's something in the market.
As dumb as it sounds, I think the Bitcoin hack the other day. Remember when XCN pumped, when Monero pumped? They stole
Yeah.
a bunch of Bitcoin and just turned it into Monero. Monero pumped.
Yeah, this dirty Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that might have sparked a privacy coin narrative, and now you're seeing it roll down into the other privacy coins.
All right. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
was
was
seeing it
reading about
earlier, and
that.
it's the only thing that really made sense.
And apparently the guy that was the owner of those 330 Bitcoin is like an elderly guy, man. That's pretty
Yeah, he
that's
hadn't
dark.
moved it for a long time. Oh man, guys, test transactions, please. I don't care how much it costs. I don't care if the gas costs you more than the test transaction. Send a test transaction. Make sure that the wallet that you're sending your shit is the wallet you're supposed to be sending your shit to.
Specifically dealing with 330
Oh
Bitcoin.
my god, yes, but I mean, you can't even be mad at the man. Bybit did the same thing with 2.5 billion Ethereum, one transaction, boom, fat fingered it.
Yeah, that's so true. That is
So
actually very true.
listen, if you're not gonna keep your wealth in the bank, you've got to provide the same amount of security that the bank provides for yourself. If you can't do that, keep your shit in the bank, because the wolves are out.
Or you better learn quick.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what that Plan B guy did. He's like that Plan B guy.
Yeah,
He
man.
decided to go a full ETF
He
instead
said,
of holding his
screw it, I'm
Bitcoin.
not doing it. Not mad at it, bro. If you're at the point in your life where you're just holding Bitcoin and you're living off of that, you know, some people trust legacy more than they trust themselves. Yeah, the guy was really old, DJ. He'd been holding that Bitcoin for a long time. And if I remember the story correctly, I think they gave him, it was a spoofed address or something. But I could be wrong on how it happened. That being said, regardless, send the test transaction. Still doing some vector recovery on Voxel. Remember, when things are bearish, market maker satisfies himself with only half of a vector. So we'll draw our 50% on this vector for voxel.
What was that line you just said? When things get bearish, what does the market maker do?
They'll satisfy with taking only half of the vector. Right, when things are bullish on a bullish run, they'll satisfy with only taking half of the vector on the retracement. Right, so if things are bearish for the most part, you won't see them go and take the entire thing. Right, so like, look, if we draw the fib on this vector here, and then again here, but if you look at the way up, they recovered all of the green vectors. So even if price was moving up, you can already see sort of the bearishness by the fact that none of the green vectors would, you know what I'm saying? They're recovering all of them, but FOMO was real. Another vector completely recovered. Completely recovered. Whereas your red vectors are, for the most part, only getting taken halfway. It just gives you a little insight to intention, or at least that's how I read it. Market maker motivation. So now we look for targets. 50's lost. Mean reversion tells us that price will revert to the 200 or attempt to revert to the 200 unless stopped by support. We've got some gas to get down there through liquidations. Right, so now we go back down to the 1 minute and we follow the mean reversion because the 800 on the 1 minute is first. Check the 15 to see how close we're getting to the test of the 50. Right, once we get this measured move from this bear flag, it'll be, are we going to lose the 13 on the 50 here and continue to drop? Or is this where she holds? Yo, this Streamlabs shit is blowing my high right now, bro. Yeah, it'll give you a little bit of insight, Scoob. You know, you just start to see, okay, you know, I see what you guys are dealing with here. I see what you guys are cooking up. I mean, if we look at Bitcoin, right? We saw the momentum turn bullish here. Right? Green vector fully recovered. Green vector fully recovered. Green vector fully recovered. And this vector zone gets taken on half. On the 5 minute, this is one vector. Right? And then the next vector here gets taken a half as we're pumping. So you see how all of our red vectors are being taken completely here? Really different from what we're seeing on voxel, right? Red vector, full recovery. Red vector, now it's starting to sort of, right? Now you're starting to see the weakness. And now they're starting to recover by half. See how like one leads into the other? So you got full recovery, like 3/4 of the way. 3/4 of the way. Half recovery. Half recovery. Half recovery. Yep. Yep. Just to be used for confirmation. Y'all hear my voice all calm and shit, but inside, that's exactly what's going on. Half recovery, full recovery, quarter recovery. The scary place in there.
How more people don't jump on this boat is
Because they
hype.
think market maker's a myth. They still
Oh,
think
okay.
that it's some sort of invisible hand of the market or the composite man, or they just don't agree with the thesis.
Interesting, yeah, because I haven't really found. There's only one other channel that I've really found that uses the same, not the same strategy, but the vectors like this.
Good. Mostly it's because it comes from Forex.
Got it.
I'm pretty sure that that other channel is either somebody who came from Forex or somebody who was taught by somebody who came from Forex.
Yeah, the way he talks, it definitely sounds like he comes from Forex. He's a British guy. You probably seen him.
You talking about
Or
Tino?
UK dude. Huh?
What's his name? What's his name?
You talking about Tino?
I'm not sure his name, but it's like Trader
He looks.
Reality is his YouTube.
Yeah, this is this is his indicator.
Is his name Tino? Or
Yeah, yeah. He's good. He knows what he's doing. Obviously, you know, it's the indicator that we all use. There's other PVSRA indicators. I like this one because it has the EMA ribbon involved, so I don't have to use two indicators for the same shit. But
Yep.
his trading style is a lot different, right? That Forex trading style is very quick, in and out, couple pips. He'll take half a vector recovery and out, gone, you know. But
in that situation, you need the volume and your position size
well,
to
it
actually make it
helps.
worth it, right?
Well, that's why they're all on funded accounts. You know, everybody's on funded
Right.
accounts in Forex because you need to have some money to push because it's really, really quick trades.
Yeah, that dude's pretty funny. He hates XRP, man. He anytime there's an XRP guy in the chat, he goes off on him.
Yo, did you guys hear about the XRP news with them bidding for Circle?
With them, what?
No,
I'm
actually, I
sorry.
have not.
XRP put like a $4 billion bid to buy Circle.
Oh
Circle
no, I
Executive.
didn't. But they're gonna have to come better than that.
Yeah, Circle was like offers too low.
I was about to say that's almost a disrespectful offer.
I wonder if the price is gonna come up. They're gonna have to, because don't they sell XRP like that, the XRP Foundation? I think they
Yeah.
do. They
Yep.
sell.
Yep.
They're gonna sell
That's
a
the one
ton
thing
just
that
to
XRP
up.
guys don't like to talk about. But the biggest enemy is the suppression, and that comes from the foundation. It's the same with Ethereum. ETH guys want to be mad at somebody. They need to be mad that ETH Foundation only a couple months ago figured out that they can put their money in Aave and get yield instead of selling off every time there's a green candle.
Yeah, I need to sell something like XRP then, bro. They're gonna be selling to up that, because where else are they gonna raise the money to up the offer if they really want to go for it?
What that does signal, I think it's a dumb move because what it signals is that they're worried about it. That they're worried about Circle and USDC. You buy your competitors, right? You buy your biggest threats. You don't buy people you're not worried about them. You just crush them. You know what I mean? But
Hey, Dbloc, could you consider this block? So on, oh, if you go back real quick, sorry.
hmm
Could you consider that a head and shoulders, like that bear flag right there? That's the right shoulder.
it's no, because of the drop. Somebody asked me the other day how I felt about angular patterns. I really don't like them. I feel like head and shoulders have to be
No, no, sorry. That's just the right shoulder. The head would be
right shoulder.
the top, and
Head.
then the left shoulder.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, technically, yeah. Dude really got to go to the gym and hit the like isolated dumbbells on the left side because his left shoulder is weak. But for the most part, I don't think there's that much of a difference in the height. The same though. It would be like the liberal pull on the bull flag, on the bear flag. So the bear flag I
Yeah.
pulled was a conservative pull, right? I pulled it from the lowest local high. A liberal pull would be a pull all the way up to the top. They'd say this whole thing is a bull flag, and that would be the same measured move of head and shoulders. So the head and shoulders measured move would take you 10-7, but it's probably best to play it conservative and then keep that measured move in mind in case it does break past. Err on the side of caution, you know?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting a stock market pump maybe the last 10 minutes. Stock market's ripping. I think Meta does well. I don't know about Microsoft. Both of those companies aren't really affected that much by tariffs. Meta and Microsoft, I can't see them citing tariffs for their if anything happens.
They are actually affected quite a lot in regards to the chips they need for their data centers, but regardless of that, they are still affected by the European counter tariffs. So Europe basically wants to tariff all the American tech companies in retaliation to Trump's tariffs. So they will be affected.
I forgot about that. Do they actually want to? How do they tear? I thought they were just like suing them. Don't they just like put up lawsuits on like Facebook and stuff? Is that what it is?
Yeah, no. Actually the lawsuits are in regards to breach of GDPR, which is the privacy policy in the European Union. Those are the lawsuits you're talking about. But in terms of tariffs, yeah, they do intend to tariff about 1 to 2% of their business per year.
But in terms of chips, they mainly get their chips from America, not America, but NVIDIA, right? Microsoft and Facebook, Meta.
Yeah, and where does Nvidia produce them?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
It's a global world, baby. It's a global supply chain.
yeah. So basically, they are affected.
Dbloc, have you checked out Soul lately?
Let's see what she's doing.
She's doing pretty good.
Did we get that vector? We did. Nice.
She's like at the above the 200 on the 4 hour.
Yeah. We'll have to see. We've got to see if we can get back above this range. I've only got the M pattern drawn, but the reason I didn't draw the head and shoulders is 'cause the same measured move. But for the most part, head and shoulders is pretty solid. Same exact measured move, but what that means is you need to get back above that neckline. If we reject off of this, then it's just going to roll over and complete the measured move. 135. Let's see. Now we can zoom in and sort of see the attempt there.
One more short thing I have to add. Keep in mind that tomorrow all the European markets are closed.
Okay.
So tomorrow we don't have any UK session or Germany session. Nothing. It's Labor Day. So it's May 1st.
I think it'll pop up and grab the rest of this vector. The question is, can we stay above? Let's get our neckline really where it's at so we know what we're looking at exactly here.
Dude, look at this pop, bro. Spy's ripping. They know, bro. Someone leaked the info, leaked the earnings.
Pull you
Apple's
down.
going, Nvidia's going, Tesla's going.
All right, that's the line you want to stay over on Sol. You can stay over 145 and start to build from there. Then maybe it was just a liquidity sweep down to grab that vector gap and they'll hold this range. But if this range doesn't hold, at the very least, I think we're going to 134. So yeah, next couple hours, you're gonna be kind of glued to this right here. See what happens after this vector gets reclaimed. If it dips into those liquidations and starts to go, you're good. Right? But if you start to see it get toppy around that range, then you want to hold 145. That was a perfect hit to clear that vector though. Took that shit out and just turned around. But remember, we left a lot of vectors on the way down, so you know, don't confuse the vector recovery with a recovery. Know what I mean?
Thank you kindly.
If we can get this move on Bitcoin, we'll be testing those sell walls of yeah, we were just talking about that, DJ. I was like, they got to come better than that. But I do kind of feel like they showed their hand a little bit. A little peek into the concerns that Ripple might be having.
Yeah. Also, XRP has not really made like all these alts that have been running for the last couple weeks. XRP's just been at like the exact same price.
I'll be right back.
So I was just looking at Meta's chart. Meta has a huge gap below. Actually, my miss. Yo, we're getting some
Let's
big
go
candles.
Bitcoin.
Man.
Somebody just decided to buy 90 Bitcoin right here. No big deal.
The SPY just made a new high, like from that drop that it had from this morning. It just topped its high.
Yeah, on the macro, Marius. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting out of XRP, dude. Like, XRP's not even moving.
I think I'm gonna order a new Ethernet cable. Outdoor triple shielded. The only thing that I could think could be
Yeah, that's the way.
screwing with this connection like this.
Yep. Get the one with the triple thread. The one so if it goes around in the corners or it just like kind of
Yeah.
loops around, it doesn't break the wires inside. Get the threaded ones.
$107 Bitcoin. This is a wild candle right here. $106 Bitcoin. This much buy pressure and the candle not moving is crazy.
There's a lot of pressure between buyers and sellers right now.
Wow, Microsoft is pop.
Alpaca, baby, alpaca. Kidding.
Profit, profit, profits.
Rockets down. How do you, what do you say when it goes down? You can't say rockets because rockets
Drop
go
it,
up.
drop it, drop it.
Yeah. No, I'm just repeating the Drew's phrase. Profit, profit, profits.
Bro, we haven't heard Drew come on in a while, and we've just been going sideways. I wonder.
He made a lot of profit the other day. I guess he went for holidays. He went on vacations.
And then we just go sideways until he comes back.
Yeah. It's really funny.
Yeah, Drew's great. He's a great character. I love him.
Yeah, I really like him when he's on the stream. I really like him. I really love listening to him.
Yeah, he's a very positive guy. I'd really, I wouldn't mind having a beer or two with that man.
How's the YouTube stream video? Good? 1080p, 60 frames, no buffering. Alright, see, that's what I don't understand. YouTube is giving me errors, but there's like nothing wrong with the stream. Keeps telling me there's not enough video to maintain a smooth stream, but I'm watching it on the TV and it looks good. Good to me.
Dbloc, I need confirmation of something. Something looks like a bear flag, but also looks like it's about to like just rockets. Griffin. The formation is on the 15-minute. Thinking whether to throw a 50 on it or just like let it go.
No, it's not a bear flag, but it is a descending wedge.
Meta's popping.
Stiletto.
Meta's ripping. Microsoft's ripping. Robinhood's ripping. We're back, baby. We're
I
back.
want to say I told you so, but Legacy's up and to the right this week. But he was so spooked out.
You did, bro. You did. I was down it. So I was like, yo, I don't know. These earnings might be kind of shady. Because then early in the week, like Snapchat and all these other companies were like not putting out guidance. It was just shaking all the markets.
Why do I have a funny feeling Bitcoin's about to break out?
It is.
So what do you think about Griffin? So it's not a bear flag. You sure it's not a bear flag?
No, no, not a bear
It's
flag.
a lower high, lower lows.
Yeah, I mean, you would have
Getting
needed
tighter.
some lower lows and some higher highs here. And your bear flag would look like this.
Yeah.
But you're just sort of wedging out here.
But it's a bullish wedge, right?
No, it looks good. I mean, you got a higher low. And you just got to
Mhm.
test your 50. If you pop your 50, you'll test your 200 daily open. Daily open looks like the target.
Yeah, and this candle looks like the beginning. So I've been staring at it for a while.
And your invalidation obviously is right there.
Yeah, but my print right now is an alpaca. I found its right mixture. So it's 5x. Then you can put like $100 on it, and it's not too little weird looking arc. I put a short there, and since it was printing, I was like, I'll just put a tight stop loss and go to bed. And then I saw it when I came back home. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it made that one more pop to like $1.28.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
exactly where I was
1,000%.
going.
Man. It's too bad I only had $10 on it. You might be right. Eth joined the party. Wait, what?
Yeah, if you look at the liquidity heat map, you'll be surprised, man. There's liquidity everywhere, and there are tons of coins on the order book. 20,000,
Yep.
20,
It's just
20,
everywhere, man.
20K.
It's just every
Yo,
price point.
Nvidia's running too. Nvidia's running too.
Yeah, but if you look at the Ethereum order book and heat map, you'll see the Ethereum's order everywhere, every now and then, up and down, and it tons of there, tons of there. I don't know why people are so obsessed with the Ethereum right now. Is it really gonna blast?
Nika incident. Yo, Griffin's popping. That was a good call. Yeah, but let's go.
Hey Joe, it's Ethan. Ethan from the bookstore. Yeah, I know who you are, Ethan. Right. Thing is, the power's out. The electrician says he thinks the system is overloaded, but he can't get the fuse box because it's in the
Sui is looking good. They're all looking good.
Hey, yo, these candles are going crazy.
All right, I'm back, y'all. Break out of that W on Bitcoin. Go get these liquidations. More importantly, take a glance over to the right and look at what dominance is doing. Your alt should be enjoying that.
Could you look at Mavia?
Heroes of Mafia. Griffin's about to break out of that that 50 we were just looking at too, brother.
I got such a good entry last night and I got stopped out while I was sleeping. It's at like the bottom of the W, or oh, maybe not the.
Yeah, its first W played out
Yeah,
already.
I was at like 24 cents. I keep trying to catch one of its like big pumps.
Measure move played out. You want to hold range here. Just don't want to come back down underneath. Yeah, I mean, you got the beginning of something up here. With Bitcoin pushing, it's a lot more likely that this plays out.
Yeah, I was looking at that little W. I was hoping that was something.
Yeah, your invalidation would be 24 cents. And if it plays out, it'll take you through most of these liquidations. But yeah, that'd be a good continuation, a good fractaling out. Gotta watch it though. That's your zone of interest, obviously. 2.7 to 2.4.
Yeah, it seems like it kind of stuck under 2.7.
I think it'll go. I think it'll go. If Bitcoin goes and we keep bleeding out on dominance like this, I think all the alts are gonna make a run. We're about to break structure on Dom. Yeah, total 3 and others should be looking really nice right about now.
Yeah, every company beat earnings.
Yep.
I think it's gonna come down to that. If they're gonna give guidance again.
I'm starting to think this buffering thing might be a YouTube issue and not a Streamlabs issue right now. Connection is as stable as it's been for a long time, and YouTube is still tripping. Yo, if it gets bad, guys, just cut it down to 720p for a second. That should keep you from buffering until I figure out what's going on.
Oh, did this just coming in? Hassett, I guess he's like this economic advisor at the White House, said, "I wouldn't be surprised if the GDP data is revised."
Oh yeah, they've been doing that shit lately.
So they're just gonna
That shit
revise
is
it to the
criminal.
upside.
Unemployment numbers too. They do it to everything. And then we get to have two reactions. Right? The announcement and the revision.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna revise it and make it worse. It was already pretty bad.
Be surprised, bro.
No, I think, dude, you saw that tweet that Trump put out saying this is Biden's stock market?
Yeah, they'll always blame it on.
But dude, and that's crazy is there's a tweet from January 24th, 2024, where Trump says this is my stock market. Investors are piling in anticipation of me getting elected. So it was like a side-by-side tweet of him claiming it's his in 2024.
Yeah, he
and
wanted to
then
claim
today
he wanted to
saying,
claim the up during the Biden presidency as being preemptive buying because he was on the way, and then now he wants to.
yeah, that's crazy. That is just like blatantly crazy, bro.
Scoob, my ping is 20. It's usually at like 18. It was between 20 and 21. What I don't understand, most of the numbers look good, but YouTube keeps telling me it's poor stream status.
Yeah, 20 ping rate is little too low, I guess. That's what it's saying. It's poor connection. You might be having a Ethernet cable issues, I guess.
But I was thinking that it's the only thing I've boiled it down to that could be an issue. I already ordered it. Just ordered it on Amazon. But my bit rate is super stable right now on Streamlabs.
Hi, Dbloc.
I think gold is still taking that retrace, Mike. But I do think that it's got another leg up. Mm.
Dude, Robinhood is actually doing pretty good too. Robinhood announced share buybacks. Maybe now the Robinhood meme coins will pump, dude, after their earnings. People are like, oh, let me get some meme coins on Robinhood.
This is that structure that gold needs to hold here, and I don't think it's going to.
Oh, dude, another headline. EU to present trade proposals to the US next week, according to officials. Yeah, dude, there's just nothing but bullish headlines in the next, as long as something doesn't blow up.
Yeah, that's what I was scared of. 800 EMA on the hourly looks like a really good target for gold, man. But you've got to break local structure. You break local structure at 126, that short's going to print for a little bit. But then I think what we're going to see is what happens every time we hit this 800 on the hourly, or what's been happening every time we hit the 800. I think that's where we get our next leg up. You guys said I had to sell my gold at 3,300, but you didn't say I couldn't buy it back at 31.6. Yeah, good luck, bro.
We encourage that compounding effect.
That's what I needed to hear. Nah, I'm not gonna double dip. I still got position left. Never Neve. Nah, it was a good pull. I'm glad I took at 3,300. Took some stress out of the trade for sure.
Hey, Dbloc, can you watch please Hondo?
Ethernet cable money. Smiley face emoji.
Crypto Mac with the super chat. Appreciate the 10 Canadian dollars for the Ethernet cable, brother. We'll definitely put it to use. W super chat. Yeah, I'll look at Hondo for you. Took the whole vector. We were looking to see if it remained bullish and only take 50% of the vector, but it came down and took the whole thing. Holding on its 800 right now. Hondo did good, man. Hondo avoided some nastiness here. Hopefully it can stay avoiding it. That vector gap still exists, but this pattern didn't play out. Pumped. Get rid of that, and then that there becomes the uptrend that we have to watch. So far, so good. Lost the 800, held the uptrend. Now it's on vector recovery. If it can get back above its 50 here on the hour, maybe that's all it needed to do there. Yeah, but this thing's been pretty strong after it hit its measured move. Watch the reaction at the end of this vector. We're gonna hit the 50, right? If it rejects, then you know this was just vector recovery. We can climb above the 50 and the 200, then you know it could be the beginning of something more sustainable.
Thank you, brother.
Yep.
Yo, check out this snippet. Robinhood transaction-based revenue totaled 583 million. Of that was 252 was from crypto and 240 was from options.
Nice.
Again.
Right back.
And that 583 million transactions was up 80% year over year. Most of it because of crypto. Crypto's up 100% for them. See, they better push the hell out of crypto. And it looks like they're like almost done acquiring Bitstamp close to middle of the year.
Mike S with the 99-cent BBL super sticker. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. I know that's supposed to be a Georgia peach, but it looks like a Miami peach. Mike S with the 10 gifties. Appreciate you, brother. Nah, appreciate the 99 cents as much as the gifties. What's going on, EK? Yeah, we got that push down that we were looking for this morning, but at least we got that out of the way.
Do you think we could just range for a while?
Feels like it, right?
Yeah, like this whole time everyone's been kind of freaking out, like every time the candle moves, but whenever I zoom out, it's like it looks like a range.
So we were talking about that time-based capitulation, right? That goes sideways just enough for everybody to get bored and start getting creative and thinking about possibilities. And then every time there's a red candle, you know, it's the end, and every time it's a green candle. And at the end of the day, it's literally just a range from 928 to 954. Held it pretty strongly, too. The 3 big touches at the bottom, 3 major touches at the top. Really good trading range, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, take a deep breath, zoom out, plant.
Yeah,
Like
3%
everyone's trying to
range,
catch the
2.5%
breakout.
range. Yeah, just let the chart tell you what it's doing. It doesn't make sense to try to be too smart and get in front of this shit right now. Bullishness is back. That's all we really need to focus on, you know?
What's the difference between a triple bottom and a double bottom? Is it like triple less bullish?
It depends on what school you're in. Some people think that the more you hit a support, the weaker it gets. I'm kind of in the school that the more you hit a support, the more it solidifies that support. Either support has an equal chance of breaking, in my opinion. But what it does is it tells me that I'm looking at the proper support. You know, if you get 3 touches down, pixel perfect, the same, you know, it's like, okay, there's a wall here that needs to be broken, which means I need more than just regular bullishness to do that. And then it kind of helps me look at how I'm going to do my trade. But some people do think that, you know, 3 touches, what's it, 3 maybe 4, 4 nevermore is the saying. But how many patterns have we watched that have hit a trend line 6, 7, 8 times? Like, I don't like those hard, fast rules. They get people into trouble.
Yeah. Is this kind of the triple bottom? Or...
Yeah, in the range. Yep. Triple bottom from basically the same co-equal bottoms, we'll call them. but the support we have, I mean, the resistance we have above is just as strong too. And not to mention the sell walls above, just in case it wasn't strong. You know, like we still have to get up above all of that nastiness.
Yeah.
But whenever you see consolidation at a resistance, though, that's bullish.
Yeah, but the problem is they keep pushing the sell wall above whenever you hit the resistance. They keep pushing the sell wall above.
Yep.
Because a couple of days before it was below, and now they're even above.
And they're trying as much as they can to defend those liquidations that they have up there, but eventually something is going to snap, and that short squeeze is going to be unstoppable. You know. Because the amount of Bitcoin it's going to take to absorb all of this, the candle that creates will send us right through those liquidations. Or I should say the liquidations, the impulse from the liquidations would take us through the sell wall. Remember, these shorts have to cover on spot when they get liquidated, so that could be where that Bitcoin comes from.
And that's why you're keeping your, I think you're keeping your runner from Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, target 5 is still what I'm shooting for. 99.6. But there's going to be a weekend trap in between here and there. So we'll judge it. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Yes, and lows. And they keep getting pushed, but they keep resetting. The goal is to accumulate as much Bitcoin underneath 100K. For big money right now. I don't think it matters to them if it's 96, 95, 94, 93.
When you're looking at the chart, like these patterns, do you see Wyckoff distribution?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, Wyckoff is really on larger time frames. People like to use them on lower time frames, and it's cool. I mean, as long as you understand that it's a distribution, that it's what it is you're trying to define the consolidation, right? You're trying to define whether it's redistribution or it's accumulation or whatever. Wyckoff patterns play out on the macro. The reason they play out on the macro is because there's certain like volume requirements for each step of Wyckoff. And, like you want to see a certain amount of volume come in to solidify that point as being your pivot or being your secondary test or whatever. That type of volume is kind of hard to judge on lower time frames because lower volume just fluctuates too much, right? Like daily volume fluctuates too much. Does it make a big difference? No, it doesn't. I think it's over analysis, in my opinion.
I see.
And when Wyckoff you want Wyckoff to be perfect. Like if you really want to play off of it, if you really want to buy into the SOS, like you want it to be perfect. But does it have the same hallmarks as an accumulation that takes off? Yeah, of course. There's no harm, I don't think, as long as you're not getting analysis paralysis over it. If you're getting any sort of analysis paralysis over it where you're like, oh, you're just staring at your chart like, is this or is this that? Then don't even worry about it. Lean on the other tools.
Yeah.
Just my opinion. But I've seen people get really into Wyckoff and start looking for them on 1 minute, 5 minute time frames.
We were looking at it a lot with Doran for a little bit.
Yeah, I know Doran
He
likes
like
Wyckoff.
kills it like on all the time frames. But I'm not there yet. Not there yet.
Like I said, there's nothing wrong with it unless it causes analysis paralysis.
Yo, Dbloc.
There's nothing wrong with it unless it causes analysis paralysis.
Yo, Dbloc.
Somebody's got a open mic with the YouTube on. It sounds like.
No, it's not me. Prime, by the way, God Candle. It's like really strong.
Echelon, one of my bigger
Yeah, Prime
holdings.
Echelon. Yeah, gaming's finally getting some smoke.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, look at those.
You know what gaming coin has not moved? I've been holding it, bro. Is PYR? Can't remember what it was. You know what I'm
Vulcan
talking about?
Forge.
Yeah, Vulcan Forge has been stuck, bro.
Yeah,
Like
Vulcan
$1.
Forge got slaughtered on the way down, bro. It was nasty work. I folded my Vulcan Forge into Prime. I like Prime. Prime hits a couple of different narratives. Prime hits AI narrative and gaming, so it's a
And
good
it's
cross
one of the
narrative
only
play.
gaming tokens on Coinbase.
Yeah.
It's also on Coinbase, so that really helps a lot.
Prime was one of my best performers during this bull run. Prime and Jasmine.
Yeah, that is a strong candle.
Yeah, so far, John, it's been a 3-day up. I mean, it hasn't been a very strong uptrend, but if we draw an arrow from the bottom of our false move to where we are, right? It's our 3-day up. Tomorrow's our midweek reversal, so we'll have to pay attention to see what's going on tomorrow. We got some numbers coming in. Best case scenario, what I would like to see is for us to pump, break these sell walls, get a little bit of a short squeeze, get up into the mid 60s, have our midweek reversal come down and have that be our trap long, put in our trap short on Friday, and then have our weekend trap somewhere near the same range that we had the last one. They're obviously trying to hold this range, so we'll see how successful they are, but that's kind of how I'm playing it right now.
So you don't think we're going down to the 80s anymore?
Not until we can break this range, man. This range is pretty solid, right? We've had the opportunity to do it a couple times. That liquidity is still down there, but I think we might have to go up before we go down. Right? Bitcoin likes to do this thing where it'll come up against resistance and it won't be able to break, or it'll try to come down, into support, and it won't be able to break down, and then it'll pop, and it's almost like it takes the attempt from a higher level. We used to call it the Greg Louganis. Like you can't break. You climb up on the diving board and you try to from a higher point.
I feel like gun is looking pretty good on the daily.
I have been accumulating gun. All right, give me a second,
Do you
guys. I'm
think
gonna
it's
duck off into what happened? No, go ahead.
oh say do you think it's like rounding up gun?
So we had a couple of levels to worry about on gun for retracements, right? And we didn't get them. They kept going, but we haven't broken out of this bear flag structure that we're in yet. So my only concern is touching the top of this and coming back down. But I have been accumulating on the dips. I think gun is underpriced, in my opinion. Super low market cap. None of the unlocks or the majority of the unlocks after the bull market is over. #1 game right now. I would love a retracement though.
Dbloc, do you think it's worth getting into Vulcan Forge still, or is it? I don't really know much about the project.
I mean,
It's
I
pretty new.
honestly, I would do some research. I would go on their socials and see if the hype is still there. I would go on the site, make sure everything looks good. I haven't looked at Vulcan for a while because I folded out of that position. But you got to make sure that there's still something cooking. When gaming goes, it'll go because Vulcan Forge is a super recognizable. You know what I mean? It holds a lot of mind share. The only question is, will it outperform other gaming tokens or not? You know. I don't think it's a bad hold. I just don't know if it's the best in the narrative. Put it this way, if it does recover, it's going to be one hell of a ROI. You know? Because this thing is PYR right now.
Dude, look at this the nasty candle it had on April 24th. It just knifed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That was really weird. I saw that, and I got a little bit on spot, and then I longed it right at like 94 cents.
First little W that it had played out.
I did not realize it was down that low. Dang.
No, it's crazy what they did to this coin. It's ridiculous. You know, we're trying to see if we can put some structure in here. It looks like they're gonna want to recover that wick. Right, that you'll have some wick discovery there. Then you'd be looking at a move to the 200. That's your invalidation right there. I'm being super lazy right now. All right.
When you say recover, you think it fully recovers, or maybe like half?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of these things, especially this, you only need a recovery back to where it dropped from. Like, you don't even need new ATH or anything to make a lot of money on something like this because of how low it is. But the mind share has to be there still. You know, for all I know, I go on Twitter right now and they're like, worst game of the year, such a dumb decision. You just want the hype to still be there. Yeah, that gives you your 200 EMA test. But I mean, like I said, if this shit just goes back to where it came, I mean, you don't even let's take half of all time high. We would have pop up. I mean, you got a
How much is
9.5x just to get back up to a local high.
How much of it is it just to that 200? Is it like, was that like a 100% move?
Yeah, roughly 90, 95. It's a 3.5x to the 800. List. All right, I gotta duck out and do some research real quick before it gets too late. Plays up on the screen. Anything crazy happens, I'll pop right back in. But I think we got a pretty clear shot to attempt these sell walls here. Let's drop our uptrend line so we know what to worry about for momentum. All right, there we go. Now we just wait for the rockets. All right, I'll be back, yo.
Wait.
It's a new stream too, guys, so don't forget to hit that like button. We're looking crazy right now, 129 to 48. About to take a short on the stream.
Did you just say you're gonna take a short?
The current viewers are 132 and the likes are 49. That's a double top. That doesn't improve. It's going down. Okay, we're pumping. We're pumping a little bit here, 52. Let's see, hopefully by the time I get back from eating, we'll be at a double top. All right, I'll be back up.
freaking. It's all going. I'm getting ready to go to the west side to some shops. Okay.
Hey guys, anyone here?
I'm here.
Yeah, hey there.
Hey.
No one else is here, or everyone is just idle?
It's pretty quiet. Usually when Bitcoin makes a move or it's in the midst of making a
Everybody's
decision,
there.
it gets pretty quiet.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to share a short update.
Yeah.
Basically, the Asia markets in the pre-market are all up, but they are down on US stock. So I would expect quite a big dump on the Asia markets.
Gotcha. Yeah, Bitcoin at 15. 15's fixing to cross over the 50 on the 15-minute. So that's usually pretty bearish.
Yeah. But yeah, the Asia markets are starting to point themselves to a bearish move
Gotcha.
on
Thank
the US market. So it may turn out to be just FUD or something like that, but I don't think so. Usually when the pre-market for the US markets on the China markets goes down, it's pretty much a bloodbath.
Yep.
But we will see, because the pre-markets just opened about 23 minutes ago, sorry.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate it, man.
You're welcome. Just keep an eye out, and this is not financial advice, so
Right.
do your own research.
Thank you, bud.
You're welcome.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, bud.
Also, for anyone that has any stress issues here and they're watching the markets and have any stress, I found a very good way to actually deal with that. If I'm in positions that are in the red, I usually watch Gilmore Girls just in the background, not actually watching the series, just in the background to have something playing on.
I listen
It's
to these
quite
idiots.
soothing.
I listen to these idiots on this channel. You don't know what's gonna happen. When you don't know what's gonna come out of their mouth.
Yeah, that's true as well.
I went up to the Dbloc's channel last night though, and they were talking about aliens and shit and going into space. And good Lord, came on back down here.
Yeah, sadly I missed that.
Yeah, that was.
I would have liked to be part of that chat. That would have been nice.
You would have?
Yeah. I'm also into aliens, different civilizations, quantum mechanics, quantum physics.
I'm interested
I
in it. They were arguing about if aliens are stopping us from going into space and stuff. But man, I don't know. Some of that.
Yeah.
Well, no, well, I'm just saying you need the technology. We don't have the technology, or that our bodies aren't made for that, or I don't know.
Not really. If you live on a planet where gravity is, for example, 30% lower than on Earth, you would basically adapt to that world, and your bones would be brittle, and your bones would be not as dense and as they are on Earth. So you would adapt to that planet. Either way, if you come to Earth and the gravity is higher than what you're accustomed to, you would need some kind of a suit or a biosuit or a technological suit in order to basically keep your body from crashing down. So it would make sense in a technological sense.
Yeah. So bloodbath.
But if we're thinking of, for example, anti-gravity drives or stuff like that, it's not that far-fetched. There are many scientists that are working on zero-point gravity, and I don't want to go into conspiracies or something like that, but most of them that wanted to publish some papers on zero-point energy and zero-point gravity devices, actually they were met with the fate like in Russia. They kind of fell over the window. They basically fell down the stairs tripping on a banana. They kind of committed suicide out of nowhere. It's it's very weird. And these are kind of documented cases, so it's not like something that basically happened overnight.
Oh man, all kind of strange stuff going on out there.
Yeah, most probably I think they went over the rails and discovered what was already discovered
Yep.
many years ago, and the governments,
Took care of it.
I'm not saying just USA, Europe, all the governments all over the world were like, okay, you discovered free energy, why should we fucking give free energy to people? No, lots of companies will lose money. So, yeah, I think a little bit of wind will push you out the window.
Yep. I agree with that. Bad
It's
people out there, man, to protect their secrets and their money.
Yeah, their secrets, their investments, and basically no company wants to be out of business. So, for example, take the biggest company that provides electricity. Let's take, I don't know, Shell. Let's take Shell from America. It produces energy and sells oil and sells gas, diesel, whatever. So they don't want to lose that business. What are they going to do? Maybe by a little man who actually discovered free energy, or let him live and take them out of business.
Yeah.
And by the way, Shell has, I don't know, 10 or 15 billion dollars in profits or something like that. Something totally absurd.
Greed, man. It's the root of all evil.
Yeah. I understand why they are doing it. I don't understand why we keep putting up with it. But yeah. Most people keep putting up with this because they think that the government is telling the truth, and the government is like, yeah, the saint that will save us. No, they're just people like all of us. They just want profit. They just want money. So there's nothing different there.
They're sure making it hard for us to get money in it.
Yeah, because they need to get money from everyone. Why do you think that only 3% of the people on the planet control 98% of the liquidity in the world? And they want to control it all. The rest of us are living on paycheck to paycheck, or maybe some of us are doing better and they're living semi paycheck to paycheck, then have a little bit to invest. The rest, 90%, are basically in the dump hole. They don't have anything. They don't even have a way to pay the mortgage, or they don't even have a way to pay the rent. They are working 3 jobs. Here in Europe, maybe 2, because legally you can't work 3 jobs in Europe. But it's like madness. We basically work to supply the rich with everything they want and give them more. And since they have that much of a liquidity, they can actually move the markets in their favor. So, for example, take Bitcoin. Bitcoin has 1.8 trillion in liquidity. Okay. Let's say Elon Musk comes in. Elon Musk dumps 400 billion Bitcoin. The price will go to 12K in mere seconds. Then he buys that all up and the price goes to 190K. He made profit from all the retail that was invested in that. Not taking into consideration that, for example, a market maker can basically sell on the spot market and short on the future market. So basically he sells on the future market 100 million, 200 million Bitcoins, and he shorts that move because he knows it's going to go down. So basically he makes money either way, and then he buys spot and then longs the position on the futures, and he also makes money.
If he gets to do that, why is he coming after me? My liquidation.
Because you are liquidity and it goes into his pocket.
I'm gonna be a market maker. I'm gonna be a dick all day long.
Yeah, the market maker is basically a dick.
Steal from people.
Yeah. I don't remember who said it, but I do remember the quote. It was said like something like this. Basically, the stock market is patient people getting money from the impatient people. And also coming towards this, it's smart money being made from idiot money. So most retail people come in when the market is up, is on FOMO. So, we miss out. Bitcoin is at 100K. We need to get in. Well, it will go to 1 million.
Right.
Yeah, it may go there. But you invest 100K and you sell your house for that. And then it goes to 60K.
Yep.
You lost all that money.
That's it.
The market maker is happy. He got another bag of money. Then he pushes it up. And you lost all the market.
Yeah, when
Basically.
you're out of money, so you can't get back in. To even make your money back.
Yeah.
It's not fair, man.
Yeah, it's not a fair world. I know it's not fair. It's not fair at all. It's not fair that 3% of the population holds 98% of all the liquidity in the world. It's not fair, and I totally agree with that. And it's not fair that we need to work just to pump up the wallets of people that already have a lot. I agree with you. But sadly, this is the system we are working in. Either you go with the system, or either you, I don't know, you go find a tent, live in it, and I don't know, live off the land. It's totally fucked up, I know. And I agree. It's not fair that Elon Musk can go to a bank and say he wants $3 billion of a loan, and that bank says, okay, we're not gonna give you $3 billion. We're gonna give you $20 billion. And you know what? Your interest is 0.2. Yeah, I know, it's not fair. I can't go and get a loan for 0.2. It's like impossible. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but all millionaires or billionaires or whatever you want to call them, they don't actually have money. All their money is in stocks, and they hedge those stocks to a credit. So basically, they have an infinite credit line. So if you're Elon Musk and you have in liquidations like, I don't know, $400 billion, you go to a bank and you say, I want an American Express black card that has no fucking limit on it.
Language.
Oh, sorry. Pardon my French. And basically, the bank will say, okay, here is your black card. You have no limit on it, but we hedge your Tesla stocks and your SpaceX stocks and whatever stocks he has, Neuralink and whatever boring company, I think, as well. And basically, he lives a billionaire's life on credit. And the bank actually hedges the stocks he has. So in a sense, even though he takes a credit of 4 billion, maybe in 5 years, all the stocks he has will be valued at 20 billion.
Everybody
So
makes money.
that's,
Everybody comes out ahead.
yeah, basically the rich guys don't actually use cash, they use credit, and they use credit very effectively, hedging the stocks they have. I'm not sure if in America they already started to hedge Bitcoin, but I think there are a few banks that actually accept hedging Bitcoin against credit.
I think you can do it on Coinbase right there and then.
Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not from America, so I'm not sure if you can do it or not. So, for example, if you have 500k Bitcoin, you would essentially be able to hedge those against an unlimited credit card, and basically your entire family and your kids, grandkids, grandkids could live off that loan that would actually repay itself due to the fact that your hedge is always growing in the sense of the price action that goes for Bitcoin. So for example, maybe you hedge now you have $1 billion of Bitcoin. But maybe in 10 years, that $1 billion will transform in $40 billion. So basically, your credit card will never run out. It's very weird and very. It took me a long time to get my head around this and how rich people actually do this kind of stuff. And it makes sense because if Elon Musk were to sell his stock, he would need to pay taxes. If he doesn't sell his stock, he doesn't need to pay taxes. And basically, when you take a credit card, you don't pay taxes on a credit card because it's hedged on your stocks. So basically, you are tax free. See my point here?
Yeah. Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice. Yeah, I know. For example, if you bought Tesla stocks at, I don't know, $2 or $3 when they were back in the day, and you have right now about 30,000 or 40,000 Tesla stocks, you can actually hedge those to get a credit card, an American black card with no limit on it. Basically for free. You're just using the money on there, and you don't pay taxes on that money, and you also don't pay taxes on the hedge that you have. So you're actually using the money, and you can still keep using them because the stock eventually will still go up. And basically you can use free money. I recently found this out, even though I'm in trading for 7 years now. I recently found this out because not every person can go in America and do this. You need to have large amounts of stock or commodities or stuff like this to be actually able to hedge with a bank. So I found this like 6 months ago. And I was like totally surprised. Being from Europe, I didn't actually expect this to be possible. Apparently it is. And by the way, you can also do it if you are a citizen of another country. You don't need to be a US citizen. If you're a billionaire, you can open an account in America, you can hedge your funds or stocks or something like that and get an American black card. Which is totally mind-blowing.
I mean, but normal people with brokerage accounts can, you know, take actually cash out on margin for relatively low interest rates compared to a credit card.
Yeah, but think about it. You have $1 million in stock. Why wouldn't you basically open an American black card and have unlimited funds on it? Then basically the fund never runs out because statistically speaking, stocks always go up within 20, 30, 40, 50 years. They always go up. I know I know it's a weird concept, but it's actually happening right now, and it has been happening for quite a while now.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's, if you think about it, it's not that different from someone taking out cash on margin.
Not really. For example, In the European Union, when you want to get your dividend stock, when you want to get your stocks sold and stuff like that and get the money, you basically have to pay 10%. In the United States, I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's about 10% as well. Why would you pay that 10% when that 10% can actually go to the credit card that you own with no limit?
Yeah, I understand. I'm just pointing out that normal people borrow against their stocks as well.
Yeah, maybe, but with interest and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the American Express Black Card probably has some interest on it.
Basically, American Express Black Card doesn't have any interest on it because they are basing their profits on the fact that you will not be able to pay anything to them. And as such, they take a commission every year. And they take a commission from your stock. If your stock doesn't perform well, they take a commission of 5%. If your stock performs well, they take a commission of 0.01%.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Looking into how the American markets work is quite interesting. And how rich people get away with paying no taxes. And
I
as
mean, if
long as you don't actually sell your stock, you are not obliged to pay any taxes because you didn't sell your stock.
yeah, I mean, if I have a $500,000 in my account in stocks, I would love to do that, bro. In next minute, I won't think for a second to do it, to get a black card. I'll do it.
Yeah, I know. It's like free money, my friends.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Then you're like we as normal people, because I'm not a millionaire, and I presume if
Yeah,
you were all millionaires, we wouldn't be in this chat.
yeah,
But if you're a millionaire, for you it's like a no-brainer to do this. Why pay taxes when I can pay myself without paying any taxes and enjoying all the luxuries of not selling my stock and also having all the money I want without paying anything? It's like the I don't know, the capitalist perfect way of having your cake and eating it.
yeah. You were right, bro. After you gave the news that the market is open, the Bitcoin is dropped by 600 points, I guess.
Yeah, it should still keep dropping, my friend.
Yeah, that was a good call anyway. Thanks for that.
You're welcome, but don't take my advice. This is not financial advice, so please don't
No,
take it as
I'm just
such.
checking it. I'm just
No,
watching it.
we are on YouTube, so we need to mention this. So this is
Yeah,
not
yeah,
financial
yeah, obviously.
advice.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is just my
but
personal opinion, etc.
I was just tracking the price. I was monitoring it. It was just playing within the range of 150, 200 points. But as soon as you mentioned the market, it just went straight down a little bit.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
should
let's see.
trend down for the Asia session right now, so.
For
But we
now,
will
this
need
could
to
just
see.
be a liquidity sweep. We'll see. But
Doesn't seem to be a liquidity sweep because the only liquidity that we have on the downside is at 92,000. So doesn't seem to be a liquidity sweep. We don't actually have any liquidity between We have a little bit of about 18 million and 93. We have about 5 million and 92, but we don't kind of have any liquidity on the downside. We do have a lot of liquidity on the upward side. But due to the market that and the information that we got from the USA in terms of GDP and also in terms of jobs and PMI and stuff like that, I do think the China market may drop it. It actually happened last night as well. If you remember and if you look on the chart, the China market actually dropped it quite substantially. The China market dropped it to 92,871 during the night. And it recovered during the London session, which, by the way, the London session and Europe sessions are not available tomorrow. They are closed due to Labor Day.
Oh wow, it's London closed.
Labor Day. 1st of May, Labor Day.
Yeah, but I think the holiday might actually be on Monday. I'm in London, so
No, it's today. You are about 2 hours behind me.
That's universal 1st of May everywhere.
Yeah, 1st of May, Labor Day, so all the markets are closed. All the European markets, not all of the markets all over the world. China doesn't actually care about Labor Day, as they don't care about Easter, as they don't care about Christmas. And
I didn't mean to
for
put it this way.
example, the markets are
Summary.
closed on 4th of July. The markets are closed on 4th of July on the New York session, but everyone else doesn't actually care about 4th of July, Independence Day in the USA. So basically all the markets are open except the New York session. So it's the same here. All the European markets are closed during today, but Asia and USA are opened. And on the 4th of July, the US markets will be closed, but Europe and China will be opened. As well as, for example, in January, the Chinese market was closed because they had the Chinese New Year and stuff like that. No one actually cared about it. And only the Chinese market was closed. And the Europe and US sessions went along as they should. It kind of depends on the national holidays and stuff like that. Pre-markets on China are going down quite big, 3%. Japan will open in a few minutes. little bit of a rebound from
Microsoft beat
retail.
earnings. Let it go. Oh.
Can you please repeat that?
He said Microsoft beat earnings. Let's go.
Oh, Microsoft and Apple have posted their earnings and they're quite good, higher than expected.
Yeah. Well, next
Yeah,
quarter.
I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those. Earnings are quite good, but don't base your analysis on earnings, because there is one more thing to take into account: the tariffs. And I can't stress this enough. Even though we are in a pause right now, we are not in a pause with China, but we are in a pause with the European Union and the rest of the countries. Basically, Trump said today that tariffs will go into effect very soon. We have like about 50 more days until tariffs. No, not 50 days, 30 days until tariffs go into effect. We don't have any understanding with the European Union. We don't have any understanding with, for example, India. We don't have any understanding with China. We don't have any understanding with no one. So basically, he may pose them again. Maybe. I don't know. He's very unpredictable. But there's no understanding, even though he tweets, "So we're close to an understanding with." He says that, but basically the other side says no, we didn't get to any understanding, and no, we're still talking. So, for example, he tweeted, I don't know, a few days ago that we have a great deal with the European Union and blah, blah, blah. And basically, the European Union Commission came out and said, no, we don't have any understanding. We don't see any understanding in the foreseeable future. And we are discussing, but no, we don't have anything in sight.
Fake news. Fake news.
Fake news. Yeah, it depends. I'm very worried that they will come to an understanding, because all the goods that come from the European Union are also taxed at about 20%. They were taxed before Trump at 20%. Right now, they're about 98% taxed. And the European Union actually taxed the imports from the United States with 19%. So basically, the United States tasked us with 1% more. And now they're 98%, and we still tariff them with 90%. So where's the equality in that? Where there's no equality in that. And basically, there's no agreement. China wouldn't back out. Keep in mind, China is a autocracy, so basically they would starve their people before they would actually give up in front of the United States. So yeah, I don't think China will back out of this, even though tariffs may get to 1,000% or 2,000%. China will not back out of this, and that will affect America very, very bad, because America is dependent on the supply chains that it actually created itself, because the globalism mentality and stuff like that was created in America, and they would be affected. They can't get prime materials, so basically they can't get any materials to produce chips. They can't get any materials to produce different parts of on automobile. They can't get cheap labor because they need to pay the American worker the minimum wage, which is 180% higher than what the Chinese person would ask for. They can't actually. It's basically impossible in a few years to reindustrialize America and make it be competing with other countries. It's impossible. Even though if you tariff everything. If you tariff everything, the only thing you can get is basically being isolated from the rest of the world. And that's all. From my point of view, this is, I repeat, not financial advice, this is just my personal opinion. If you look at Canada, for example, Canada is actually looking to join the European Union. How mad is this? Canada on the other side of the continent. It's mind-boggling. And by the way, it's not that far-fetched because the Greenland is a territory owned by Denmark, and Denmark is in the European Union, and also Greenland is in the European Union. So basically, Canada has a direct border with the European Union. So it's not that far-fetched as you would think. But yeah, it's crazy times we are living in. Yeah, sorry, I may have spoken too much, so if everyone or anyone else wants to jump in, please do so.
No, man, we are just. I was just listening to you, brother.
Yeah, but if anyone has any opinions or anything like that, please do jump in. Whoa, pre-markets on China are like 4.9% down, but only the pre-markets that concern the US market. The pre-markets that concern China are up 8.47%.
So basically, they are just.
They are dumping US bonds, US
targeting
stocks.
the US. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just targeting the specific US market.
Yep. That seems like to be so. We will see more when the Asia market opens. That would be actually about 4 in the morning my time, I think. Yeah, so we are in the Japanese pre-market. The Japanese pre-market opens at 3 a.m. my time. That is GMT +2. So the Chinese market will open Shanghai, Hong Kong. They will open at about 4:30 GMT +2. 4:30 a.m. GMT +2. So we are still in the pre-market, and the pre-market looks quite bad. Not sure. Let me just check one thing. If I'm looking at the charts, yeah, there's a massive dump on the S&P on the Chinese pre-markets. Whoa, a 2% dump. Okay. Also, Apparently, Japan also dumped Nasdaq. 2.9% dump in the Japanese markets, pre-markets, sorry, not market, because it's not open yet. So these are Japanese and Asian pre-markets, Japanese and China pre-markets. Oceania didn't actually do anything because Oceania basically sits on their ass and doesn't do anything. Oceania means Australia and New Zealand.
Not bad, not good.
I didn't get that.
Hello, guys.
Hey there.
What's up, brother?
I want to say thank you for all people that sharing so much information. It's very helpful. Helpful. Sometimes we forget to say thank you. That's why I want to say thank you for all people that sharing information. This tool here in YouTube is very helpful for us investors. That's why.
All credit goes to Dbloc. First of all, we must appreciate him for his hard working that he's providing with all this details. And second, there are a bunch of people here with different expertise. So we just share knowledge with each other so everyone can understand and one can do the is trading accordingly, but not the financial advice. Everybody can do their own research and do the trading accordingly. But we try to provide the best we can. But the whole credit goes to Dbloc. Actually, he's putting a lot of effort to creating these charts and all the information that he's sharing.
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, I agree. Dbloc is basically running the channel, so basically he's the big kahuna here. All the information that comes from other people, such as myself and others that go here on the channel, is just let's say as a bonus from what Dbloc is actually doing. So
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really helping other people. I mean, it's helping me a lot to understand the market. It changed my all the trading perspective entirely. I've changed. It's totally changed. I mean,
yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you find it helpful. Sadly, most of this information is basically behind the paywall, and most people don't actually get it. But it's not that hard to get and to understand. Well, yeah.
yeah. I mean, all the information is there, obviously, but not every YouTube channel, not any YouTube channel is providing with such details. Yeah, they only focused on the Bitcoin, the resistance, and this and that, and blah blah blah. But here, on this channel, you can find all the tiny details the Dbloc provide or the other people that provide that really helpful for the other people, for the viewers, for the other traders. So it really helps a lot to
Yeah,
understand the market.
I'm glad it helps. Although we don't offer signals.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in front of you on the chart. It's right in front of you. You can see all the lines, all the liquidities, all the trends.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
people here talking about we're not giving any kind of a financial advice here, but people can understand that easily.
I try to refrain from giving any information on signals, but from what I'm saying, it should be obvious where your entries may or may not be.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
As well, I need to mention again, this is not financial advice, this is just my personal opinion. So please don't sue us.
I hope you will continue. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. I will still be continuing here. I like this this Discord very much, so I'm still gonna be here quite a while from now on. I just discovered it, so I'm yeah, I'm gonna be here a long time. Maybe not that active in different parts of the day, but I'm gonna be active from time to time here when it's kind of necessary to give some information on how everything is going.
Nice.
I'm also part of a lot of other groups, and I still need to catch up on those, as well as I have my work schedule, so it's kind of hard to manage 10 groups at the same time.
And hopefully you're not getting any notice from your employees.
Why would I? I have 8 monitors. 2 of them I use for work, and the rest I use for trading.
Yeah, the other day you was joking, yeah, that I'm going to notice from my boss that you're spending more time on the screen rather than doing the job.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. But I work from home, so that's the advantage. I
Yeah,
don't
that's good.
actually need to be at work, because if I was at work, I couldn't actually do this. It would have been quite weird to speak with you guys on Discord and being in another meeting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but Sui is going.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
so
seen it.
is
Don't get your hopes up for it. Just my personal opinion. Don't get your hopes up for it. It may have a downturn very soon. And it's, by the way, it's just a small pump of, let me just chart it here. It's a small pump of 0.28%, so that's not that much. And it's also respecting the BTC pattern that we see right here. So you see a BTC pattern that is forming. So yeah, BTC pumped up a little bit, and also the alts followed. Nothing to worry about. I still keep my bullish moves quite active. Maybe they will not play out tonight, but I do expect them to play out in a couple of days. Tomorrow we also have some more information on the US market. Also, we do have some, let me just check.
Yeah, this whole week is just full of news and statements. So
Yeah, we have the Fed PCE
yeah,
tomorrow. Yeah.
yeah, the whole week is full of news and statements and a bunch of stuff like that. So it's
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
really, it's gonna
It's
be really
quite,
hard,
yeah, it's quite
aggressive.
full of news. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't get my hopes up. I still expect everything to basically go down in
yeah.
a
The
smaller
market,
time frame.
yeah, the market is more to be downside for the whole week, I guess. That's what my personal thinking is.
Okay. So we see a little bit of a downturn on, but just a little bit of relief. This is basically due to the Japanese pre-market. It's okay. The Chinese pre-market is still down. So this is just a small relief. I expect us to go down. Not hard, but continuously go down to 92, 91.
Yeah, it could be. It could go down.
On my charts, I see. Let me just look a little bit. So we see an ascending wedge on 5 minutes. Now let's see 30 minutes. Yeah, conflicting because we see a bullish on 30 minutes. On 1 hour, symmetrical triangle, that's not good. On 4 hours, we see. Yeah, on 4 hours, we actually see a bullish continuation, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Due to the news, it's quite unlikely to happen. On 5 minutes, we actually see a bearish reversal. So, yeah, bearish reversal. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah. So I would expect a reverse. Yeah, here's the reversal. We just had it right now. It still goes down. I'm looking at the 3D map. Daily open. I'm still bearish as fuck. Oh, sorry for my French. Pardon my French.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it still seems bearish. So no more changes right now. I don't think we're gonna tap the upside. It's kind of basically impossible in this time frame to actually test the upside because we have about 52 million in the upside, 46 million, and we have in the downside. So in the upside, we have a liquidity map of about 52 plus, let's say 46, about 100 millions in the upside on Binance, and we have about 450 in the downside on Binance. But if we go to Gate.io, we see like 100 millions in the upside, 200, 400 millions in the upside, and about 1.2 billion in the downside. So I don't think we will actually try to grab that small liquidity We may actually go down. Also, the Asian markets, pre-markets, show red. So the most probable point would be that we go down to where I don't know, but my targets would be 92, 91, 800, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Again,
good if we
this is not
go.
financial advice. Please don't take
Yeah,
it as such. So it's just my personal opinion. Please go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. I mean, it's good if we go down and grab the liquidity from the bottom first and then go up. That makes sense. Rather than we go high and then come back and grab the liquidity, that's gonna hurt the people a lot. So it's better if we can go down first and grab the liquidity from the bottom and then start going up gradually.
The market
That's
maker actually doesn't care what you want or
yeah,
what we all
exactly.
want. The
Yeah,
market maker only cares about liquidity, and the market maker only cares about making money. So basically, the market maker doesn't care if you have 100K liquidity or not.
yeah, exactly. You never know if somebody comes up with a 500 or 600 or 1,000 Bitcoin buy and the price go skyrocket again.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know. Or somebody comes with to sell the 2,000 Bitcoin, you'll see the sudden drop. That's what the market maker does all the time. As you can see, the sell wall and the buy wall, they keep chinning it whenever you go near to them. They keep chaining it to the upside, and whenever you go down, they keep pushing it more towards the bottom. So that's the tactics. That's how they play.
Yeah, but for example, I am also watching CME futures on Bitcoin, and it it seems to be going down.
Yeah,
It has uh, a very retracel. So the CME future is right now at 94,856, which usually is about $1,000 in reverse to what the actual price does. And it's still going down, the CME futures. So I'm expecting, as I said, a downward trend. Also, the Asia market, pre-market is down, so yeah.
at the end of the day, wherever the market goes, we go along. So I don't really care if it's going down or up. I'm just going along.
Yeah, that's correct.
But I usually don't trade in such momentum when markets move really slow. I don't trade in these kinds of moment. So I always look for the right time when market can goes rapidly fast or at least moving fast than usual. So I
I usually
usually
don't trade into these conditions as well.
yeah because
My
you can't predict anything in such condition when market moving slowly and suddenly goes down slowly and then moves up. You never know what's going to happen next. So I
For
normally don't
example,
do.
my entry point was for example, my entry point was 94K for Bitcoin in a long
Yeah,
position, and I'm still holding it. And then I tried to skim off the top. So
yeah,
basically, I'm going shorts on different positions when I see them forming. So I'm in a short from, let me just tell you, from 9 for 800. I'm in a short.
lots of people, they have their own trading tactics and they have their own planning. But normally what I do, I might don't take trade in 3 days, 4 days, just wait for the right moment. So I normally don't trade every day. It depends. If I get the move, I might trade, but if I'm not getting any kind of a good move, I don't trade. So I just look for the right moment. Like today, when the news came out, I was just watching it. I was just waiting for that moment, and I just hit the click, and it just boom down, just dumped it. And next moment, I knew that it's gonna go up. It's gonna do the recovery thing. So I just picked up the other trade. So in I think 30 minutes or 45 minutes, I made a good money. That's how I do. But I
Yeah,
waited
that's
for
like
this.
scalp trading. Everyone has its own
Yeah,
strategy, but that's scalp trading. I don't do scalp
yeah.
trading. I only do scalp trading if I only have, for example, I have a long right now since 74 and it's in profit, and I only do scalp trading on shorts right now.
Yeah, I have different accounts on different exchange. So I have my swing trade on since 81,000 when it was, and it's still running. So
Okay.
that's what I do. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on every person's strategy stuff.
Yeah.
Booming up a little bit, but no worries. I still do expect it to go down. Kind of wants to grab the liquidity from the upper side. But we'll see when the Asia market starts. Be right back, guys.
Yeah, please.
2 minutes, please.
Right.
Hey guys, I'm back. By the way, just now U.S. recession odds went to 70% recession.
How many percent?
70%.
70%. Geez, that's a lot.
Yeah. Recession odds at about 70% to hit during the summer, so we may see some quantitative easing. So if that happens, everything will go up. But for the short term, I still keep my bearish idea. Is the block still here or?
No, I guess he's not here anymore. Haven't seen him. Haven't seen him talking from quite some while now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be off the mic as well. If there's any news or anything like that.
Yeah, please
I'm
keep
just
us
gonna.
updated.
Yeah, I'm just gonna update you guys. But for now, we are looking at the Chinese market, which is in a full downswing on the US markets, as well as the Japanese one that is dropping hard. The Japanese market will start in about 20 minutes, and the Chinese market will start in about 1 hour and 30 minutes. So basically, I'll keep you posted, guys, if it's anything like important to note.
Really? Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for all the info.
You're welcome, guys. So I'm gonna go in a blackout mode for a moment. I'm gonna go watch Gilmore Girls. Just to, I don't know, take off the edge. Yeah, I just said I'm gonna fucking shut up. Pardon my French. Big news from China. Apparently, Chinese officials actually want the tariffs to go up to 214% on the US imported goods. They just came out a couple of seconds ago, so.
You've corrected on yourself on the language, so I was letting it slide, but you're gonna have to be a little more careful because it's happened quite a few times. Please.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
sorry.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
So
And thank
this
you for the
news,
information.
so this news, what will affect?
Maybe a downturn in the markets. It would actually affect the markets quite hard. 214% from the Chinese part on the US imported goods would affect the global trade. So we would expect the prices of equities that are based in USA and have a trade deal with China to go down. In most part of the tech companies in the USA. This just came out a couple of, I said seconds ago, now minutes ago. So it's in terms with what I said. I do expect a downturn on the Asia markets. So here we go. So as I said, I'm gonna mute myself. If there's any more updates, I'm gonna keep you guys posted.
Okay, thank you, mate.
You're welcome.
I see virtual protocol making some moves in the last. Yeah.
Can you please repeat that, mate? I didn't hear it.
Virtual protocol making some moves like last 1
Let me
hour.
just check it. So V1 protocol?
Virtual.
Ah, virtual. Just okay.
Some alts can do moves when finally the dominance come down. The question is when it's time to go down. So
Yeah, some also will make the moves. I see this on virtual protocol, but I don't know. You can just beat me up. I wouldn't have been able to see this. From a TA point of view, it doesn't make sense.
I saw it in 1.4. I buy some in 1.4. I sell
Good for
some.
you, mate.
Yeah, I sell some here because I think it's like 1.5. It's like, sell point.
It could go a little bit upper, but
Yeah, I think about that. But I lock my
it's a good profit taking,
Yeah.
so it's okay.
I lock my profits, but I feel it's gonna go more up. Maybe it's retrace a bit, to people take profits.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This kind of coins, even if I look at them daily, I can't predict anything like this because from TA, I just put my indicators on this coin that you just tell me virtual protocols. No, the indicators basically said it will go down and TA said it will go down. This is just, it
Man,
doesn't make sense.
every
It's
time
just
I
a bump.
see a red candle, every time they buy it back. What the F with this coin?
Yeah, if I would have followed this coin, I wouldn't be able to tell you it goes up or down. Sorry.
Yeah. Like every time I sell, now I sell it, it's pumping again. I say now, okay, I go back or not.
Yeah, I can't give you any definitive work on this. Maybe Dbloc has any idea on it, but I can't give you any definitive stuff on it. It just pumped. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe there were some news. Maybe there was something that made it pump.
I'm
But
thinking
I can't give you anything.
it's okay, brother. I'm thinking to put the profits on Hondo again.
It's more the hype. I think when people see the hype, you have to follow the trend as your friend. And if you invest for long term, so don't care about if there's going down. So that's why I recommend to keep it long term.
Hondo, you mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Hondo. And they partnership with BlackRock or something, yeah?
Of course.
Strong fundamentals.
Yeah. The reason why I'm holding long term is also the point of the taxes, If you trade in some countries, you will pay taxes, and many people forget this. And that's why I recommend to buy and to keep it for long term. It's more helpful, I think. After 1 year, you're tax-free in some countries, and that's why I understand when people goes out from these countries.
What prices you got your Hondo, bro?
I don't care about the price. I buy when the fear is here, and I think most of the altcoins are down. It's not the reason that the project is bad. The reason is the markets go down, and there are so many good projects, and that's why I take this time to buy and to let it for 1 year minimum. So I think the altcoin season will come. The question is if we see in this year a good altcoin season. I hope. I don't know it.
Here I'm gonna actually cut you off because there's not gonna be an altcoin season in the sense that we know it. Only a few coins will go up, and that's all. There is no altcoin season in the sense that we know it that all altcoins will pump. It's impossible. There's no liquidity for that. There's no money for that. No, there's no altcoin season. Maybe
Yeah,
a few.
we
I
can
I don't know. Maybe top 20 to 30
he
coins will
refers to
pump.
top 100, yes.
They
What
are
if
all in the
prices?
group. You have two groups. It's one of the Bitcoin maxis, and the other group is the altcoins. There is no middle. So if I want to make profit, more profit, I can't invest in Bitcoin because it's on top. So if I invest in Bitcoin right now, maybe I see a double X3, X4, maybe X5. But the reason why we invest is to make profit. And that's why I think it's time to invest in altcoins, in good projects.
Yeah, but only good projects, because keep in mind, last cycle we had about 200 altcoins. It made sense if Bitcoin dominance went down to basically pump all the altcoins. Doesn't matter if you invested in XYP, doesn't matter what coin you invested in, it went up. But right now, in this season, we have like the top dominance coins, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, etc., ADA, whatever, XRP, and you have the rest of them. And you have like 100,000 of them.
I know.
It's impossible, basically impossible mathematically, for all of them to pump. So
In bull,
altcoin season, in the sense that you're thinking of, it's gone. It's not gonna happen. Maybe about 20, 30 coins from the top 100 of the altcoin market will pump. Yeah, that's correct. But don't expect 100,000 coins to pump all
No,
at the same time.
this is right what you say. And that's why we have to get infos about the best projects in altcoins to make profit. You know what I mean? Because I want to make profits, and I don't see so much profit in investing in Bitcoin. You know what I mean? So that's why I decided to invest in good altcoin projects. And Virtual is, for example, a good project right now. I don't know it's a hype or not. That's why
Depends if you're going on the spot or if you're going on the leverage market. So if
only
you're
spot.
going on the spot,
Only spot.
yeah, if you're going on the spot, yeah, it makes sense to buy projects that have actually some backend and some liquidity and also some interesting things going for them. But if you're going on the leverage market and you're trying to, for example, as I am, I'm just gonna give you a small example. I am longing Bitcoin from 74K to about 108, 109K. That is like, in the position that I'm in right now, that would be like $1.1 million. So, yeah, that's quite enough for me. I don't need to go on the spot. I also have on the spot Bitcoin and Ethereum and other coins that I'm gonna hold for the long term. The long term meaning 10, 20 years. That's
Nice.
okay. But on the short term, I'm looking to actually build my portfolio and actually being able to live and being able to basically be happy on the money that I make.
That's right.
Because if I hold for 20 years, I'm going to be 60 and I don't want to say what, will get out and I wouldn't be able to move.
This is
So I'm
correct.
trying, yeah, I'm trying to make money now that I can use and spend and have a vacation, have let's say, a benefit of a wealth rather than waiting 20 years on the spot.
Yeah.
So that's my trading strategy. It depends on every person here because, for example, I traded for more than 7 years, and only in the last year I went above $1.9 million.
Right.
And I started with 1,000. So it took me quite a while to get here.
Congrats, bro. I hope you make more.
Yeah, this
Hopefully.
is your motivation to continue. It's not bad.
Perseverance. Perseverance, 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 perseverance. I was like, dude, they can't be smarter than me. I need to do this. They can't be smarter than me. I need to go grind, 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 grind. $1, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1. I know it's a long time, 7 years. And I also have my day job. Going it every day, every day, every day, every day. It's impossible for someone who really wants it to not make a profit on it.
Yeah, for long term. That's right.
It's basically impossible.
If you trade, it's also possible to get more profit. That's sure. But then you have to know the trend. If you know the trend, you will make profits. There are
Trust
some
me,
people
I've seen
here.
my account minus $250,000. And I was like, oh, damn it, I need to close all the positions. I need to get out of this. I need to. No, I hold tight and I went with day by day, day by day, day by day, day by day, every day.
This give us, yes, this give us motivation to continue this rally, of course.
Patience, 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 patience.
It's
For
hard.
example, right now I'm minus, I don't know, let me check, 21,000K. I'm still short. I'm still okay on the longs, but I'm minus 21K on the shorts. Patience, 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 patience.
Nice.
So basically, all it comes down to is patience. No matter the strategy, no matter what you do in the market, if you have patience and the money to back up your patience, you will get there. So for example, if you open a position with $1,000 and you leverage it 125%, it will be almost 1 million and something like that. No, $125,000, something like that.
Yeah.
If you have $100,000 in your account and you say that the position will go down, it will. Eventually, it will go down. Doesn't matter your TA, doesn't matter anything. It will go down. If you say it will go up, eventually, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, it will go up.
Yeah. A good example is the project XRP. There every day you heard thousands of good partnerships and good news, and nothing happens, and patient. This is what you talk about, patient. This is very important. You see right now that if you don't have patience, you can't make profit. This is what I see here. The best example is XRP.
You guys
Thousands
check
of
out.
good news.
We
And
just
nothing
closed the
happened.
April.
One moment. Let the guys speak. Yeah, go ahead.
I
And
just
I
wanted to
think
quickly say we closed the monthly. April's done. You guys already talking about that?
You're talking about the monthly, right?
Oh my god, it's May, dude. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
motivation. Yeah, that's why we need the community. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, it takes balls. I'm shorting the entire market.
Wow.
If they don't fast, we don't care about it. They need to. They need to like. Yeah, I just looked at on the monthly candle. Okay, it looks okay. What more do you want? It looks okay. But on the short term, I'm still bearish. I'm still expecting a downturn. And quite a big one. We will see what the Asian market does, but from the pre-market, it seems it's gonna dump as well. Maybe 1-2 days of dumping. Maybe. I repeat, this is not financial advice. This is just my personal opinion, and no one should take me seriously. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I think we're gonna dump on the Asia market as well. Maybe we'll see an 90, 89, something like that. If we break the 89, we definitely go into the 70s area because we don't have any support. After that, I would see quite a big rally to go upwards again in expectation of Fed cuts. So no Fed cuts on May, maybe June. Month by month. So basically it's every month.
I think it's the 7th or in between the 7th or the 9th of it's next week.
It's next week, but we don't expect any cuts there. Yeah, it's basically next month, but don't expect anything from it. So no cuts. Maybe in June, but I'm not sure if they will be in June or not because basically the Fed needs about 2 quarters of bad data to actually reenact anything. So we had 1 quarter of bad data. We need a second one. If the second one comes, basically we can expect it in August, September, something like that. Oh, happy birthday to you. Then we may expect really drastic cuts to almost 0%. Yeah, but this is just a financial tool. The underlying problem will still not be solved. So even though we may go up in November, December, something like that, and see all-time highs on Bitcoin, altcoins, whatever you want. In 2026, we will still see a freaking bearish market because Fed cuts don't actually resolve the underneath problem. So they don't resolve tariffs, they don't resolve nothing. They basically just print out free money and that's all. Yeah, kind of. They basically don't do anything other than print free money, and they don't actually solve any issue. They just prop up markets for short term, and that's about all. You can also go negative on the rates, which is weird, but it actually happened in Europe. So we went negative on the rates. Yeah, it was like basically, hey, I want to give you money and I'm gonna pay you to give you money. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this actually kind of makes the market weird, and America is not accustomed to this. Europe is accustomed to this, but America is not. So, due to the fact that the financial markets in America work in a different way from Europe, negative rate will actually impact America a lot and will make jobs and everything almost redundant and obsolete over the night. And I can explain this more, but I don't want to take up your time. In Europe, we are actually inclined to be okay with this because we have a different financial market, and basically the state provides different social services for free, and a negative cut on the rates basically improves everything across the board. But in America, since this is not the point is just that corporation get a lot of money and no social services are improved or anything like that. Basically, it's the opposite from what is happening in Europe when we have negative rates. Kind of. But this is not financial advice. This is just my personal opinion. Don't take my advice. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Sorry, keep mentioning. Sorry for keep mentioning this, but we are on YouTube and live, and yeah. And I don't know, and I don't want Dbloc to get any issues on this channel or. Stick it to the man. America will be great again. We will drill, baby, drill. Everything will be great, my friend. Everything will be great. The biggest market, yes, my friend. The biggest market I have ever. It's not that good, come on. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do an Elon impression. I need to be a little bit retarded to do an Elon impression, but he has. I think he has an. He actually mentioned that he has an issue, and that's why he speaks like something like that. He has. It's not like actually anyone wants to make him a bad person because, for example, Romania just signed a contract with SpaceX in regards to new satellites that will be launched in space for the Romanian military and also for the Romanian telecommunications. I don't think anyone has anything to do with Musk, but no, but the fact that he actually tried to involve himself in European politics, that's what actually pissed people off. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Sorry, pardon my French. You're like, WTF? Why are you pointing your nose into European politics, which you know nothing about? You know nothing about the social construct we have here. You know nothing about the laws we have here. And you're just like pointing your nose and saying, oh, everything is wrong in Europe. Why? Why you don't actually know anything about the laws in the Europe? For example, he once mentioned the fact that all Europeans must work 180 hours. No, that's total BS. We don't need to work 180 hours a week. We only work 40 hours. And by the way, we are guaranteed by all the states in the European Union at least 21 days of paid leaves per year. And he mentioned, no, Europeans don't actually have 3 days. We as Americans and companies, we offer 5 days per whatever per year to good people that work in the company. What? I have 21 days per year. Oh, you are obliged to give me those days. No, we have paid leave. So, for example, in all the European Union, based on your, let's say, if you work for 10 years, you get 30 days paid leave per year. Paid leave. That doesn't matter if you don't work, and it's paid full salary. Yeah, yeah, 30 days per year. This is one thing. A second thing, Musk started to attack all European hospitals suck and they are bad and they are not cheap. We are the best. This was in one of his tweets. He said that all the European hospitals just take you inside to kill you, which is BS because the only thing that is different from the United States is the fact that we pay taxes to the state and we have free care. Basically, yeah, we basically have free care. We, we can go to any hospital, any dental institution, and we have free care. It's covered by the state because we pay monthly for it. So yes, I'm gonna pray for your safety. Have a great day, man. You okay? Sure thing. Later. See you. Markets are slightly starting to bounce on the Chinese session, pre-markets. The Japanese session already started. It dumped a little bit, but then the Chinese pre-market bought it up. So we are still looking at a bear market for today, but yeah, don't take my advice. This is just my personal opinion, not financial advice. With all that over the way, we may see a downturn to about 92, maybe 91, maybe. Depends on what we see on the Chinese market. Quick update, everyone. I'm not sure if anyone is here or not, but we are looking at a pretty bear market on the Chinese session. Japan doesn't actually count. It started about 30 minutes ago. But on the pre-market for China, we are seeing minus 7%, minus 8% on the US indexes. So just keep that in mind.
go, Peanut. Peanut for the win. Oh man, spot futures almost. Yeah, it's almost up 1%. Oh, it's gonna get this vector zone.
Hey there, as I mentioned, the pre-market on China is down, so we should expect a downward trend.
What are you talking about? On what?
China market, Asia market,
Oh,
Shanghai.
okay. Is it Nikkei down?
Yeah, the Nikkei is Japan. It's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
China.
Excuse me.
Dude, it might do exactly what the U.S. market did. Like, we were down bad and then just started popping.
It rallied. It rallied today, man. Yeah. Gee.
Maybe.
Well,
But it doesn't make sense because we got bad news, and it doesn't make sense why the market would go up. So
I tend to see the
what was the
markets
bad
run off
news?
of bad news. Yeah.
What was the bad news?
excuse me.
GDP.
No.
You talking about GDP being the bad
Well,
news?
Yeah, basically GDP is minus 0.3%, and also the jobs are like 66 and expected at 147. So they're basically 50% down from what was expected.
Yeah. I guess bad news is good news.
No, and then they also said after that, like there was some White House said that they're gonna they're gonna revise the GDP numbers. That's what came out.
Oh, sneaky,
But the
sneaky.
earnings was the big thing. I think the Meta and Microsoft earnings. That's what.
Earnings is why I was long across the board. Yeah. What's going on, guys?
Yo, what's up, Block?
What's up, buddy?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Just watching Bitcoin.
Yeah, we
cook.
get the big AI. I mean, not the AI, but big tech stocks. Yeah, good on earnings. It's gonna give us a little.
Unless
juice.
things have gone horribly wrong, man. Legacy doesn't take week on week drops like that. Something's got to give. Enough was enough. Whether this holds is a different story. It's still news based, in my opinion. This week's move, I mean, aside from earnings and everything, is mean reversion.
Yeah, as well as if we can think about it, okay, it's bad news, but it doesn't actually seem like the market wants to go down. It seems to go up, which it doesn't make sense because you would actually expect a downward trend from here on out, and I still think this is a fake out. So
It makes sense when you realize where we are with global liquidity. Remember, we've been waiting this whole time for this inflow to hit the market. So I
Yeah, but the
don't think
global
it's not that we're selling off. I think it's that we're selling off and we're being held afloat by the increased risk that's coming in. Money's already there,
yeah,
but
but
the
the
appetite for risk is what I mean.
yeah, but the global liquidity is actually way down from what the charts are showing. It's way down because the United States tries to basically hedge its liquidity and
Global
also
M2
its
just hit back-to-back all-time highs for the past 2 weeks. I don't know what you mean by it's down.
past 2 weeks, past 24 hours, it's actually down
No, I don't. Yeah, I
like
don't.
29%.
That's fine. That's fine. We don't have to worry about the. We don't have to worry about the effect of that on risk assets for months and months.
Yeah, but if you start to think about it, why would you invest in risk assets if your GDP goes down and if your market goes down?
Because everybody's waiting for America to join the party with QE. The reason that this is happening is because every other country's already started printing. It's the American money printer that's left to really go crazy.
Which countries?
Whoever, hold on,
Europe,
somebody's trying to say
Europe started.
something and it is low.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it's like very low in the background.
Europe started cutting already, I think, right?
No,
they've been cutting, right?
nope.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Europe
Hold on a
has
second.
not been cutting.
Or they haven't had like they've had like a consecutive like was it interest rate hikes or cuts?
Nope, they didn't.
Dang. What? I'm
Wait, so
tripping out now.
why was Trump saying the
I'm tripping now because I
ECB's
swear I
already
like
started? It's time for Powell to start also. Didn't he say that recently?
yeah, pretty much.
I think the ECB maybe they haven't started, but I think they not hinted, but they may have explicitly even said they're going to do it or something.
Yeah, they've been cutting. England's been cutting since last year of November and August.
England doesn't matter. It's not the European Union.
Okay, I know, but
The European Union has not been cutting. It's been increasing rates.
okay.
And also Asia has been increasing rates as well. So no one has been cutting. Because the inflation is quite big in Europe and in Asia as well.
What about Australia? I think Australia started, right?
No, it didn't. It follows the European Union. Australia is at 5.8% now.
No, it says right here, dude. It says the RBA in February cut rates for the first time in 4 years.
Maybe this is something new, but yesterday it wasn't cut.
That was at their last February or just February, like what are we in right now? April. So in their February meeting they cut. And they cut in their next
Yeah,
meeting.
they're predicting more cuts throughout the year too. At this point.
Yeah, apparently they cut from 4.35 to 4.1. That's not a big cut. That's like non-existent.
Oh, it says right here. The CBA Australian Economics said that the RBA remained on course to deliver a second rate cut on May 20th. So now they're gonna I think that's what like everyone has started to cut, or they're moving towards a cut. Powell hasn't signaled any type of cut. Like he's like, we're just gonna wait for the data. No cuts, no cuts.
The
So
same
that's
old, the same
yeah,
old
same
line.
old
We just
Powell.
data dependent, data dependent. When we see the data, when we see the data. Yes, sir, Mr. Jerome.
Nah, he needs the cut, bro. He needs the cut.
Hey, I can show you a guy who explained. I mean, was within his explanation that he said Powell never needed to raise rates in the first place.
What I think is gonna force Powell is jobs, bro. Like the area I live in, bro, we're losing. Like jobs are going extinct right now, bro.
Like stores
I
are
might
having
not,
trouble keeping employees and whatnot around town.
bro, like today's the 30th, so tomorrow, I don't even know if I'll have a job. I'm gonna find out tomorrow. 'Cause,
What?
Yeah, I do contracts and stuff like that, and bro, I'm pretty sure our Powell these job numbers are just gonna start like red flagging Powell. Because the last time
I
Powell
hear
did
I hear you on that. Yeah, yeah.
the last time he did cut was when like the jobs numbers were starting to like look really bad. So
Yes,
the
sir.
Fed has like, they have two mandates, the inflation and jobs. But I think they have a
Yeah.
really ultra soft spot for jobs. I think because what ends up happening, dude, if you have no jobs, inflation's one thing, right? Like maybe you can't order that steak dinner that you're used to, or maybe you can't order takeout. You're gonna have to cook more at home. Whatever, you're able to manage it. But if you don't have a job, you don't have like steady income coming in, that can create like civil unrest, right? Like,
You ain't
different agents.
easily.
So I think
Riots are
they're
all
more
around the
sensitive to-
country, like all kind
they're
of
more
stuff.
sensitive.
I'm back, y'all. My bad. I had to go get my
I
groceries
think they're
outside.
more sensitive to jobs.
Did you hear? Did you listen to Powell at the Chicago Economic Club or whatever on like April 16th, maybe 15th?
Yeah, where the president of the shit questioned him while in massive shorts, apparently.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Bro, just the questions that he was asking, I was like, this guy's got to be short right now.
Bro, dude, watching
Short
that
like
was
Ward.
miserable.
Get shorty.
I was at work, so I might not have heard everything that well. I didn't go back and re-listen, but whoever it was that was talking about jobs, I know there was one point at one point it was like he was saying all this stuff, and I'm like, dude, will you please just stop talking? But he was like justifying everything. It seemed like anyway, based off jobs, the job report or unemployment or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's
being in a
been
good
like his
position.
number one reason why
He's already shifted. Yeah, he's shifted from inflation to jobs as a main focus. He already said that a couple times.
But I'm predicting that jobs is going to start getting worse and worse in the next something.
I mean, unfortunately, that's what we need. Told you guys weeks ago, bad news is good news. Might not be easy to understand, but it's the way the world works right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that why I wonder if that's where the bear of bad news came from. Maybe we need to have it the bull of bad news.
I mean, it's been Trump's whole plan this whole time. It's not a mistake that everything is done as short term made things worse. And that it's targeted the data points that Powell's most paying attention to. Like, none of that is a coincidence.
Right.
He's trying to make it happen faster than it should. And Powell is being the adult in the room and trying to differentiate the effect that's having versus what's really going on in the market. So they're having that little tussle back and forth. And I don't wish for anybody to lose their jobs, but
no, for sure.
If the question is what makes price go up versus down, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a perfect world, is it, Dbloc?
Mm-mm.
No. This world is not fluffy, man. It's just, it is what it is. You either try to understand it and swing with it, or keep praying and hoping of what you think it should be.
I mean, if you're a person that has a conscience and that bothers you, then your responsibility is to use the money that you make to do some good to counterbalance that. You know.
There you go.
I don't know if it's a perfect fix, but it's the lie I tell myself.
I hear you on that. Because you can.
Yeah.
Out of that mess, you can do a lot of good
Yeah.
with that money that you can make off of it. You can definitely give back, take care of family family members, your mom, your pops. You know, maybe you got a brother going through some stuff. You never know.
I've always thought personally, if let's just say I just become a gazillionaire. One of the things that I've always thought is that anytime I was driving and it was raining and I saw someone walking in the rain, I would just buy them a car.
Buy them a
'Cause-
what? If you were a gazillionaire.
Yeah. Just because every time I see those people walking on the sidewalk, it's like they're probably walking to work. Like they ain't just
Yeah.
out in the rain for fun.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I hear you on
Yeah.
that.
I don't know. It's just one of those moments where you can kind of like see what someone's made of while also understanding what they might not have. It's like, man, those are the people that need just some help, man.
Oh yeah, there's enough people out here who they have had some bad circumstances that happened to them that wasn't even their fault, that maybe put them in some crazy positions in life, but there's others that, man, they put themselves in that position, man. They had what they needed. They chose to F off.
I took that whole thing out of the equation. Like, I used to think like that, but now honestly it's like whatever. You know what I mean? I've messed up.
For sure, bro.
No, I've definitely messed up in the past. So
Nah, I've had some homies who really messed up. It's just like, yeah.
there's some people, if you drop some paper on them, you're making the problem worse.
Exactly, that's kind of what I'm getting
Yeah,
at.
no, there's definitely
I
you gotta know how
like
to.
if I do it, no.
Yeah, you gotta know how to help certain people because you could be hurting.
Yeah, just enabling the problem, their issue.
Yeah, you drop somebody with a serious drug habit, $1 million, you probably killed them.
Dude. Bro. Yeah,
So you drop them $1,000, you might have killed them.
Yeah. I messed it up, mill. Yo, yeah.
$1 million, you might have taken out a whole block.
Yeah. Man, so I'm coming through. I'm buying everything.
But this has been a pretty boring day, I have to admit.
I took a nap after work, bro. I hadn't done that in forever. I was like, today's the day, baby.
Hey, we free to trap shorts.
Right. The
Think so
poll
perfect
up.
again, Dbloc.
The poll's up in the chat. Is Bitcoin trying to put me to sleep so it could leave me behind? 41% said yes, and it's working. 35%.
Yeah.
35% just hit the Z's like they're already snoring. 24% said nope, not gonna work. I'm focused.
Exactly, because that's when Benny will get you. When it gets all boring, it's just like, man, bump this. I ain't gonna pay attention to this. And a couple days later,
When you get into the top of a range, like what do you look for to see that it's gonna break out? Like what would signal to you? Because like this,
For us, it'll be easy.
it's
For
like
us, it'll be those sell walls. They're either gonna absorb that Bitcoin up there, they're not. But you're looking for candles. You're looking for how the candle acts. Are the bodies closing close to resistance, or are you getting big wicks? Right? Are there buys coming in that are giving, or sells coming in that are creating wicks, or do the candles close flush against resistance? Like there's nobody, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing pushing against them. And then you want to check your volume. Obviously, you start seeing big red volume come in at resistance. Problem. For the most part, looking at this, I think we'll get through maybe like 3 or 4 of those sell walls with a wick. If we're really bullish, that's probably the best we can get right now.
What you could do is go through the history of Bitcoin at certain times where you know, hey, we were pumping through this time and pumping through resistance, and maybe look out how the the get down on your 30-minute, maybe 90-minute, hour, and see how the candle formations are. Gave you kind of maybe an idea of some patterns, that when we're at stiff resistance, hey, this is what it kind of looks like when they're breaking through. I don't know, maybe something like that. To give you a little idea in your head.
We just randomly bought 105 Bitcoin at resistance.
Oh, my bad. Dang, that thing slipped. Cool. Is that Sailor pushing it through?
No, that was me.
Come on, Sailor. By the top of this range and push this through this buy wall. Bottom people's Bitcoin at 96K.
So, you know what's interesting? I was just looking at S&P futures chart right now, from top to bottom, and then Bitcoin's top to bottom, and how everyone's been saying Bitcoin's kind of been outperforming, but they're about to approach at the exact same time their 618 retracement, to a T, to a T. Like if you just draw a fib from the top of the S&P to its bottom, and you draw a fib from the top of Bitcoin to the bottom, it's like the same thing.
Interesting.
I'd like to see this long, get a little bit more juice up out of it. From this morning. Man, they just stalling us out in this range, eh?
I don't know why you would buy 100 Bitcoin right up against resistance. I mean, unless he were just trying to create, maybe he thought he could break it. He thought that 100
Yeah.
Bitcoin would be enough to break it, but
So, somebody feeling frisky, Dbloc.
maybe that's just a little piece of the bag.
Yeah, I've always kind of thought, I'm like, man, dude, if you got enough money to buy 100 Bitcoin, you should probably know a little bit more, or like five, a ton of Bitcoin, and that's why you see the people with the big bags, kind of know what they're doing or whatever. But
Big money isn't always smart money, bro. I learned that shit a long time ago.
right, no, for sure, for sure.
Bro, some of these people trip and stumble into a shit ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And inheritance or whatever. Just
Made 20 mil on a meme coin or some shit.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah. I know a few people that have some stories, but nothing too crazy. One guy told me he goes, hey, you know what? He goes, look, you know what the price of Bitcoin is? This old man. And I was like, and this was like a month ago, 2 months, 3 months. And anyway, I knew it off the top of my head. I mean, I just got done looking at it, and he was talking about himself and my mom. And anyway, he was telling us how he bought like 375 Bitcoin for like $300 a pop back in the day. And this is a guy that he's got the money. And I mean, it's just one of those things. He was actually well, anyway.
What?
Sorry, I didn't want to share anything personal about him.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
You know what? Well, I mean, he was actually given a pardon by Donald Trump.
That narrows it down to about 4,000 people.
Yeah, but I mean, to
Just
be
playing.
honest, it can't be that hard. I mean, you know. It was just the fact that he told me that, and then he told me about the Bitcoin, And then I realized, I'm like, all right, if he's telling the truth about the pardon, then the Bitcoin story is probably true. I looked it up. Yeah, it's true. My dad taught us kids. We know him. But I actually, it was at work. I randomly saw a guy and then randomly realized that my dad taught his kids. I'm trying to get some people at where I work to like negotiate with them and let me just like take a couple Bitcoin and just trade some big swings.
Nah, you don't want to
And
do that.
I'm trying to convince those different people to like negotiate with him to do that, and then I'll give them like a brokerage fee.
You need a broker. You need to be a broker for that one too. You don't want to be responsible for anybody else's money, bro.
For real.
Trust me on
I
that.
know.
You don't want those problems, bro.
No, I know. I'm really just seeing how far I can get. Then probably be like, you know what, it's not a good idea.
I had a buddy who came to me a couple years ago, wanted me to do that because he saw what I was doing. He's like, dude, if I give you, I was like, bro, to be honest, I ain't trying to do all that. You can learn this stuff along with me or whatever. I ain't trying to. He's like, come on, man. I was like, dude, I had a pretty short play, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna let you know, you can lose this. So he's like, it's what, he was like, whatever. I made him a little bit of it, but I was like, that's the last time I'm doing that. I was like, I don't.
Oh yeah,
I ain't trying to play that. I ain't trying to play that game, man.
It's not for me, bro. You can imagine the DMs I got. It's not for me.
Hey, Dbloc.
It's not for
I'll
me.
pay
yo.
you. I'll give you a percentage, man.
Yeah.
Bro.
I mean, the numbers, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Some people, it's just sketchy, right? Because some people out there really just don't think they can do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then it's like, you know, some of the shit that I've been offered is like, bro, like, don't ever offer that to anybody in your life. Let that be the last time that shit comes out of your mouth. Talking about, I'll give you 20% whether you win or lose, bro. Don't, no.
Yo,
You're gonna get
crazy.
wrecked, bro. Somebody's gonna run you through the ringer.
You ain't lying, man. Just put the white flag up, man.
That is a good point. That should throw red flags immediately.
Yeah.
Jeez. Man said whether win or lose, I'm cutting you off with peas.
Like, it's one of those things, like, oh, because, you know, my first thing is always like, nah, I'm not comfortable losing anybody money. And they're like, no, we don't care about the loss. Like, nah, bro. But don't ever say that to anybody, because there's a lot of wolves out here, bro. You don't give somebody a blank check like that.
Yeah, they're gonna rag you all the way.
Please.
Be looking like the boiler room up in this Jones.
Mm-hmm.
You hit them off a little bit in the beginning, so they think they good. Oh yeah, we good. Oh, that shit just tanks.
Yeah, they'll turn that 5K investment into 50.
Where all my money go? I want my money back.
They'll turn that 5 into 50, into 500, and everything is great. You've been eating for a year with this person. And then they convince you to drop $1 million, and you're like, well, why not? This guy's like tripled my money every time I give it to him.
There you go. Start small with them.
Yeah. Then it's like,
get them to trust you.
Oops. You know, the market's crazy, you know. Give you that shit.
Seasonality, you know, it's
those tariffs.
Yeah. They said walk away in May. Bad time in the market.
What's going on, Hoover?
If you can't do trading, do mining. Simple as that.
You said that support is just like where a lot of people have bought. So resistance is do like a lot of people just have sell orders.
Yeah, it's the last. It's the last place in the chart where the sells overwhelm the buys. And you notice that we keep rejecting from the same part. It means that there's still sells there to be absorbed. But not every time that there's a rejection does it mean that, because the orders can be removed. So, it's not support and resistance is what's left on the chart. Your orders are what's actually standing, right? It lets you know whether you can ignore a support or ignore a resistance, or the likelihood of a support and resistance breaking versus another one. But yeah, for the most part, support and resistance is supply and demand. It's the same thing.
Never thought about it like that. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, your horizontal support and resistances are supply and demand. Your angular support and resistances are sentiment based.
Okay.
Because they're at different price points, right? Every time you touch a resistance on angular, it's at a different price point. So it's not support and resistance based, it's sentiment based. It's people that are betting on the trend continuing. So they're placing their orders at the trend line, or they're placing their sell orders. Like right now, people are betting that this trend line breaks. So they're placing their sell orders and their shorts right above. But horizontals are stronger than angulars.
Okay.
Just think of it like trend based versus order based.
Holy freaking crap. That makes so much sense.
Why are horizontals stronger than
Because
angular?
they're based off actual buys and sells, right? That's where your buys will be. Like imagine a horizontal, like right here, like this horizontal resistance that we have with all these buy orders is gonna be way stronger than an uptrend that just has people betting on the uptrend continuing. Right? Everybody's stacked in one spot.
Yeah.
Good day to get research done. Nice and quiet.
A lot of like random coins seem to be coming back to life. Like some are still at the bottom, and some are like popping off a little bit.
Yeah, I think people are taking profits from the ones that ran and then sort of betting on the ones that haven't in the same narrative. Like what we're seeing with those privacy coins. Like Monero ran because of that hack on Bitcoin, and then people who made money on Monero seem to have rotated down into other ones. We're seeing it with gaming too. Like Beam ran kind of early, and now we're seeing sort of smaller gaming tokens pop up. Same with AI. Virtuals ran really hard. AI XBT, and then you started seeing like the lowers like Zero Bro and the other ones kind of go crazy.
I think AI run will. Do you think it'll kind of keep going right now, or
Well, which one?
AI?
As long as Bitcoin is going sideways and dominance is coming down, I don't think the narrative is burned out yet.
And looks rare was like dead, randomly came back from the dead, kind of. I mean, it's still so down.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Elephant, do you go by Kelly?
Yeah, you can call me Kelly.
Well,
And
I can do either. I just couldn't remember if I'd heard one or the other.
yeah, everyone just calls me Kelly. I mean, that's
okay.
my name.
I got you.
That's
I appreciate
Yeah.
that question. That was a good question. That was kind of I don't know how, I don't know. That was a lot. I mean, I just appreciate that question. I don't know.
Oh,
I
man.
hadn't heard that before about the angular resistance being sentiment based or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Yeah, he puts it in like an interesting light.
Yeah.
Okay. Easier way to understand.
Yeah, I was kind of tired now. Like all my pistons are firing, and I'm like engaged.
Engaged for the action. The Bitcoin action.
Yeah, we're really just thinking through that logic. Like, okay, just I don't know. I just like learn things, and then they just sit in my brain and kind of bounce around, and then eventually they come into play at some point or something like that.
Yeah, it's helpful. I mean, it's helpful the way it kind of, I don't know, puts it in like a. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, I knew what support and resistance was, but things
Right.
kind of make more sense.
Yeah. Based off the question, I wasn't expecting that answer. I mean, I was expecting most of it, but there were like so many like little nuggets in each one of the answers that it was like, oh man, that was a good question. I really enjoy the moments that like go sideways and stuff because it just allows me to like sit back and really watch without thinking about entering or exiting or this, that, or the other, and just I don't know. It's nice to watch this chart stress free and like test yourself with like the same scenarios, but without being concerned about are we still going down, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like I know what I think's gonna happen. I know what I think's gonna happen if I turn the chart inverse. Like a bunch of different things. Like I kind of like I'm just thinking here's where my head's at, and then I'm gonna see what happens, and then see what I was right about, why, what I was wrong about, and why kind of thing. Which is like really fun for me. Like honestly, it's like I just need to quit putting money into this and just start just challenging myself with the charts.
It's a good idea. I started just like putting in more limit orders.
Mm-hmm.
Started putting in like more limit orders down. Because a lot of times when I was talking to people on here, or I don't know, anywhere, I know people get all excited and just start like entering trades. And like,
Mm-hmm.
this did not work out. I was
Oh
like,
no.
why is everybody
No.
FOMOing in? And it was like, you gotta wait. So I just started like entering limited orders in at the bottoms of ranges.
Yeah.
You really have to figure out like what works best for you. Just because you see somebody else doing something that they're saying like they might be decent, yeah. This ain't nothing but time and experience in this game.
Yeah, no, I think sometimes the FOMO just can get away from you, but
Yeah,
yeah, it
no,
doesn't.
you're
I
right.
mean, that does not work. It does not work.
Yeah. If it's just not working, and you know it's not working, stop. Just stop.
Exactly. Get out. Get out.
Just stop. Sit on your hands like for days, weeks, months. Like just stop. Like you got to change something up.
Yep.
For me was that this whole high leverage trade. I was man, I would catch some good swings and whatnot. I'm like okay, and then I would just get wrecked. I'm like, dude, this is nah, man.
Right.
This is not it. This is not it. This is not it, man. So I scale back big time in what I leverage. I let very low leverage now, and it has helped me out tremendously. And I have more patience now too when I do enter a trade.
Right. If you're taking big bags, or if you're taking a significant portion of your bag with high leverage and you're doing multiple trades a day, it's a matter of time, buddy.
You're gonna have your
It,
people who can do it. You're gonna have your people who can do it. You know, successfully half the time, a little bit more than half the time. You know, they keep their losses. They minimize their losses. But it's just not gonna be for everybody. And there's other ways to play this game. You don't have to play that game. That's the quick game. You know.
mm-hmm.
You can set yourself up proper in one cycle.
Right.
You really can. That money that you want to allocate to all that leverage trade, just allocate that to spot. You know. I don't know, or maybe like a 2x, 3x position. You know, you where you got enough cash where it's like you got some stupid liquidation level. You know, it's just like ain't coming to that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like, but yeah, if you're getting wrecked in hodge trading or something, or however, get off of it. Just stop it. Do yourself a favor and just stop. Just chill. I had to do that. I had to take time away.
I just kept having to readjust strategy basically.
Yeah.
In terms of everything.
And that's another thing. You keep trying to refine. You keep
Right.
refining those skills. But them core basic fundament, just the rules. You gotta have those 3 or 4 core, just basic rules. Like I'm not going to break this. You know, that's very important. It's the discipline side of it, I guess. Yeah,
I've been liquidated before, just thinking it wouldn't happen, and not meme coins either. Just for the record, on 3, 5, 8 times leverage.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that was basically recently. Whenever whenever we hit those highs recently, even at
what highs you're talking about?
Well, it just depends on the coin. So I'm just going to say the all-time high for the crypto market, whenever that was.
Oh, okay. Say like last year time frame. Kind of like 105,
Oh my
105K.
God, dude, it's been 6 months or whatever, 5 months.
Pretty much.
But yeah, I had positions like that. I'm just like, okay, let me just put a bag in here. I felt, I'm not mad at myself for like losing that, because I felt like it was like smart. But then I realized now that it's not. And so, or
Can I ask you
I
something?
don't know.
Can I ask you something? When you enter a trade, are you trying to swing this thing for like a week or like a month or two, or is it
No.
like you're trying to get in and out kind of thing, like, or do you mix and match what you're doing?
Really
You're just
mix and match.
Yeah, see, that could be part of your problem. Like, there's
Well,
there's no consistency there.
It was, yeah, no, it was, yeah, exactly. That's right. Not that it can't be done. It's just I wasn't good at it. But
Yeah.
I'm really only trading Bitcoin. I saw ETH today. It looked good to me, so I took a long and made a quick swing on that. Went ahead and sold. Didn't care if it went up or went through.
Exactly. That's that right there. I think that's where I struggled out in the early stages. Is I'm just
It is. It
now,
is.
now I'm like I was looking for the big trade. I'm always like, man, let me get this big lick, man. But you come to find out, nah, you gotta take these little licks, man, because I just on reading, looking at charts and history and
Yeah.
everything.
I was drawing
So,
my W's and stuff, bro. I'm like, all right, cool, bro. Let me see if I can catch my little arrow. I actually got it right here in front of me. And it wasn't a little arrow, it was a big arrow. I just was like, all right, I'm happy here. I'm out. I don't know what's gonna happen after that.
done okay in this range so far. I've been able to snipe some of these bottoms that we've put in and just sell back up in the range. I'm in this long since this morning. You know, when we came down and freed the trap shorts.
Oh yeah.
Boom. Boom. Because I had stuff right there on my own stuff. I was like, I got, I got my reasons too.
Right.
Dbloc's giving us a pathway,
Right.
a road, now that road splits off, it's not picture perfect, but, and
Yeah. Is Dbloc around by any chance?
He stepped away for a second.
Here's some food. Maybe on that late night eating.
I've basically kind of bought in a long position. I don't even remember. It was either yesterday, the day before, I think. I can't remember honestly. Anyway. But and then basically once it got to this sell wall, I've just been selling at the where it's gonna bounce where it has been bouncing off this sell wall, and then like half the bag, and then letting it go down, and then buying back.
Yeah, there you go. Boom.
But that's just because of where we're at with this sell wall. Like I'll do that if I see that we're
So?
like in a certain range that I'm confident with. But
Yeah, so I mean,
I
that's
love those, bro. Like if you can get like a bull flag on like the 4 hour or something, and just swing that bull flag up and down, like dude, because it don't matter what the price is as long as you're making money.
Yo, Bitcoin will give people time and ranges. It does this. It will.
Right.
It can range for weeks. I mean, and in a bigger range, we range, for months. And if we can if you can consistently identify that, yeah, you can kill it because it just everything is so much clearer, so much easier when you identify these ranges. Like it's not it's just
Right. Those ranges are essentially what I've found my highest success rate at, that I'm confident in. Like all the things that make me, even if something happens, I'm gonna be okay with whatever. I feel good about everything. I've applied a lot, like majority of what I've learned, and it's invalidated. Um, but I've only been able to really get into that probably like 2 or 3 times over the course of like the last 6 months. I'm not good at it. It's just I'm trying to seek those opportunities more.
man. When we get ready to move out of here, really, this thing gonna go.
Yeah.
This thing is just we just pinching up each day. We keep pinching up like this. It's just we gonna get that big move.
I've been watching the liquidation heat map and the order book heat map for like 3, 4, 5, 6 days straight now, and I've never like looked at it before, so that's like I kind of get fixated on things whenever I learn them. But this one's so interesting too. It just feels like I'm about to learn. Like I'm about to get to see something that doesn't really ever happen. Whatever it is that's going to happen, it's like it's going to prepare me for the next time it happens. So
We just dipped in the green on that 50 EMA on a 1 hour. I mean, into the red. The crossover with 13. We're going back down a little bit down the chart here, back to this little double bottom we had. Yeah, when it's flipped over red, it hasn't stayed red too long, and we're moving up. I don't know. I'm just like, are we gonna get up out of here like this week, or are they gonna take this? It seems like they're gonna take it in the next week almost, maybe.
There were 266 buys, followed by probably like 125 sells. I didn't. Okay, so we just broke through one of the sell walls. It looks like.
Boom. There you go. There you go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
There's still a gazillion above us, so.
I know this. Yeah, you got a couple players got to come in right
but
here.
You got to get through one first, bro. You got to get through the first one first.
Or just just keep eating at it. That's all. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Keep chipping away at it.
They might have moved. They might have just moved some of them up. To be honest with you. I honestly really don't care. I just like watching it.
Yeah, the way this thing's been moving, that's so news that dropped this moment, with GDP, and it came down perfect. That's just like, yeah, this is the long right here. It's just they're gonna reverse this.
They came. When did the GDP come out, and then it immediately went down?
I think so. When that move started, I don't know. Was it 9 o'clock when GDP? I'm not sure what time.
I can look it up. I just didn't know if you knew.
It came out at 8:30 a.m.
It was slowly going down before it, and then it went down.
Breaking down around like
it was
7:56. Like it just started like getting shaky, like leading up to the numbers, and as soon as the numbers dropped, it
put a little double top right there, and did they just? Yeah.
Dang, I wish I would have seen that. I would have been ready for that bad boy.
I was. I got up early waiting for that, and then put the trade in. Took a little bit of profit. I took half out up when we started bouncing up and through, and went to work. Just chilling in this thing right now.
I didn't see that. I was more focused on earnings. So I wasn't really paying attention to any big data.
Brian, I didn't get too F's about no earnings. I wasn't worried about none of that.
But then when I woke up and I found out that we dropped, I was like, all right, man, this earnings have to pop. So I relonged a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
If they don't move this sell wall and we have to eat through this, I'm just wondering why these people would sell all this right now.
Why not?
I think they moved it, dude.
Depending on where they got their Bitcoin at, they might be like, "Yo, I'm up such and such percentage. I'm good. Let me sell here."
A lot of those sell walls, I don't even think. I think they're just manipulated.
They're gonna spoof it.
Yeah.
Well, they did, but these I got 6 days experience on this, by the way. But the current ones have pretty much been held there, and they're just like adding to them.
Which ones?
Basically, since I think Sunday night, it might have been Monday night. I can't remember.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I've seen that get blasted through.
So, dude, and coincidentally, those sell walls are exactly at the 618, the golden pocket.
That's on linear, right?
That's just on regular.
Regular, yeah.
There's 564 right here at 94.8. 94.8.
What's your 618? What's your exact number for your 618?
I usually use Bitcoin Perpetual from Bybit because it just has a lot of volume. 96,392, and then the 6.5 is 97,528, and then there's also another Fibonacci's like the 6.6, 97,883. But those like between there it's pretty much the same thing. But the 618 is exactly at 96,392. And
if we could eat through all that, that'd be beautiful.
The S&P it's 5656, and we're at 5640.
5656. Wow. Okay.
Futures.
Huh.
Which it's like what 16 points away from hitting it, and Bitcoin's right there too.
So we still hanging up here
And-
too.
and-
Okay, good on futures.
Another-
Yo,
I
dude,
was-
we got a
I've been doing
nice
lot of,
vector
charting and
zone
stuff.
above us.
Another interesting thing was Microsoft had their earnings today, and their earnings were amazing, like phenomenal. And now they jumped up almost 10%. And coincidentally, they were at like, I think, and they were in the 300s. I don't know. Let me pull the chart back up, but it popped exactly to its 618.
Okay.
Yo, there's something happening with Melania right now. I think it looks bullish.
All right.
Melania.
I always lose on meme
She's-
coins.
She's pregnant. She's pregnant.
Hell yeah.
Trump's gonna come tweet out, I'm expecting.
Damn it, Baron.
Tariffs are canceled in celebration. And then looking at Apple's earnings, if they do well, their 618 is at 225, which would be about a 7% pop for them tomorrow.
That Magnificent 7 going again. Let's get the Mag 7 going, popping again. Come on.
Dang, bro.
Drive this market up.
Melania went down to 38 cents. Oh my god, it went down to 36. Dang. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's just wow.
Thursday, so we got initial job claims at what, 8:30? 8:30.
I might put $10 in the spot bag here.
PMI and ISM. PMI out 9:45. SM at 10. So there'll be a little bit of data to pop out. Got non-foreign payrolls is Friday, 8:30. U.S. unemployment rate 8:30 a.m. Friday. U.S. hourly wages 8:30. Hourly wages year over year at 8:30. Friday orders 10 o'clock a.m.
That Friday data point is really
Yeah,
important.
because no, Powell's on that the whole unemployment thing. Like he's like the soft spot for it for sure. Yeah, if you see some stupid number, he can that'll make him flip.
I think he's
real
gonna
quick.
see it, bro. I'm telling you, bro. With the amount of federal workers they fired already, like they hasn't really hit any reports yet. I think this is the report it's gonna hit.
You got a little lag effect. Got just a little, got that lag effect, and then they come in and it was Friday.
Dude,
Might be
knowing
where
Powell,
it's
bro,
at.
He might just
Friday might be where it's
brush
at.
it off. He's just gonna be like, "Well, that was." He's gonna say something like, "That was to be expected." Powell, I don't know why he's not cutting, bro. He just doesn't want to cut. But I think part of it is he doesn't want to cut because Trump keeps saying cut. So I think it's an ego thing for him a little bit.
But
He's
Trump's
gonna have to show it.
he's been playing nice.
No, dude, the last two speeches he just did like an investor speech with the Nvidia CEO today.
Yes,
And he
yeah.
mentioned it yesterday. He was at like some rally. He mentioned it. He doesn't say his name now. He says that Fed guy. And he was like joking. He's like, "Don't tell him I said it."
The Fed.
He was like, and I know about interest rates way more than him.
Yeah. Did he say that?
Yeah, no, word for word, bro. He's like,
Yeah,
I know
no.
way
The
more than
fact I had to ask meant that it was
Mm.
easily believable, but at the same time, it's like, okay, it could be just a funny joke. I know more about the federal. I know more about interest rates than anybody. I've been at them. I love that stuff, man, dude. Whenever he get to talking, bro, off the just like, dude, I love that confidence, dude. I can't lie. I can't lie, dude. I love the confidence. Like, you need that confidence in leaders. You need someone. Now, the media has caused everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but people to see it as ego. But the thing is, bro, in that position, dog, I think ego is why people with no experience run. Ego, whenever you've been doing stuff for a long time, is in what's really involved. At this point, it's like, okay, I had to fight all my life for this, and now I don't know. Like, wow, it looks like 992. Sell wall just got put there at 94,740.
Hey, we ain't worried about it. We blasting through it.
Well, it would have probably moved. I'm still looking.
Man, hopefully they stack a couple more thousand there too. Blast right through that as well.
Well, it would have probably moved. I'm still looking.
What?
Yeah, they just moved it, or either we ate at one. They would have had to move it though. This is like, yeah. They're playing games. This is why I keep watching this thing, because I just want to see what games they're playing, and then learn a little something.
Are you watching the heat map?
Yeah.
On what time frame?
5 minute.
Yo, that heat map's crazy, man. I can only do so much of them. Like, it's cool, like to glance at it, but watching that thing like that.
Well, there was a little bit of action, so now I'm like actually looking at numbers. Plus, I took a nap after work, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Hey, you see when the boys go to lunch though, they put that little cell wall up at lunch.
Bruh.
And they tag it and dip it down for about 30 minutes an hour. It's like, yep, them boys went to lunch. Them boys went to lunch. They be back in an hour.
Dude.
Bro, Virtuals is kicking ass right now.
Man, that's the hot thing, the hot ticket right now, huh? Where's dominance at? Yeah, we're down just a little bit on dominance. Letting these alts stretch their legs a little bit.
Just looking at this stuff, man, it's like it reminds me of that Antoine Dodson back in the day, when what was that?
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Yeah, he's climbing in your windows, all that. It's like, we gonna find you. We gonna find you. And whenever sometimes whenever I see just like a little bit of movement, and I'm like, all right, I ain't gonna forget that. I'm gonna remember that. And one day it's gonna cause you to lose. Like, we gonna find you. We gonna find you. I don't know. It's like all the dumb lyrics and stuff pop in my head whenever I'm watching these charts. Bro, that Antoine Dotson on Tosh.0 back in the day, dude, gosh, I love Tosh.0, or back in the day, I guess, or Tosh or whatever. But he really does have some of the most genuine, best comedy, or stand up in certain areas. Like, he tells one joke, which I hate even doing this, just because nobody ever tells a joke right, which I'm not trying to tell the joke.
Bro, you better tell it right, man, if you're going to tell that joke right.
Well, it's very simple. and that's why I'm giving him credit just because it is hilarious. But he was talking about the border wall. He sets it up around the border wall, and he's like, "Who has the best border wall?" And he's like, "Canadians have the best border wall. It's America." And it's like, dang, dude, that's funny. That's good. I mean, like there's one with Jerry Seinfeld and the Roastmaster General. What's his name? Gosh, the bald-headed guy that always was on the roast that was the Roastmaster General. Anyway, he was telling Jerry Seinfeld a joke that he heard, and Jerry Seinfeld at the end was like, "Oh my gosh, you came up with that?" He's like, "No, no, no, I'm just telling you that." And Jerry Seinfeld's like, "Wow, that has so many different layers to it. Like the intricacy of the joke is what's impressive." So like the intricacy of Tosh being able to like take a current event and relate it to Canada and their border wall being America, like
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff where it's like, all right, dude,
Tosh wasn't too bad, man. He had his time, and that was it.
Maybe it's just the clips I see. I don't know. I don't really watch his stuff, to be fair, but
I ain't watched Tosh in a long time.
Theo, man, he's like Aristotle or something, bro. The way his brain works with man, it's incredible. It's like, bro, man. I just love, like, there's nothing better getting to see an absolute just master of their craft, regardless of what it is. It's like Michael Phelps in 08, bro. Like, it's like you're getting to see history live. Like, they might not write about it in storybooks, and the story might not ever even be told, but there could be a million more years on Earth or whatever, and nothing like that funny would ever be said, kind of thing, or a person like that will never exist. Like, I don't know. I saw where
Michael Phelps take bong rips.
Yeah. Hey, bro.
That was pretty great.
Yeah. Dude, man, like these people are kids back in the day, man. It's like, come on, sheesh. Like, can we quit making a big deal about stuff?
He wasn't no kid, grown man.
Well, probably, but still, dog. Ain't no wrong with getting a little high every now and then, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, he can do what he wants.
If they would have like called me out on that, I'd have gone on like 60 Minutes and been like, "Sorry, I've been smoking marijuana because my neck's sore from holding all the golden medals on them that I won for this country." Any other questions?
Man, the backlash he would have got saying that, they go his dough.
Bro.
You better come out and apologize, boy. That's all that was. Like, you better come out and they cut your funds off. Talking
Yeah,
about
that is true. That is true. No,
that should have been
true.
account off, man.
That's true, bro. That's true.
Come on now.
Only Tiger Woods can get away with it. Come on.
He got half of his slashed off because he wanted to mess around too much. He still got dough. Don't believe that. He's Tiger. He's Tiger, man. He got money, but
he's an animal. I heard. You know what
I mean? You in that kind of life, you can't mess around too much. You gotta. Dude, they cut your funds off. Sponsors to pull their money. Well, they ain't messing with you.
That's so true, especially for swimming, dog. Whoa, 603.23 just came in on the order book. I saw that on the ticker tape, by the way. Yeah. Okay.
2,800.
Okay.
It's the yellow. The yellow's
Here we
good
go.
on Dblocs.
Oh, where's Rocket Man?
Yeah. We're getting little volume, upper volume there. So if we want to see yellow and the size, and right on Dbloc's screen.
Yeah, I
Like we
think
like
it's
to see
like greater
yellow
than
and
25 or something. You can adjust it.
there we go, blink.
Oh.
Do you know?
Bro, ETH has been at like 1795, 98, 99, 1800 for like 2 weeks straight, bro. Don't go
Whack.
there.
Ain't going nowhere. Ain't never gonna. It's just gonna go down, man.
I think it's gonna like get to around 19 something, and then just get rejected back down like 16.
Oh. Of course. Mm-mm-mm.
ETH has to
All
be the
right,
most
we're coming up to the little trend line here. Let's see if
I got a feeling.
XRP's even going, dude.
this
Everything's
would be
going.
nice if
Come
this
on,
ain't right.
dude.
Man, it ain't gonna rock it out tonight, but it'd be nice if it did. Go.
Oh damn, dude. Gold is getting dumped. Yeah, we're about to rock it tomorrow. I think tomorrow's the final push, and maybe Friday pull back.
You say gold's getting dumped?
Yeah, it's selling off. People don't like that gold, dude. They like that Bitcoin, that digital gold. Sad for you. I should have sold one. I'm just gonna. I did sell some gold, and I
Let's
put it in
go,
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Come on.
Around
Come on.
80s, 82, 84.
Let's go, Betty.
Because dude, when the narrative started changing, like gold is a safe haven, and it was just rocketing to an all-time high, I was like, bro,
Yep.
it's time to sell gold.
Yep.
And Bitcoin's still at like 80. I was like, I'm just gonna put it in Bitcoin and pray.
Start hitting mainstream. It's like, man, you done missed most of the move.
Maybe. It's gonna be interesting.
Watch 96,392, man. Yeah, the futures, the S&P minis is coming up to 56, 56 too.
Yeah, we got a little nice little vector zone right above us on the mini.
Oh boy.
Oh, Bitcoin.
Patience, patience, patience.
Come on, Bitcoin.
Hmm. Okay.
What's up, Dbloc? Block. I seen him. I see him on there moving stuff around. Maybe he can't talk. Just I'll engage with him on YouTube because he cares more about the YouTube people than he does about us.
Why? Why does Melania look bullish to you?
Oh, just kind of it's sort of after it bottomed out, it came up, and instead of making a lower high, made an equal high, higher low, then had this impulse wave up that cleared all the previous highs from the left, like all the way back to, well, I guess it wasn't that far, but from yesterday, cleared all those highs from the left of yesterday. It's just something that it's done that, I mean, it hasn't really done anything like this in a while, like since it dropped a lot. It just kind of is starting to look like it's forming like a little bit of a bullish pattern, like pennant type thing, possibly. Not really like a pennant, like more like a flag, but I don't know. It's just really like a small time frame thing. It just looks like the very beginnings of, like, it could potentially be in for like a bullish move. It's just kind of more like it just looks like it might want to make a move up. Like it's challenging the 800 EMA on the 5-minute. Right now, it's trying to get above it. You had some vector candles, like there was like, that's why I wanted Dbloc to take a look at it to see if he could interpret the vector candles, what they might mean, because this is the first time we really got a big green vector on the 1 hour since, well, one that never really got filled in, or hasn't gotten filled. It hasn't been filled in yet, but there was a lot of volume that came in right there. So I'm just wondering why there's volume coming in all of a sudden. It seems like it's gonna, it just looks like it's gonna, like, it looks like it's itching to make a move to me. Like, I don't know, I can't really explain it or describe it, but the RSI on the daily also came up back above 30, and it came down, like on its previous move up, it came down to like 32, and it's so far been holding above 30.
I was just curious, like, I've been asking people how they look for things. Said it got a big green vector candle. Oh, I'm on the 5-minute. I don't know.
Yeah, the 1 hour, there's a big green vector candle. So I was hoping Dbloc would take a look at it to try to help me interpret what's going on there. But this is the first time that the RSI has really been above 30 on the daily. So I think that it's trying to regain some relative strength. Like,
my RSI disappeared. I don't know. Sorry. Has it never happened to you on TradingView? I mean, like, it's on, and then
sometimes it'll glitch out.
Oh, it's my browser.
Double click on your screen. Like
Oh,
on the canvas of your chart.
That worked. Thanks.
You can do
It's
that to either
going.
hide the oscillators, or you can hide them or bring them back. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like this slightly higher low, and then we're getting a higher low in the RSI on the daily. It seems like it's shaping up to sort of be trying to form a bottom out. And then, like, when you look at the 1 minute, it does look like it wants to try to make a move up. Oh shit, it is moving, isn't it? Last few
So it's
1 minute
It's
candles.
going right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it probably, like, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. I don't know exactly how long ago. I came in voice and I was like, yo, I think there's something that might be happening with Melania.
Hey, yeah, this thing look like it ready to go.
It really does. Like it sounds stupid to say it, but like it does look
Nah,
like
and
it
it's at
wants
a
to
it
make a
might could be
move.
at a good time too. If we can, if Billy can break out this range,
Revenge,
this thing is going.
revenge porn bill
Maybe
backed by
it's
Melania Trump heads to president's desk.
this thing's dead.
Revenge what?
Revenge porn bill backed by Melania Trump heads to president's desk.
Revenge
That's
porn
funny.
bill?
Yeah, this is just
What?
Take It Down Act addressing non-consensual deep fakes and revenge porn passes. No, it
Hey, they
passed.
trolling.
Oh wait, you're being
Wow.
serious.
Nah, they trolling.
It's on the news. It's on the news. I googled Melania Trump news. I was like,
Oh
see if there's
man.
any.
Go all in. Just make sure it's not a deep fake.
Hey, this Melania thing. Hey, it's it's like it's on the floor.
Her act is about non-consensual deep fakes and revenge porn. I don't understand.
Oh,
I
Melania.
don't really non-consensual deep fakes. It's like very specific.
Wait, all of the chicks that suffered from revenge porn is like freaking like, yeah, I'm buying Melania coin. All the crypto chicks that have a video of themselves out there, like that wasn't consensual. It's like, yeah, Melania, let's go. I'm gonna buy, let's pump her coin.
She's got like one big VC who really supports the bill or like really happy about it. There's a deep fake out there. You have a non-consensual deep fake.
Do you know what revenge porn is?
Yeah.
Just checking in case y'all didn't know.
Do you want? You could tell. You can tell YouTube. You sound like you want to post. Posting it without consent. Like something that you made with somebody. Like putting
Yeah,
it out
like
there.
it's sort of like supposed to be like revenge, like if you made a video of you having sex with a girl and she breaks up with you or breaks your heart or whatever, and then like you post the video all over line of like you having sex with her. That's what revenge porn is. Like it's like she never really wanted it to go out into the public, like you know what I mean? She like it was
Yeah, it's
supposed to be
private.
just a video for like just the two of you, you know. So
Private porn.
that's why they call
Private
it that.
porn.
Yeah.
And they made it public. Yes. Dirty move.
Yeah, well, I mean, girls pull some dirty moves too. So it's these guys that are heartbroken and driven to the point of madness that actually go and resort to like the girl, you know, maybe she went and screwed two of his best friends, and then like you know, or something like, you know, maybe he was in love with the girl, she goes and she screws two of his best friends at the same time or something. You know, girls pull dirty shit too. And like, you know, it's when it's like, okay, she did it. She intentionally screwed two of his best friends because she knew it would hurt him emotionally. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like the guy like to get revenge. It's like, oh, all right, well, I'm gonna post this video everywhere online. Anyway, I don't want to go that deep into the topic. I just didn't know if you actually knew what revenge porn was.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna do that? All right, well look, now everybody's gonna see this.
I'm
Or I
aware of
mean,
revenge porn.
it could be just naked pictures too. Like, you know, like if I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, women can do it too. I mean, it's dirty work for them. It's a messed up move from a man or a woman.
I think Melania did that because there was like naked pictures of her that were circulating.
Maybe it was related to Stormy Daniels.
She's making a big deal out of it. No, like, dude, freaking like somebody had like I
There's
don't
gotta
know,
be deep
like
fake stuff of her out there too. Yeah,
no, I've seen like like older pictures of her when she's naked. So like they were circulating the internet, and then there was also like somebody mentioned that like Putin or
you
somebody
tracked
from
him
Russia.
down. Yeah.
No, I didn't track them down. Like they were shared like in of like a forum or like a chat room or something. So I saw them. So like I know they exist. I didn't like go in. I didn't like go and look for it online. It's just somebody had shared it in like a chat room.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I was gonna say like, what she's done so much modeling. I would think there would be something out there. Well, some of her pictures are like practically nude. I feel like the ones that is there something or I don't remember.
I don't know. I mean, I don't care. It's not like I've lost any respect for her. If anything, I have more. It's like she's hot. Like I'm what? Am I gonna get mad because I seen her naked?
I mean, I don't know.
She's hot.
Like,
She's
what?
hot, man. She's hot, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a bro statement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care what Melania does or how she's modeled. She can go for it.
Dude, she's freaking hot. Like, what? Can you guys? Do you not agree? She's the hottest first lady there's ever been.
What? No, she looks really good for like, I don't know what. She's like at least in her 40s.
You said she looks like she's at least in her 40s?
Are you asking me or are you asking them? I don't know.
I was asking you. Did you just? How
He's
is
like, why are you
Melania?
guys asking me? She's like
Dude,
55.
I think she's in her 50s actually.
She looks really good for 55. I don't know. I haven't like scoped out all the first ladies, but
Dude, yeah, she's 55 years old. Man, dude. She was born in 1970. Yo, what the hell, man? She looks damn good.
it keeps it tight, I guess.
Dude, she's doing something. She's doing something right. I don't know.
Oh, Qui-Gon, Amadex asking you to check your DM. Please.
I'm a duck.
I'm a duck.
Oh, God. Yeah, I knew exactly what he was gonna say.
You're not popular right now.
Yeah, we have to make it a little more family friendly.
Good call on the TA.
Yeah,
You're-
we weren't
you're-
even talking about the person. We were just talking about the coin.
you're monitoring
Melania.
complete. You're monitoring complete shitcoins. I'm kidding. I mean, I own a bunch of like shitcoin stuff.
Oh my God.
Did you long it?
I just bought someone's spot. But dude, look at this picture of her.
Steve's looking at the chart.
Hey, yeah, quiet. You
Forget
tripping
the
out,
pictures
man.
of below.
I hear you though, man. Yeah, shit, cutie.
Dude, like this is when I don't know if this it says she came here when she was 26, but apparently this is a pic. I put it in the bubble chat. Apparently that's a picture of her in her 20s. My God. If you say you wouldn't, there's either something wrong with you or you're lying.
I wouldn't.
Or you're 112% gay.
Yo, you dude, you talk just like my homie Casey. This is crazy.
She's not my type. She's not.
Dude, and her accent too is like, okay, like that's cherry on top. Anyway, it's not like I put my life savings into it. It's just I had to bring my average down and it looks like it could do something. I wouldn't really recommend trying to trade it on high leverage, but it really looks like it wants to try to make a move. I have no idea why. I guess
Does look
because of
prime.
that news about the bill that she's doing, and it just went up. I mean, ever since I started talking about it, it went up freaking 3.5, almost 4% now. Went up almost 4% since I mentioned it, so I don't know. It might keep trying to step up here and climb a bit. Maybe I should try it. If it starts kind of running a lot, I should try to trade it on leverage. The thing is, the reason why I bought some on spot is because if I just wake up tomorrow with a top 200%, I'm gonna be like, damn it, why didn't I buy it? But then, like, trying to trade, catch a move and trade it on leverage, if like catching a move like that and going to sleep on it, like, hell no, no thanks.
Stop loss?
And you can put a stop loss, but you still end up like losing money in that case. I would think if I was going to put a stop loss, it would be below 41. And then the trade's probably not going to work out at that point anyway. Yeah, I guess I could retest this 40 area. But it's above, like, I don't know. Like, it's above the 200 on the 15-minute. The 5 and 13 just crossed it. After that move up, like it seems like it's just it just seems like it's shifting momentum to the upside. If you like keep it really simple and use Dbloc strategy, like it looks like it's working on the move up. And a lot of volume came in for whatever reason. So I don't know. Like it was really just the volume that caught my attention. So that's all I can really say about it. Usually when volume starts coming into these meme coins, means it's the beginning of when they're gonna try to run. Like as if to say like it's not dead anymore. What is the daily? Can I look at like the average daily volume for this?
How do you look at the average daily volume? Wait. Coin market?
Like I want the average daily exchange volume for Melania.
Which exchange?
Like
Mexi?
all of them.
Coin market? You don't know?
No, all of the exchanges together.
No, I think coin market, like look like coinmarketcap.com. The 24-hour volume is 25 million. Oh, but you want the day before.
Yeah, like there's like a average daily exchange volume, like there's like a moving average you can get for crypto. It's on Into the Block. And it's like
Into
a
the block?
7-day move. Yeah, it's like a 7-day moving average of like all the daily exchange volume for crypto, but I'm wondering if I can find one that's just for Melania to see if that moving average has popped up. Yeah, like if you go on it Into the Block, or you just type in, or like Into the Block average daily exchange volume, it should pop up. But that's for like all of crypto, not just Bitcoin. There's a ton of there's like a ton of data on this site.
Yeah, I think the yen just put in a double bottom.
When yen.
What about the what about the volume moving average? I mean, it's not like specific, but
Like the volume moving average on TradingView?
yeah, I mean, it's not the information, but
Yeah, but it doesn't show for all the exchanges. Like it doesn't show for DEXs and stuff too. It only shows for the exchange that you're on. Unless there's a way to look at Melania. I think that's a whole.
just yellow and 100x. Full port.
Oh,
No, it's
whatever.
good
Anyway,
flip.
the thing's moving. So, whoever is interested, give it a shot. Not financial fried rice.
Heyo. I'm just glad you called it out when it was like that cheap. I didn't know if it'd go down to those levels or not. I always like throwing just a little tenner on spot whenever I hear something like that, and then yeah, one day I'll be worth something or nothing, you know.
Oh god damn, dude, I'm getting roasted in the chat. Fuck you guys. Oh, sorry, Dbloc.
What? Yeah, I was like, you're not very popular right now. I think some people were just pleased with something you said about Aunt Jemima.
I don't give a shit what they're displeased about. If they got time to talk trash about me on in a YouTube video, they've got too much time on their hands. And yeah, we should bring back Aunt Jemima because
I
Aunt
can't agree.
Jemima is
I
friggin'
can't agree with
awesome.
that. I can't agree with
Why?
that. It's an antiquated, like, stereotype of
Bullshit. It's Aunt
black
Jemima
women.
syrup.
It's friggin' Aunt Jemima. Like, it's a classic.
Don't know what else
Yo,
to
can
tell
y'all
you.
take this
But you
conversation
associate that
downstairs
with
if you really want to have this debate? Thank you.
it's good syrup. Miss it. You got some big cells.
Yeah, once again, por las estans.
It's the Bank of Japan, like their Fed guys talking right now. It's being pretty bearish.
Oh, word? Short. Right now.
Yeah, we're gonna move on again. That's what I'm saying. Again, but I think the yen just double bottom.
Take a profit. Hey, I was looking at the structure. Go to the I don't know, go to like maybe 15-minute on Bitcoin here. Like we had like a nice little double bottom up here this morning. We made the second bottom. From 666. Yeah, let me skim a little bit more here. Come on, Bitcoin. Right. Let's see if we can get a little bounce off this 50 EMA on the 5 minute here. See if we can hold this momentum.
There was up. Now it's good.
Gold. Ooh. Looking a little rough there. But it's done good.
I guess the Bank of Japan didn't change their interest rates at all.
No, he left them unchanged. But like, I guess the comments afterwards were really kind of bearish, and just the overall economy.
Uh-oh.
So the yen like fell and the dollar popped.
I wonder if the Fed is kind of like if they're are they like really super concerned about the monetary policy for the US dollar in the United States? Or like do they take into consideration like all these other countries and like what's happening with their fiat and the inflation of their fiat like versus ours?
You would think they would work in some kind of tandem with them in some way.
Well, he said
No,
that he
they
does talk
definitely
to
It's all connected. It's all connected.
he said that he does in like an interview he did recently, Jerome Powell. He said that he does talk to a lot of the other leaders of the central banks from like different countries and shit. He said he talks to them a lot. So, but like I'm wondering if he takes all of that data into account, like when he makes decisions about the interest rates and stuff like that.
Hey man, as far as you know, all these dudes can be sitting at a table and like, listen, this is what we're gonna do. This is when y'all gonna do it. This is when y'all gonna do it. Hey, big boy USA, y'all gonna come in the back to finish things up. I mean, who they can sit around and talk like that at the table. You ain't never gonna know. Could be all. It's just all designed.
Well,
Or if
he
you don't
said
believe in it.
the thing is that it's like Powell says it's all data dependent. Like he's all about the data. and he's always looking at the data, and he makes all his decisions based off the data. But is it just data from the United States, or is it data from all the
Yeah, I hear you.
major countries
I hear you on
that
that.
have fiat involved in the DXY and whatever else?
Yeah.
Like, is it all the data? Like, is it data from? Does he pay attention to data from Japan, Australia, Canada? UK, and all of
You
Europe,
would
and
think they would get a pretty good summary of what's going on. I can't see that not being true, like in any way. I mean, it just doesn't.
I can't see how. Well, I just can't see how. Like, okay, so if he's trying to fight inflation, then our our dollar, since it's the world reserve currency, so it's pretty much what every other fiat currency values itself against.
Yeah.
If our currency is inflated, then their currency is going to be inflated worse. So I mean, it's like, does he? But if he's trying to fight inflation, or if that was his main goal with the whole interest rate things, I'm wondering if he's taking into account what's happening in other countries.
Oh yeah, well if that's
And if he's
you
trying
know
to
what?
like keep a good balance, or if he's just out for like, I mean, I don't know what his
Well, that
goal
can't
is
be
at
true
this
because there's
point.
countries out there have been getting they gotten slain over the last couple of years. Like their currency ain't worth nothing for almost
They
pretty much.
Yeah, but if they have worse inflation than us, or hyperinflation, like, it's not even necessarily just because we printed, but like, if we doubled our supply, and then they could have tripled or quadrupled their supply in another country. You know what I mean?
I think
And
I
so
think
they're
the two main ones is the Bank of Japan, UEDA is the one, and then the Lagarde, the ECB one. Those are the two main ones that I think they're not in cahoots, but I do think they have a pretty close like they
talk
watch
to each other.
Japan and the ECB definitely watch PAL. Like
They
everyone
all
watches
talk
PAL,
to
but
each other.
yeah, those two are the ones. Even ECB,
I'm
the
not gonna be that
Lagarde lady,
naive about
she had
this.
like she had PAL's back when I guess Trump was going after him. She actually like started talking about it in interviews, which is crazy.
You guys ever watch Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, time to time. Yeah.
You should check out they got an episode that just has been up in the last few days with Catherine Fitz, and they talk exactly about that, bankers versus the West, and basically about the central banks and how there's a main central bank that is over the central banks.
Yeah,
You should check it out.
I will. Thanks.
Wait,
You're
who the main one would be ours, right? The US one?
Can you
Or-
put a
No,
link in the
no,
in the
it's a secret. It's basically a
Swiss?
yeah, it's at the Swiss bank, and they are not held to any laws, so they can act illegally and they can't be held to any type of laws.
Let's say the Federal Reserve. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, basically.
Hey,
I mean, they do
You just
whatever
have
they
to
want,
check it
man.
out.
Not according to Trump.
But no, hey, no, I definitely will. Yeah. Thanks for that. Definitely will.
Can you put a link to this?
Yeah. Yep. I
Segment
sure
in like
will.
the bubble chat or the general chat? Thanks, appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Good deal.
Yep.
Good deal. Man, these jokers be going skiing with each other, y'all. It's like it is twisted. $349 million Mega Millions jackpot winner finally comes forward.
All right, I dropped it in the chat.
Right, thanks, man.
Go Biddy. It's holding so far. I'm gonna
Ripping. I like that it's ripping and there's no green vector with it. Just filled that red vector from that big red one right before it.
yeah.
Cruising back up comfortably here.
Yep.
Melania came back down again. What the hell? I was going good for a second there.
I'm seeing Pokemon cards just went on sale at Walmart. Now there's a countdown. I have 5 minutes and 50 seconds to buy. Otherwise, it's going to go to somebody else in line.
No, all right, I'll be
Pokemon.
right back. I gotta go to Walmart.
That's what all I'm saying is Pokemon market's getting. I mean, it's hot. It's hot. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. I like seeing that, like that community's online because it's a big community and stuff. And anyway, I'm hoping they're buying Bitcoin tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they're buying Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, they can't.
They only got 5. You can buy Bitcoin whenever you want. You only have 5 minutes to buy Pokemon cards.
Well, so maybe they couldn't get in line. Maybe they couldn't order anything. I'm not even going to order this because it would only let me order one. It's like, nah, dude, I'm good. But if they can't spend their money on a Pokemon card, they got to spend it somewhere. I've just actually never seen the countdown before. I just thought that was interesting, to be honest with you.
Yeah, if they get caught in line, then they're gonna probably just buy Bitcoin out of spite.
Thank you, man. You know what I'm saying, Qui-Gon? That's what I'm talking about. That's the energy. I was just like, I was looking for something, bro. I was looking for something.
That's it. They're like, oh, damn it, somebody got the Pokemon cards before me. All right, screw this. I'm
You
just
gave
gonna go buy Bitcoin instead.
you gave me what I needed right there.
They're gonna anger buy.
Hell yeah. I see what you did there. Nice callback.
I'm on board, man. I mean, in fact, I might try to get ahead of the curve and buy Bitcoin before all the salty people that didn't get to buy Pokemon cards come in and buy Bitcoin, because when they do, it's gonna pump, and I want to be in before them.
Exactly. I mean,
I know, we
honestly,
can see this coming. We can get ahead of the crowd here on this one.
it's
5
the
minutes.
most
We have 5-minute head start on the next trade.
it's the most correlated market I've seen to Bitcoin, no doubt. That's jokes, obviously, folks. Just jokes, folks.
Dude, I don't know, man. Pokemon pumps pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie.
It's getting dumb out there, dude.
My buddy that first introduced me to crypto and told me what crypto was, he's invested in Pokemon cards. Like, yeah, I went over his crib one time and was like, he busts out like this lunchbox looking type thing and pulling out these cards, and he's like showing me all his cards. He's like, yo, this one's worth like blah blah blah, and this one's worth. It's like, I'm like, okay, so are you gonna sell them? And he's like, no, like I'm collecting them. Like this is like a real investment, dude. I'm not even bullshitting. I'm like, okay. And
no, I'm probably gonna
he's like showing me
liquidate.
boxes. It's like one of these boxes online is going for 50 grand for the first edition. There's only 5 of them left in the world, and like Logan Paul has one of them, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Honestly, everybody in the I shouldn't say everybody, but the majority of the people I meet, which are pretty much like the only just people I meet, are related to just trading cards in general, and they are all in the crypto space, especially if you're if it's a buy sell trade deal, you're trading money with crypto or either cash. That's what's preferred.
Yeah, when I was in Silver Living, there was a dude that showed up. He traded Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards and baseball cards and stuff like that. But he would watch like these people that were opening packets to like see what they were worth. and then he would try to like he would buy his own packs, and then like so like he would watch people online that basically would open packs of cards live, and then they would try to sell them to the audience, and the audience would bid on them,
Oh yeah.
and then and they would do it all live, and then he sort of did the same thing, but he would get a sense of like what each card was worth, and then he would look for those cards when he would open a pack, and then he would try to sell it online. Like he'd get on Facebook or Craigslist or whatever, and
Yeah.
on some sort of marketplace, and tell people, oh, I have this card, and then they would come meet up with him and buy the card from him. I'm like, yo, you really make money like that?
Oh, dude,
Is
where I'm from, there's some people it's just that I got some buddies that are just some good old boys, you know what I mean? And they do that, and it's that's one of their hustles. They ain't got nothing to do with anything other than they know the market, and it's just a little hustle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how there was that many people in that area, because it's okay, if you buy a pack for $15 and you got one card in there that's worth $15, and you sell that to somebody, all right, that pays for the pack, and then maybe there's 2 or 3 other cards that are worth 15, $20 a piece or something, and somebody's willing to pay for it. But it has to be a specific person, and then it's the whole rest of the pack is basically useless. So you
Yeah,
just
it
end up
is.
with a bunch of cards that are not they're not worth anything. So I'm dude, so how many packs do you have to keep going and buying? What if you get a whole pack that there's nothing in it that's worth anything? What do you do with all those
Oh, it gets
cards? And then
expensive, dude.
yeah, so I'm what do you I don't I mean, I understand how it could be oh, you can if you were to grab some and then the card became you got a card and the card was rare, and it became rare, and the person became really famous after that or something.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about baseball cards or something, the
Yeah.
person got they were a rookie, and you got the card and you held on to it for a while, and they ended up being MVP.
Right. Well,
Whatever.
that's actually the same way Pokemon works, man. It's they create a new character. It's not a big deal in the beginning, but it becomes the biggest thing over a 5-10 year span. And then you see eventually those people want to go back and buy the original. And we've seen that with more than just Charizard. Just to your point, yeah, it's sports cards, man. It's just sports cards don't really have that many $15 cards. I mean, if you really know what you're doing, you really have to know what you're doing. You really, really have to know what you're doing to buy them off the store shelves and open packs to hustle and make a profit. But it's so hard to just buy random packs and pull the best of the best sports cards. I know, I have bought so many baseball cards. I don't even really like baseball, dude. It's just, dude, it's like a scratch off, baby. I need that, bro. I need that. And I finally ended up pulling a 1 of 10 Shohei Ohtani card. It's not even that cool a one. It's just the fact that I actually pulled one. It's finally. It's only I don't know. It was a $350 card, but it might be more or less. But it was a special Halloween edition. It's kind of lame, honestly.
But you don't think it's lame?
Oh no, I'm not really a baseball fan, so I kind of think I actually I think that people probably think it's cool. Maybe I just think it's lame.
Oh well, I don't know. It seems like you. I don't know, dude. If it's something you enjoy, then who cares if other people think it's lame?
Oh no, dude, I don't care. Otherwise, I wouldn't ever bring it up. It's honestly because, dude, the market and the way that the card prices change, it's just like it's like watching crypto, baby. That's what's so fun to me about it. I think I'm seeing some orders move on the book here. Let me refresh this. Melania kind of took a little tumble there. I guess over the hour. I'm ready to get this party started here.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to sleep. It's like already almost midnight.
Oh, snap. Oh my gosh.
But I kind of want to go get a midnight snack since it's already almost midnight.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, but I always do this. I see something and I got to see if it plays out. That way I know it's like, okay, what was your logic? And then it's a reevaluation, baby. Not like making any moves, just in terms of just trying to learn. Like I always try to just What do I think's about to happen? And then look and see, did the bigger picture kind of happen? Did it have to take a longer time frame, shorter time frame, that kind of thing? I don't know. It just keeps me. It challenges me, so I just keep doing it.
Dude, surely altcoins can't really go down too much further, right?
Ooh. Tough.
Dude, like I don't see unless crypto's just gonna go like it's just gonna be dead. Like I don't see like some of these other like bigger more reputable altcoins. Like I don't see them going down another 50 or 90%. Like I mean, I feel like most of the tragic bloodshed is like already occurred.
Yeah, but there can be more.
There can be, but it's like I mean,
I had to learn that the
much
hard
more,
way.
really?
I always thought that, and then I'm like, all right, well, I was wrong. I can't be wrong again. Can't be wrong again. Can't be. And then you ride the whole thing down. Now, I mean,
Yeah, but it's like honestly with crypto, I feel like it's even better to like buy when it's in a downtrend because then like when it reverses, like it sucks trying to chase it if you're in an uptrend. And it's like, how do you know for sure that it's actually going to start trending up? Like you really kind of don't, because there was a lot of coins that I looked at and I was like, oh yeah, dude, this looks like it could really reverse here and like it could go into price discovery and just start ripping, and then it didn't. It like went down and made like a lower low after. But it was off
yeah,
the back of like two higher highs and two higher lows already. So it's like, oh, okay, it's gonna start trending up. I gotta buy the dip, and you buy the dip, and then it freaking makes a new all-time low, and you're like, what the hell?
yeah, yeah. I'm not. If we hit an, whenever the downtrend starts and everybody's bullish, and then a couple people are bearish and all that good stuff. When it starts, when it tops, makes that lower low, and then that next one, I'm I'm gonna like, I don't know. I'm just gonna sit
Dude,
back.
there's gonna be a time when I feel like it's really euphoric, which I haven't felt that once this entire cycle. When I feel like it's really like we were kind of getting there when we were at 100K and above 100K. Like I was noticing some people were kind of getting pretty giddy, but like
Oh yeah,
I didn't feel like that real big euphoria. Like I haven't felt that at all this cycle. So like I feel like
yeah,
it's still yet to come this cycle. It's just like when, and then
agreed.
like how long is it going to take to build up, and then when it finally gets here, like it's probably not going to last very long. But it's like there's going to be a point where I'm like, okay, the euphoria is way too thick right now, and I'm just probably going to sell my whole portfolio. Like I'm not going to even look at like what coins are doing what. I'll probably just be like, all right, you know what? Get into this. We're getting to that point. I'm gonna recognize it. I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm selling everything. You know?
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah. I
not
hadn't.
everybody thinks that the prices are not gonna stop going up. I'm just gonna sell everything.
No, they will. They will. They will. Um. Yeah. No, I hadn't really like the people that I know that like do crypto on a larger scale are let's just say playing. But as far as more or less like new like like customer acquisition, whatever it would be in relation to crypto, as far as new people entering the market, like new money. I hadn't really felt any of that. I don't
was
know
like
if
a whole flood of people back in 2021. Like people were like talking crypto,
yeah,
talking about crypto all over
2021, yeah, of
social
course.
media and shit. Like
Yeah, that's because they were at home and everything was different. But I haven't heard that yet. I'm just looking forward to it. If I start to hear that, that's really where I'm gonna be like, okay, take a
yeah,
deep
but I mean,
breath.
it's like it wasn't even like that cycle was different than the previous cycles because I heard from a lot of people that were around for all of the previous cycles, and they
Okay.
said that like yeah, that happens every time. Like there's
Okay.
a ton of random people like when like start talking about it, and then like when everybody's talking about it, and it's like the most popular thing going around, like that's usually the top of the market.
Yeah.
So like if it really pretty much happens every time, we just need to wait for a whole new crowd of people to come in and for it to become the hot topic again. But it's like right now nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when they do. Maybe I'll make a couple friends in real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like kidding, to be honest, but at the same time,
Well, in the last
it
bull
can get
market,
lonely out here
right?
in the charts, baby.
Like in 2021, like from in 2020, 2021, 2022, I made like so many really good calls on a ton of like Bitcoin and altcoins and all kinds of stuff. Like, and I was like putting my neck out there, like telling people like, oh yeah, like buy here, like I would buy here, I would sell here, blah blah blah, like on social, like my personal social media, like making calls. I made a ton of wicked good calls, but then like when the bear market came and everything started going down, I was still making good calls on dead cat bounces. But it's like people were like pissed because they were buying tops, and I'm like, well, why were you buying tops? Like I was saying that, like this is where, like selling, but like I think it's gonna go lower, means like probably don't hold on to it, like or something. You know what I mean? Or like like I think it's gonna go up and test this level, and then like it would reject from that exact level, and it's like, and then people would get mad at me. It's like, dude, I told you basically what price to sell at, like what, like I don't know why you're. Like, it wasn't like they were angry at me, it was just almost like they were like, "Oh, I've lost a ton of money in this shit, like, I'm not, like, doing this anymore, blah, blah, blah."
Yeah, all I did
It's
was
like, well,
look in the mirror, dog.
you kinda gotta know when to sell, like, you can't just buy all the time, like, you kinda gotta know when to sell if you're making a trade, like and that's, like, I was trading on the way down, you know what I mean? So catching those dead cat bounces, it was like I really had to sell at certain places and be like modest with my targets. But if like there was a measure move for a chart pattern or something, it's like, all right, well, I'll take that measure move. It's probably gonna, here's my target, and I'm gonna sell here. Like it would be like Doja, I'm buying Doja at 6 cents, but based on this pattern, I think I could go to 12, and that's what I'm gonna sell, or whatever. And I would do stuff like that over and over again and make it like a bunch of great calls. People are like, people just got really pissy because they saw that like a bunch of money they had invested, like it had gone down a lot, and like they ended up selling bottoms, and like not when I was saying to, like they weren't buying when I was saying to buy, they were buying when I was saying to sell, and they
Right.
they weren't selling when I was saying to sell, they were selling when I was saying to buy. So it was like, all right,
Yeah.
you guys, sorry, like if you guys suck at this, but look into it and try to learn more about it. You probably understand that there is like a method to the madness. It's not just like, oh, this whole thing is just a complete scam. It's like, yo, you could buy anything and make money like a year or two ago. Like, how was it like now all of a sudden it's a complete scam? Just because it's going down and prices are getting cheaper. Like, I don't know. People really didn't understand, so I stopped posting about it so much.
Yeah.
Like it,
No, I
like,
think that
but there was a ton of people that were wicked that like everyone was talking about it online. Like everybody and like on social media and stuff. And it was like everyone was like, "Oh, I'm buying this, I'm buying that, I'm trading this, I'm trading that," and it was like this like popular new thing. And then that ended up being like the top of the market when everybody was talking about it. And random
Right.
people, I was hearing people in coffee shops or in diners talking about Dogecoin or whatever. It's like, then it's like, all right, well, probably should sell my whole bag. At that point, it's like, but like people that have been through like multiple cycles or every cycle have told me like, yeah, that's pretty much how it is almost every
Exactly.
time.
Yeah. No, that was I was like, that was the first I got in like a half cycle before that, so it was new to me. Like I got into I still call it doggy coin, but doggy coin.
Doge?
Like yeah, Doge, yeah. I mean, you know, under a couple cents, and I think Dbloc actually mentioned the other day about people that basically like just get in, and it just so happens to be the right time, and it takes off, and it's just like a drug from there, kind of thing, or whatever. And yeah, no, that happened to me. Um, of course, I was interested in it regardless. I think the issue for people was, though, it was the same issue for me back then that I didn't realize. You're not trading a stock. I mean, categorically speaking, unless they changed it, it's a commodity. The price action works different, so your expectations shouldn't be the same. And I think that the average like 401k investor wouldn't know the difference. I mean, I have no idea. It's not like I've done a survey. I'm just saying that based on my own experience, that's that's why I think that people would think it's a scam. Whenever it happened to me, basically, I didn't think it's a scam. I thought I didn't do enough homework.
Dude, so what I kind of had to figure out the hard way was like the sort of the hard cruel truth about crypto is you need those people to come in, and basically a bunch of people that don't really know what they're doing to buy into the hype when it's popular.
Yeah,
Because
bro.
when you accumulate it beforehand and like all through the bear cycle when prices were low, that's the people you sell to. So you need them to come in and push the prices up. But at the same time, so you kind of dump your bags on them, like all the new people that come in, you dump your bags on them, right? And they buy high.
Yeah.
But there was a time where it was your first cycle as well, and you bought high, and somebody dumped their bags on you. The people that dumped their bags on you were the people that bought the cycle before you, like in the bear
Right.
market before you came in.
Right.
During the hype. So it's like it's really just a cycle of like passing your bags on to people, like the new people that come in that don't know what they're doing.
Bro.
It's like once you live through a cycle and you understand that, and you're like, okay, so when there's a ton of new people in here and things are getting really hyped up, like I need to be taking profits because that's what I was preparing for this whole time. When maybe during your first cycle you didn't understand that, and you came in when it was big and popular because that's how you heard about it, when it was like when a bunch of people were talking about it.
Yeah, my whole thing has been the whole time. It's kind of like, look, I saw what happened the first cycle. I might not have been a winner, even though I would say I ended up above breaking even. I have no idea. Money was different back then, but so I wouldn't say that I was a loser, but you're always thinking about how much you could have made. And I don't mean, look, I'm never going to be able to sell the top of the top of the top or buy the bottom of the bottom of the bottom and be successful. Maybe I could, but I'm just saying I'm not going to put that expectation. So, and not financial advice, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't recommend anyone to do that personally,
but
because you got to wait for confirmation, man, and like validation. And whenever you're talking about big moves and swings and cycles, you're not talking about like little bitty dollar. It's like if you get in, hypothetically speaking, at 100, or you get in at 90, and let's just say it goes to 200, at the end of the day, if me playing it safe means that I get in at 100, I'd rather do that than lose money to keep trying to get into 90. And like each cycle, like, well, this is really like the second full cycle for me, I guess. And so I'm learning new things each time, and it's like they're becoming, it's so like core and fundamental, like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm gonna be when it's all hyped up and everyone thinks it's just gonna keep going higher and higher, and it gets really euphoric. Like that's when I'm gonna be selling, and it might go higher. It might go a little bit higher, but it's like you know that you're getting close to the top at that point.
Oh,
and there's-
yes, dude. Yes.
So I'm just gonna probably scale out the same way that I scaled in. I'll sell a little bit on higher highs and a little bit on lower highs. And when the trend starts to reverse, it's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna take the rest of it here. Especially like because you want to get out. We want to sell into strength and get out while the news is super good. Like people will start saying, like you'll start hearing things like when we're at the top of the market, all kinds of like super bullish stuff for crypto. And it's like, oh, this is super bullish. It's going to the moon and blah blah blah. Like Trump signs this deal with yada yada, and like Grayscale is doing this, and they're launching this kind of like this ETF or whatever. Like they're accepting it as currency in Japan, or some like, and then you've got like you'll have like freaking people like Kathy Wood coming on TV. Oh, Bitcoin's gonna hit $3 million, in the next 2 years. Like or something, and you'll have like people like Elon Musk tweeting, and like just they'll be and like Jeff Bezos and the guy from Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, like celebrities will start talking about it and stuff, and being like, "Oh yeah, Bitcoin's the future, blah, blah yada yada, crypto's the future of finance," and like there'll be all these new exchanges popping up, and like, "Oh, buy your Bitcoin here," and like crypto.com will be all over TV. You'll be seeing commercials of it all over TV and stuff, and during sports events and shit like that.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
remember, bro.
That's when you're like, all right, I'm out. You know what I mean? Because it's like, as hard as it is to sell, that's when you have to sell. Because when the
That's
bad
right.
news comes, it comes fast, and you won't have a chance to sell. Like, so you have to sort of sell into the strength. Like when it's
Right.
really hypey. Like, yeah, it might go higher, but like it's like really for how much longer? And like like we're gonna have a short amount of time to really act when that sort of stuff is happening. So it's like I'm not gonna wait and stick around and be like,
Right.
oh well, I'll wait until the trend changes and it starts going down, and I have confirmation that we're going into a bear market. I'm not waiting for that. I'm like freaking gonna be mostly out by then, hopefully. Like because when the bad news starts hitting, it will hit really fast, and there'll be something big that happens, and it'll freaking drop that shit real quick. Like, and you're not going to be able to see it coming before it happens. But when it happens, the price is going to react really fast. And
Yeah, that's right. Right.
If you haven't already sold, then you're going to be selling for less than what you had.
Yeah. I've been like with
I just
family.
haven't seen that yet. I haven't heard any of that yet. Like I haven't seen or felt or heard that euphoric hype stage, like that mania phase, like when NFTs and stuff was like popular.
I've heard more people finding trust in it. They're like they're not the people the people that I've heard talk about it are people that have been against it. They've wanted to go with like the standard, like the 401k or the retirement set, all the basic stuff that's been around forever. And I've heard them be more open to the idea, which has been interesting to me. And I think that those are the people. I say I think. I mean, I'm ready to get those people into the market. Like I'm ready to take, 10, 20% of their retirement savings and watch them put it into crypto. That's what I'm ready for. That's gonna be fun.
By that you mean you're ready to take their money.
I'm ready for just a market shift in general, to be honest with you.
No,
I would say
those
if it weren't
people
for
when
the,
those people come in, you take their money.
if it weren't for the fact I
You know
was
what I mean?
referencing family friends, then yeah, you're right. Let's take that
Well,
cash, cuz.
well, that's part of the reason why it's like I don't even try to get friends and family into crypto anymore. I do try when prices are really low, but not during when it gets like up high. I don't, and it gets really hypey. I stop talking about it. Like people will start talking and bringing it up with me. Yo, are you still in crypto? Like, how much crypto do you have? Like, blah blah blah. Like, crypto's really ripping. Like, should I buy here? No. Like,
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Oh well, I already bought a bunch of this at this, and I'm like, yo, dude, like it's at an all-time high. Why would you buy there? Like, you know what I mean? Like people with like I met this random dude that was like when XRP was like topping out, and it was like, oh, you're into crypto? I was like, yeah, and he's like, yeah, I just got in. I just bought some XRP. I'm like, what did you buy it at? And he's like $2.50. Like I bought some more at $3. I'm like,
Bought into
well,
the hype.
dude, I don't mean to sound like a dick here. I'm like, but you are like freaking you bought really high. Like I'm like, I think it's gonna go lower than that. And
Right.
he's like, oh well, whatever. He's like, I just put a few $100 in it. Like he's like, what if it goes to like 20, $30 someday? And I'm like trying to explain to him like the tokenomics and stuff, how difficult that would be. And he didn't really seem to get it, but it's like, okay, dude, look, whatever you bought, if you don't need that and you can basically like just consider it
Right.
lost for as much as 5 years, then you like go ahead, like stick with it. Like otherwise, you might be better off just selling it. But so it's like it's hard because it's like people want your advice on it when things are pumping, but it's like, dude, I know you probably see people around you that are making money with this thing. I'm like, but some of those people either got in really early and at a really good price, or they know how to trade and they know how to be in and out and take profits, and it just happened to be an easy stage in the market. Like
Yeah.
if you get in and you get involved when all the hype is there, you're getting in at the worst time. So I have to kind of try to explain that to people, and it's like my friends and family when everything is pumping and like is in price discovery and going parabolic, they'll start asking me like, "Oh, well, what would you buy right now? Like, what would you buy? Like, if you had to buy something, what would you buy?" And I'm like, I just had to be like, nothing. Like, I wouldn't buy anything. Like, I would, I bought before. There's stuff that I bought before that, like, now it's too late to buy. Like, don't get involved right now. Like, I would tell them, like literally, do not get involved. Don't touch it right now. This is the worst time to be getting involved. And it's like sometimes they take my advice, sometimes they don't. And wish
I've
they
been
did, but
I'm just as far as like family and friend, like I kind of like I've been the guy, like the hopium guy, right? So I can understand why I wouldn't necessarily listen to in various situations. However, at the same time, I've also been someone that spent enough time doing this that if they were going to trust anyone, it should be me, kind of thing, just from again, family friend perspective. And I got to, I think what it might have helped, like a little bit of the sentiment around me is me bringing up, like anytime it comes up, I'm like, look, I'm not going to tell you you should or shouldn't do this, but if you're looking for an option, why don't you just put $20 into Bitcoin a week and then see where it goes from there. because then you'll be able to see it go up and down, and then they'll go and like put $20 in it, like people that got plenty of money, and then they'll like see the price action. And I've gotten the comments from a couple of them like, oh, this is like a little bit different than I thought. I'm like, yeah, it's a real thing. I feel like not going into like detail has helped the people that never wanted to hear about it. It's one thing like talking to all of us where it's all like we're here because we're like-minded kind of thing, or we're trying to learn, or we believe in something, or maybe we're just curious. But the whole family friend aspect, or just people that are not really haven't necessarily had an open ear. I don't know, me just saying, hey man, throw $5 a day or $5 a week or $20 a week at it. And then I've just gotten people that come back to me and they're like, I've heard good reviews from that. It's been pretty interesting. It really has.
Yeah, honestly, if you can't like sit there and like teach them all the stuff that you know about the market, then it's best to just tell them to just like DCA, because that
Boom.
dude, just DCAing, just like it pretty much beats every trading strategy.
Plus, if I can get $20 out of everybody's pocket that I know, you know what I'm saying, and then everybody else got $20 out of everybody's pocket. Hey, Houston, let's take off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. Crypto is a solo sport.
But you gotta sell to somebody that's buying, like
Not
somebody is
try
gonna
to
buy
talk
that.
somebody
When you
into
sell,
crypto.
somebody's gonna buy that shit at like if you try to sell Bitcoin at 200K, somebody's gonna buy it at 200K.
Bruh. I wish hopefully one day they have like salesmen for Bitcoin and like not just miners. And it's like, all right, like these people are making sure that we can get out at the tops. Not really, but that would, I don't know. It's kind of funny to me.
Dude, like I personally sold Doge to people at 73 cents.
That's what I was about to say, dude.
Like,
What if you literally sold it to your friends, your literal coin? You're like, here, I'll transfer it to you. Just give me cash.
no, like I didn't sell it to I didn't do like an actual like transfer, like make a deal with people. But on Saturday Night Live, I sold Doge at 73 cents and somebody bought it. Like there was somebody that bought the Doge that I sold.
Yeah, I wish I would have
You
sold
know?
there.
So I mean, I basically I took their money. You know what I mean?
I do know
there
what you mean. I have
it
bought
went down
tops.
after that. It went down after that. If they sold for a loss, it's like, I took their money. Sorry. They were trying
All's
to take
forgiven.
somebody, when they bought it, they were trying to take somebody else's money. But I mean, it's just they didn't, they weren't able to. I took theirs instead.
I think that
Right. Hey, you
go
can't feel
ahead.
bad, man. I bought at 0.003 cent and 4 cent and sold it at 6 cents. So it's just a game, bro. I think I turned $400 into like $5,000 off of Doge, and didn't
We
have
learned a
no
lot from
idea
that.
what. Right. I'm gonna tell you something, man. With the bull market, have either one of you? Well, I know you haven't. Is it Nick? Who are the two gentlemen I'm speaking with?
Crazy Train and Quagon.
Oh, okay.
What's your name?
I'm Sean.
All right.
XRP. I know one of you guys said you haven't been through a full cycle yet.
Oh no. I was saying I got in the half cycle before like 2020, 2021 COVID. Like I got in like 2018. So whenever Doge took off and went to 73 or whatever and everything like that, I was left holding my bag, not knowing what I was doing. Like it was all good until you're left holding the bag kind of thing.
Right.
So
My
yeah, I just learned a lot from that.
my word of advice, man. Even if you've been through a cycle, from what I went through last cycle, I invested about $7,000, and I was totally new to crypto, but I got in early enough. Let's say November of 20, before the cycle took off, and I turned 7 into like 80,000. And it was, something was
That's what's
telling
up,
me.
babe. Let's go.
Everybody was saying, why you not selling some of that? People that wasn't really into crypto, and the prices, everything was just going up. Every time I refreshed my phone, it would jump 1,500, 2,500 in the positive. And I'm like, why would I sell? When you get to that point where your portfolio, you done at least 10x your portfolio, sell a big chunk, at least 50%, 40, 50%.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I
And then
definitely
the-
made
and
money.
then-
I just
Right.
was left holding the bag up
Oh yeah,
there.
I did too.
I was
I did
probably at
too.
50-cent buy-in, and I probably round tripped it and then just wrote it down some. I mean, I did get in good and get out at like 16-cent basically. So
Right. Well, you're gonna have bags that's gonna blow up. When they blow up, bro, just sell it.
yeah.
We all know that it's gonna retrace.
Yeah.
And you
I don't
could possibly
touch anything really. I only touch like I only touch things I believe in now. Like I don't touch memes. I might throw like a little bit on a spot bag for various reasons, but like definitely not on leverage. I ain't learning that lesson again.
Right.
Personally, some people can do it, dog, but not me.
I'm talking about when we get to that euphoric. If we do get a altcoin season where everything just takes off, when you see them big numbers, man, sell at least 70, 80% of that bag on each coin, because they're not all gonna take off at the same time. Some of them gonna hit them super high levels. When they do, dump it. Just dump it, man. Don't even think twice about it. Say that when one take off, say, okay, that's a new car. That's new furniture. It's a down payment on a boat. This a down payment on a rental property.
Okay, then.
Just take it, man. Just take it. I learned my lesson. Just take it.
Nah, yeah. I'm hoping it'll be interesting to see if like we start reaching new levels and like holding like higher levels without like taking these huge dips. I mean, it's gonna happen. I just think at some point it'll be a lot more stable and I don't know. I'm just kind of wondering how long it'll take till the market sentiment really sees it as a long-term investment versus a trade option, like or like for us, for example, or whatever. Maybe call it a scalp if you want, but I'm just ready for that. I'm just really ready for it because it's so interesting to me. Like getting to see how the market moves, how the money moves. Like I don't know, man. It's like there's I don't know. You know, crypto never sleeps. So
Right.
it always gives me something new to like look at, or something like I can have an opinion on something and see the outcome and understand like if I'm right, if I'm wrong, and try to figure out why I'm right, try and figure out why I'm wrong. And then I get to do it again, and then I get to go through the same thing and the same thing and eventually it's like, you know, there's certain times where you see things and, you know, you're like, ah, all that hard work, it prepared me for this moment. Like, let's go. And I don't know, to me, that's just, it ain't, it, I don't even think it's got to do with money. It's just like that satisfaction, like that I hadn't necessarily found anywhere else in terms of
Oh,
like a challenge.
you a junkie now. You a crypto junkie, official.
Bruh.
Once you get into this shit, there is no getting out, bro.
I ain't scared, cuz. I ain't,
You in it now.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Bro, when you
And
wake up
one
and the
day,
first thing you do is look at the chart, you're a junkie.
bruh, it's fun, baby. It's so fun.
We all junkies.
Gosh, man, it's just like nothing
Yeah.
keeps me learning like this. That's
Yeah, there's always more to learn too. That's the best part. Like you can never
it's
really
the
learn
best part,
everything
baby.
that there is to know about trading. Like just like there you can never learn everything there is to know about science or physics or whatever interests you. There's always something more like new that you can learn. Like I still learn
Right.
stuff every day.
Every day.
You know what? And that's why I don't. That's why I don't. When people ask me about crypto, I tell them that's what I do, and they be like, "Teach me, tell me about it." I do like you were saying. I tell them I can give you some exchanges that you can download. Just put in a little money here and there and see how it go and learn. That's the only
Right.
thing I can tell.
I try to teach people
It's
like
too
if they're
much.
trying to get into it. I try to teach them like the basics of like support and resistance, and if it seems like they're getting bored, then I'm just like, all right, like it's probably not for you. Like I wouldn't even try it. But like if they're like really interested and they're like asking a bunch of questions and stuff and they're like really focused like on it and everything, I'm like, all right, well yeah, like try to learn this and master this first, and then like I'll show you this afterwards, and like you know like teaching people things of the basics and then like they become successful with that, it's like then I'm more apt to want to teach them more about it. But if I try to teach them or tell them something and they're not really listening, or they don't comprehend it that well, or like they get bored with it or whatever, then I'm just like, all right, well yeah, like then if you like I really basically kind of get to this point where I have to tell people like, look, if you really want to get into it, like you kind of got to get into it and like be in the trenches and like learn that like you're not always going to make money, you're going to take losses sometimes and whatever, and like you're not going to get rich overnight. Like you actually have to go through like all the like dirty gritty stuff and feel the pain of it. Like if you want to end up being successful, like you have to feel the pain and then like get to the point where you're like, okay, like I'm going to be good at this, like no matter what, and like that like gives you the ambition and the motivation to learn more about it and as much as you can about it. And then you're just like, all right, well yeah, I've got this, like, but like you kind of it's honestly kind of have like you have to do it on your own. Like it's almost like Morpheus with like telling Neo in the Matrix, like, I can only show you the door, like you have to walk through it. Like
Right.
each person that like when they go on their trading journey, it's like you can kind of set them off and like point them in the right direction and give them some pointers and stuff. But it's like if they're not like continuously trying to learn on their own and they just keep asking you like, when do I buy, when do I sell? It's like you don't really want to learn how to actually do this. Like you just like you want to make money, but you don't want to put
No.
any of the work in that's involved in doing it.
I tell everybody if they'll say, just tell me when to buy, just tell me when to sell. I said, unless you're going to put the money in my wallet and I'm clicking the button, you're setting yourself up for failure.
Right.
I mean, because just because I can tell you when to buy doesn't mean you're going to be awake when it's time to sell. This stuff don't work like it can. I mean, like if you DCA and we're in a real downtrend and stuff and coming out of a cycle or whatever, I mean, that's awesome, dude. You asked at the right time. But nah, dude, if I ain't clicking the button for you, don't ask me when to buy or when to sell it, because I'm going to tell you that right now it's at a good price. It'll go up and it'll go down. And whenever it goes up, you want to take profits. And whenever it goes down, you want to, buy back into it. But if you don't know what you're doing or
Yeah,
anything
that's one
like
of the
that,
hardest
you kind of
parts
want to
too,
walk
is like
away.
you could say like, oh, yeah, like I think this is a good time to buy. And then they go and they buy it and it goes down lower. And it's like, well, yeah, it's lower. And they're like, oh, well, you said it was a good time to buy. It's like, well, I mean, like technically speaking, in hindsight, it probably will be. It's just
Yeah.
that
Right.
it might not have been the absolute best time to buy. But like if you hold on to it and you
Right.
wait, there's going to be a better time to sell than right now. Like, don't sell it for a loss. But it's hard to get that into somebody's head that's like brand new or like they don't understand the dynamic of it because they think like, oh, I should be making money instantly. But it's like that's really not how
Right.
it works.
Hey, on the same token, you could tell them it's a good time to sell, and then they sell, and tomorrow go up another 30%. Then they still
Yeah.
looking at you like,
Like,
"Oh, you
why
told
did
me it
you
was
tell
time
me
to
to
sell."
sell?
Oh, yeah.
It's
And
like
then they buy
it's like,
back
oh well,
into it.
trust me. Like you're gonna be happy that you did. Like in a month from now. But they don't understand in the moment and they get pissed at you in the moment. So it's like I feel like it's hardly worth it trying to get people
No, yeah.
that are not already all about it.
After you tell them to sell and it goes up 30%, they buy back at the tops because they're like, oh, you
Yeah.
were wrong. I'm gonna show
I
you.
missed
And
it. It's
then
gonna keep going up.
and bro, dude, that's why I was dog.
Yeah.
It plays games, cuz it plays
It
games.
really does, and that's why like it's a whole trading psychology is like more important. It's like the most important thing to like try to master, like trading psychology and like emotions and stuff like that. Like it's more important than technical analysis. It's like you can be able to read a chart, but then actually being able to execute a trade, like when there's emotions, when there's money and emotions involved, like that's a different type of skill set that takes like time to really like get a hold of. Like even some of the most seasoned people like can't really do it that
It's
well.
right. It's even harder than that, bro, because we've been in it for years and we still win and lose every day. So you trying to tell somebody that don't know nothing about it,
Yeah, they'll get
Even
it's
slaughtered.
it's
I
not gonna
mean,
work. Right.
even if you got a couple years in it, bro, it's like people get a couple years in this game and they're still asking when should I buy, when should I sell? And it's like, no,
Exactly.
man, dude, no. Yeah, that's why like eventually it's like I just progressively use lower and lower. Well, I started out low leverage and then I was stupid, learned a lesson or a lot more than that, and then kept going down, down, down on the leverage, and then I don't know. I can't remember what I was going to say. It's just it's mind boggling. It's like
It's funny because the answer is always the same. Sell in May, walk away, buy in October, November, or sell in October, November.
hey, the trend is your friend till it ends, though.
But it's like literally when you pull up a yearly, the highs happen in the same months, the lows happen in the same months. The question is, will it be, a higher high than the next 4 years, or is this a lower high for the next 4 years? But I guarantee you, if you look at the absolute tippy top and the absolute bottom for every year. You're going to find that Bitcoin finds its bottom in November and it finds its top in November.
Yep, unless we have a Black Swan event.
That's a 50 Bitcoin buy.
Big buys, big buys, big buys. Where the hell is Drew at?
Yeah, right. Where is Drew?
Just
But
remember, man, the highs are always the same month. The lows are always the same month. We've had 13 years with plenty of Black Swan events, and that has not affected those dates.
as far as what you were saying, Sean, about the being a crypto junkie, like, yeah, dude, like I definitely like for years, it's like I wake up and the first thing I do is look at the charts. It's like I can't even help it. It's like I'll try to tell myself like, no, like don't even look at it, don't even look at it, and I still just like it's the first thing I do. Like
Bro, I
wake up,
close my
go look at the
eyes and see
chart.
charts.
I
Bro, I
like,
got
yeah,
3 screens stay on
dude.
all the time. So as soon as I wake up, I see Bitcoin price, light me a cigarette, go make me some coffee,
Okay.
come sit in front of the screen. That's every day.
Dude, I have like dreams about like candles and like freaking is like looking at like if it's like losing a support resistance, like I'll see something ripping and then I'll see something like, oh, it's losing a support level or yada yada. It's like my stop loss will get hit. Like I literally, it's in my freaking dreams. Like
You
I'll
be
be
having wet
getting,
candle dreams.
I love
yeah,
that.
I'll be
I love that, baby.
I'll be
Crypto
taking,
don't sleep, baby. Let's go.
yeah, like I'll be taking trades and like, you know, making crazy profits and getting stopped out, like or like, you know, watching charts like either pump or like out of control or like it'll be crashing and it's like, dude, like it's in my dreams. Like it'll be like sometimes it's a good dream, sometimes it's a nightmare, but like charts and candlesticks and like
That's
like trend lines, it's all in my dreams, dude. Like
why
it
it
is
sounds like
embedded in
your
my
first
brain.
addiction.
What?
It,
What matches?
it sounds like your first addiction.
Dude, I mean, it's certainly one of them. It's the only one that I never quit.
I used to play cards, poker a lot in college and high school. And when you're addicted to something, you dream about it.
My first addiction was chocolate. Not gonna lie. My first addiction is definitely sugar and chocolate. That was when I like, you know, like looking back now, like that's when I realized that, like that's when my addictive personality started to surface.
You can't blame that shit on Wonka.
And then it was like, you know, cigarettes, and then it was pot, and then it was like, you know, a bunch of other stuff, like, you know, when I started to get older, and you know, I was drinking, and it's like, you know, I ended up with a bunch of it, like addictions, but like none of it has really been quite like trading.
No, you can only
You know,
ride a
sometimes
horse.
it gets to a point where I'm so mentally, like I've gotten to points where I'm so mentally messed up that it's like it's almost like it's exhilarating for me to be seeing a position like in the negative that like I'm losing money or whatever, like, you know, but it's like I have to keep watching the chart, like for whatever reason, like I don't just like I wouldn't just like put a stop loss or like put like it's like I keep watching. I'm like, oh, it's gonna recover, or like, oh, it's gonna go
No,
up, it's
no,
gonna go
Bruh.
down. Like,
you like to put your account in cross and then hedge both sides.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
I
I
mean
do.
that was something that I learned to do over time. But it's like even that is like a big, if you don't do it right and you end up in a bad
How'd that work
position,
out? Hey guys,
then
I'm
it's
down
like
1,500 on my long. I'm up 1,530 on my short.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like you had to be long and short at the same spot, basically. But there's been times where it worked out well for me, and then there's times where I was in like I put myself in a really like screwed up position, and then I had to fight my way out of it. So I'm like, okay, now I have to get out. I was like addicted to figuring, like I had to trade my way out of
That,
a bad trade,
that's
Bro,
good
and
nothing will
like
practice.
build
that made me a
character.
better trader.
That's
Nothing
good
builds
practice.
character like
I mean, it
that.
made me a better trader. It probably took years off my life. I'm not gonna lie, but like at least
Bruh,
it made me a better trader.
it made you stronger, baby. It removed all that little weakness in you. And that's what it did to me. That's what it did to all of us. We've been there. We've been there. It took that weakness and it just shined a light. We were just looking at our weakness every day. Every day we was looking at it. We said, I ain't weak no more. I ain't weak no more. I'm gonna get strong. I'm gonna go to the gym. And we was looking at them charts. Sorry.
Look, the
But
question is, are any of you selling when we reach 101?
I don't even know. I don't even know if we're gonna go there. Like I still feel like 96.5. We really have to get over that, and it hasn't done it yet.
It'll do it. It hasn't
But
gone
it's
down
also
since
not going down either. So
that's what I'm saying. We're waiting on the weekly. The weekly is halfway through. The monthly is literally just closed up. And I mean, there's two options on that monthly candle, right? Engulf the previous monthly, and we find ourselves down at 73. Go retest
well,
the bottom of it, or we're gonna make a nice big candle to the upside on the monthly.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
there's like
we're gonna make a little
there's a lot
candle
of
on the monthly,
factors.
and it's gonna look huge all month.
yeah, there's a ton of factors. Let's get
I
through the
think
sell wall.
I think that I think there's a lot of factors that are going to be involved. And like, okay, so this Friday we're going to get unemployment rate, like the true unemployment rate from last quarter, and that's like
Oof. I
also
don't
on
care.
Friday, which is usually a day where people sell off. So I'm like thinking that if there is, like if those unemployment numbers are hot, I don't really know how the market's going to take that. If they're going to think, oh, well, it's so hot that like Powell might cut, so that's like a signal to buy, or it's like, oh, it's hot, but like that's not really like a good sign. Like we should probably sell. So like as far as like how the market reacts to it is,
Well,
I think
we're
it's
in a
going to be
weird
interesting
point.
to see. But considering how
We
we've
are.
been pumping into it, it's kind of concerning to me. And if we
Yeah, we
lose
have.
All
momentum
right.
to the upside, I feel like people are just going to be like, by Friday, if we're not breaking through some critical levels by Friday, then I feel like people are just going to be like, all right, well, it's losing momentum, it's starting to go down. I'm just going to sell. And then it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy anyway.
But get ready, fellas. My birthday is in 13 minutes. We about to get a big ass birthday candle.
Oh, let's
go, son. Let's go. Let's
About to
go.
blow.
Buy in with everything
Bro,
and get
are you telling me that your birthday is well, the day before your birthday is always the day before it's gonna be May. Yeah, let's go.
It's gonna be May.
Let's go, baby.
You got to make enough so we can walk away.
Or just like buy and hold and walk away. Don't sell.
Thanks, Jay.
Just like that usually works better than anything else that I've ever tried.
I'm holding this ETH trade still. I bought it and walked away.
Eat trade?
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Never heard of ski.
I leveraged Ethereum at 1,560.
I'm hoping Bitcoin comes down to that 94 again. If it did, it'd make a nice little W.
Back chance. Let's see. See that 4 hours about to rip?
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Come on with this candle, baby. Come on.
Anything below 94,560. You don't want to go there.
Thanks, Grunt.
We go down there and we're gonna go visit some lower numbers.
Where'd you say? Sorry.
You don't want to go back to 94. We crossed 94.4, 94.5, and we're gonna lose this area up here.
Okay. I only got one good eye open right now.
Well, right now the low for the daily is 94 even. And the body of yesterday closed at 94,125.
Are you on
So we made-
BTC Perp?
What?
The
Yeah, perpetual. Yeah, and
Yeah.
the high was 95,186 on the last candle.
I was just making
Above
sure we
it
were on the same chart.
was the open of 94.2.
Mm-hmm.
We really gotta stay above that. We stay above that, and we're pretty good.
We're making a nice rounded bottom right now. We should get a nice push.
$15-minute looks good. 4-hour looks beautiful. What do you guys think of Baby Doge?
Is that a meme coin?
Yeah, dude.
I don't touch them personally.
Been around for a while.
No, I know it was honestly just a dumb joke. Sorry.
Been around for a while.
I remember when it was born. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's right there at the lows. Technically, it made a higher low on the weekly from before the run. So I mean, it had a low of on this chart 819, and now the low is like 965.
Do you know offhand? I mean, I can look it up, but do you know offhand if it has if the supply, the coin supply or whatever is capped, or if it's infinite?
I think it is now capped. I think they did change it because I think before You got, well, I don't even know. You got drops from all the sales. So if you were holding the coin
You
on a
got what
DeFi
from all the sales?
So if you were holding on a DeFi wallet, every time somebody made a buy or a sell, the person paid 5% buying, 5% selling, and some other thing, and that got distributed between the holders.
Oh, okay. Nice. 210 market cap, 210 million.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for something to throw like $15 in leverage and walk away. You get me?
Only problem with Baby Doge is it's just no hype around it.
No, it sounds like a dead coin. It's perfect.
It hadn't grown up yet, you know what I mean?
I mean, if it's automatically paying a percentage though,
Well, that's nice that it's like you has a mission.
I think they changed the tokenomics. You got to see what the
I was
current
gonna
yield
say
is.
allegedly. I mean, you know, allegedly, but I mean, I respect it. I don't. I'd have to look into it, but that's nice of them. I like dogs.
oh, the dogs.
Hey, who let the dogs out?
Freaking alpaca. Yeah, it didn't curse. Yeah, this ETH trade is going to end up being a badass trade if I can hold it all the way.
Little hodl action. What? I hadn't heard hodl in like so long, man. What happened? What happened?
Oh,
We ain't got no hodlers no more.
no, everybody's on leverage.
No, I know.
And then like no,
I
you know
just
what I'm
missed it.
saying? You get into weird arguments because it's like, guys, it's not possible to hold trades more than a day on leverage. So
Right.
don't
Yeah. Yeah.
don't go to sleep on it. Blah 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 blah. Y'all crazy.
Shit, those are my best trades. I fall asleep and wake up in nice profits.
Are you in
I've been holding
America?
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
For
Shot time.
All right. I just was wondering about time zone. That's all.
It is about to be 12 o'clock.
Happy birthday, sir.
2 minutes.
So yeah,
Thank you,
this
sir.
ETH trade, I just put in general. I've been holding that for at least 3 weeks. Like to find something else that's really low that I can just throw money in and walk away. Oh, I guess ADA is really on its side, huh? ADA was flagging, huh?
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank
Happy
you, sir.
birthday.
Thank you.
Let's make some dollar
Son, happy
bills.
birthday.
Yeah, all we need is a birthday candle.
Come on, son. Let us know when it's gonna get blown out, though, if you don't mind.
I'm not gonna blow it out. Don't worry about that. We're gonna let
I heard
that
that.
burn.
Man, let it burn, bro.
So target on Bitcoin for me is between 99 and 101. If we do push past those areas, I think we're looking at retest of the all-time high up to 112 or between 118 and 125 before ending the bull run. Disagreements?
Are you talking about like on leverage trading in target one? Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking Bitcoin, period.
You just saying your target's like 101. I just didn't know if it was leverage trade or spot bag.
That I'm not even. I guess
You
that's
talking about just in
relevant.
general?
I don't know how that's relevant.
To me, it just feels.
If it's leveraged or spot bag, the target is still 101.
I just didn't know if that was like your third or fourth target or your first. It was just. You said
99 to
opinion, so I was
125.
asking.
Okay. No, that's fine if you're asking. So
Yeah.
99 to 100 is based off of an inverted head and shoulders that we seem to have made from March 23rd to April 19th, and then we took off on the 20th.
Big buys, big buys.
So that move there brought us up to a resistance point at 94 area. If we cross this resistance area, the other half of the move should bring us to about 101 before that inverted head and shoulders is done playing out.
Hey, is anyone here into this new AI, like this new Grok coin, new XAI Gork that just
No.
came out today? It blasted up to 60 mil. Looks pretty good. I don't know.
Dex screener.
Yeah, it's at 42 mil right now. Came out 7 hours ago, but everyone's talking about it. 124 million in volume.
I think that one you were talking about last night had like 700 something mil in volume in 24 hours.
No way. Wait, which one?
I can't remember. Oh, was it Alpaca?
Oh no, yeah, that was Alpaca. I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I think it. I don't know. My brain does normally remember numbers, but I definitely, obviously, can always be wrong, and I am. But
No,
yeah,
but
no,
I think that one's been out. That one's been out. It was on Binance, or it got delisted.
I think it was, yeah, right. It was 120 mil, 121. Yeah, that's right, because it went to
Yeah.
like 132 mil market cap, but the trading volume was at like 734 million. I'm pretty sure. I don't
Well, no,
know.
because this one just came out 7 hours ago, and the volume's at 124 million, which is a lot for a deck screener.
Oh, okay.
It has
I
no
got you.
listings. Yeah. It's like this new AI agent called Gork. Instead of Grok, it's Gork. And you can just ask it a bunch of stuff on Twitter or whatever.
I have a personal coin. The volume is 0.
Could you airdrop me some of that?
Didn't get up high enough to put it on the Discord.
I'll even pay the gas fee.
I've kind of wondered about like creating a coin and owning
Do it.
100% of it, and then
Do it.
tax implications and whatnot, if that way it was like considered a investment
You're
or
not.
whatever.
You're not going to succeed with it. Just do it.
Oh,
Just do it
So
and kiss your $50 goodbye.
is that how much it costs to like make a coin?
It costs less.
Right. It's
So
a
if you
guy
go
got
on
a
to
video
Pump
how to
Fun,
roll
it'll
cool.
if you want to Pump.Fun, it'll absolutely ruin how you feel about crypto, and it may even break your habit of checking every chart every 10 seconds. All you have to do is what you just said, and it'll just ruin it all for you. You go on, you make your own coin on Pump.Fun.
Yeah.
It takes all of 2 seconds. If you put in a lot more time and you really do up the image and all this other stuff, you can make some pretty cool stuff. But the bottom line is, you're gonna hit the publish button, and then you're gonna realize that you are part of the effing problem.
I'm not. I wouldn't sell anything. I'm saying in terms of
Fine.
like. Okay,
That's
okay,
fine.
we're on the same page then.
You're
I'm
gonna
just
do
making
that.
sure we're on the same
You're gonna
page.
hit
This
the
is a new
button.
concept.
You're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm part of the problem. I have one of these billions of coins that are now holding market cap for no reason.
Well,
Here, I'll put mine in general, but like I'm not killing it and I don't recommend anybody buy it. I just think it's funny as heck.
yo,
So
is any
like
of you guys into house coin? You guys heard
actually
about house coin?
I want to put it there for 2 minutes and then delete it because I know that he doesn't want people shilling and I don't want somebody to come in and be like, "What's this?" But I'll put it there so you can see what it is.
yeah, but if you don't sell any of it, then
I don't have control over that. That somebody sees it, they can go on and buy it.
okay.
That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. So like the longer I leave it there, it actually is shilling. But I just want to show you what it is because it's funny.
Is that only a Pump.Fun thing?
Yes, they're all. Look, all these Pump.Fun coins, they cost nothing to make. You can go look, like I have a market cap in there and I spent $50 on the coin, maybe $55. So I could have at least 10 million of the coin. Because once, God forbid, it caught on, which wouldn't be a bad thing, I wouldn't even own any of my own coin. Right. So I put in that
Well,
just to laugh about it.
I wouldn't, if I was to do that, I wouldn't create a coin that wouldn't let me own 100% of it. The whole reason I would do it is so I could be able
So you
to
see,
gain
so you see
tax
in general,
benefits somehow.
yeah, you could figure that out. Probably better off with an NFT, but you see in
Okay.
general, like the coin I made that's linked to Pump.Fun.
Hold on.
I mean, click on it, read the description. It's pretty funny.
That
I'm
is,
not recommending anybody buy it. If you do
yeah.
want to buy it, wait until we're at like a
I
absolute market.
I don't touch
Do
this stuff anyway. But yeah, no, that is pretty cool. That's cool, I guess.
because you can arbitrage Solana with these coins, but that's it. But like their value is so volatile and ain't worth trying. But you see what I did there. Like it's ridiculous. You just this is part of the problem.
No,
This
that
took
is the problem. It's
I
not
was
part
able
of
to
it.
publish it. I downloaded the app. I was able to publish it almost immediately, and then I was like, wait, no, there's AI. Let me do some AI stuff, and then I started doing pictures, and I made up the coin. I made this whole
Yeah, no, I understand that. I
happenings,
understand that the problem is
it's
people that
innovative
create
and
these
secure.
coins and people can buy them on the open market. That is the problem. I would never do that. It would literally have to be I create the coin, I own 100% of it, and that way I could get some type of tax benefit. I mean, I wouldn't.
Oh, I know you want that, but don't you want unparalleled security and transparency in your coin? I can offer that.
I hear you. I mean, that is funny. Don't get me wrong.
But that's what I'm saying is like I deleted it out of there. If you guys want, I'll put it back if you need to look at it. But like that's part of the whole damn problem. Like, yeah, it's all fun, yeah, it's cool, but like the fact that this exists.
Yeah, if everybody would quit trading meme coins, it'd be a different environment.
Any 12-year-old can download it and make a coin to F you with. It's kind of like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's
Man,
why I don't. That's why I
Healthcoin
just.
went crazy today.
Yeah.
Hit 115 mil.
Who?
Housecoin? I don't know if you heard about that.
Host. Yeah, I saw it just now when I was looking for coins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think
also like
that one might be a runner.
Yeah, but what is it? What is it really? Is it a real coin project, or is it like a pumped up fun, or is it like
I
somebody
think it's a
made
pumped up
a
fun.
coin on an own network? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is it the same thing, just not on pumped up fun?
That I'm not sure. I'm not even sure, but it just caught a lot of attention on Twitter because
Yeah.
people can't afford houses, and then they're saying one house coin equals one house.
Where was I? Where I was somewhere where somebody was mentioning, maybe it was just a video, but you can do that. You can play these coins. There is a formula, not a formula, but there is a standard pattern that they all go through. All of these ones that seem to pump before they die right away. And you can, if you could jump on them early enough, you can make some quick money, sell them within the day, within a day or two at most, and be on to the next coin. And that's what
pretty
most of
much.
these people do that know what they're doing.
Yeah, quick flips. Quick flips, and then load up your main bags. That's it.
It's just not advisable because it's so easy to get trapped in.
High risk, high reward, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of homework and everything. I respect the heck out of it. I need to spend time doing other things, and I spend a lot of time just on stuff like that. So, like I said, I respect the heck out of it. But dang, man, it's it'd be fun to do one day, but you got to be in the trenches. At least from my perspective, that's what it feels like. Like, I'd rather look at charts than Twitter, I guess. Maybe
true.
is it.
I've started watching reels just to get off charts for a few minutes. I've also started playing the longer time frames on high leverage just to get off the charts. And I have a feeling I'm going to be able to go to sleep on this long, and we will wake up way above tomorrow.
What long is that?
I have a long.
Oh, Ethereum?
No, that one I've been sleeping on for 3 weeks.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just remembered that.
90 right now we have 93,252. If we cross
Well,
over
when
that
you say high leverage, how much leverage?
50.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't hate that.
I work within $100. If I can't find the bottom or the top within $100, I can't find it.
I'm ready to see what this does. Right about here.
4-hour candle's about to rip. As soon as it crosses 94,978, it'll probably rip. All aboard. Who's coming aboard? All aboard. It's a good place for them to throw down a wick candle too. Knock people out. Bring the body back up.
Yep.
Continue.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Easily
I
see
was
them dropping.
I was thinking that earlier whenever you said that.
There it is. Boom. Right straight to it. 94.9. It's got to turn itself around. I do want to see it fucking push that. Oh, god damn it. I was doing so good. I'm sorry I cursed. Do want to see it fudging that candle. Upwards. On the bigger time frame. I was doing so good.
Based on the fact that you said earlier that you were like proud of yourself for not cussing today, and you called yourself out, I would say you were doing good, I guess. I don't know. Based on how you interpreted it. It happens. Thankfully most of mine come out in the morning.
Alright, let's see what she does on this retrace. This is sucking. Has plenty of room to go down to 94,850. Hourly just looks beautiful. 4 hour doesn't even look bad. Alright, let's slow down right here, Bitcoin. Turn around again. Alright, throw down that little wick because you want to, and then let's turn around, Bitcoin. No, don't go any further. Don't go any further. No. Hold.
What's funny is we're sitting right at a CME Friday close. I just still hadn't deleted these lines yet off my chart.
Come on, Bitcoin, that would be a real great time to turn around. Come on, do it, do it, do it, do it. close up here and turn around. Push up higher, baby. Push up higher.
Will you take me higher?
To a place where blind men see.
I hope we're not 6 feet from the edge.
Alright,
But then again, I mean, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down.
Oh, that's a good move. Good move, Bitcoin. Good move.
My personal favorite like song parody is that like oh gosh, what's that woman's name? She's like, "Hi, I'm blah blah blah." She's like, "In the arms of an angel." But like there's a parody song and yeah, Sarah McLachlan, thank you. And but there's like a parody out there that is like, "In the arms of a stranger, I will cry." I don't know if anybody's heard it, but it's I don't know. I think it's hilarious. In the arms of a stranger, I will cry.
Sounds about right.
That's what I'm thinking, man. I'm like, that's accurate.
Don't top your Bitcoin. We were trending up. Keep trending up, girl. Right on through that resistance. It's that 15-minute candle. Looks like it could close here and start to turn around. 7 minutes left though. Yeah. Weird. Hold Bitcoin, hold. Well, it is holding.
Yeah, did Dbloc ever come back? He said
I'm
he was
here.
going
I'm
to check
just
on that.
swamped right now.
Oh, all right, man. What's good with BOJ? Get the cliff notes?
Pause. Yeah, I'm just looking through. There was really nothing. Once it was a pause, I wanted to look at some of the notes, but they're only rumored. They're not out yet. They're worried about wages more than anything, but the pause buys us, another full run until the next meeting. I'll be right back.
You gotta you gotta love this, man. You gotta love this.
Love what?
Just the action. Just the action, baby. Let's go. I just love the action. Any action. Honestly.
Big buy coming.
Somebody in the chat said this is like watching the last 5 minutes of every episode of Dragon Ball Z. I feel that. Dude, nothing got done in the last 5 minutes. It was like, come on, just give me a conclusion. Just give me a conclusion. It was 5 minutes of them to build up for a cliffhanger for the next episode. Yeah, that's for real. That was a real statement. I should probably watch the whole series again. Yeah, man. I mean, I really feel like it's going to be hard to get past this level, but we have been consolidating up here so much between like 92.6 and 95.6. I think we really need to get above 96.5, 96.6 to make a difference. Like close the daily up above there. And I don't know if it's like hunting to sort of try to grab liquidity that's higher up, because there is higher leverage liquidity above, but there's more positions down below, it looks like. So maybe it does actually go up as high as 99,000, and then makes the decision if it's gonna reject there or not, like just a freak wick up there.
That's all pretty much where my head's kind of at too. I mean, I'm just watching and waiting, obviously, to see what happens. But I like that path.
I mean, there's so much liquidity built up down below, though, too, is the problem. All the way down to 80K. So,
right.
If I was to say, hey, we're gonna shoot up to 99, then I would have to like give it an equal opportunity to retrace like back as low as 80K. I don't think it's gonna go as low as 80K. I think it goes to like 88, but maybe 85. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we get past 88, I'm just gonna kind of sit and wait. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at like 84.5, but nothing would surprise me. Nothing
It's
would.
just sort of, it's just sort of like, I don't know, more liquidity keeps building on either side, and eventually one side's gonna give.
Right.
But I feel like with all these longs that are still in there, that they won't be left to get away with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose they could, but I don't see why it wouldn't be like a natural retracement and then to come down for a liquidity sweep and then continue up. So momentum looks like it's shifted to the upside, but it's just like move up, consolidation, big move up, consolidation. Do we have like another big move up and then consolidation coming before retracement, or is it just gonna retrace from here. Because like when it does make a move up and then consolidates, it usually it'll consolidate and go sideways for a while, but then it usually does make another move up after doing that. Usually when it comes down, it will reject
Yeah,
pretty
correct.
quick.
Correct. Which, like, I mean, makes sense. That's why, like, you know, with especially like with the meme coin. I mean, like back in the day, I don't trade the stuff, but um, you know, you'd get out and it would jump 30% up and then come back down or whatever, just whatever kind of coin. But you get out after it just like consolidates, accumulates, whatever. And it was just like building up short positions, and then it just liquidates those shorts real quick and comes back down.
Yeah, I mean that could be the purpose of a consolidation too, is building up shorts and then liquidating the shorts really quick and then dropping.
I've been
But
checking the 100 times leverage whenever it kind of does that, just because it's like, okay, let me go ahead and check the price right where I think that I would want to buy, as far as like emotional reaction, and that's how I check that. And then it kind of amazes me how many times it retraces to that 100 times liquidation based off where I'm like, okay, the old me would have longed it here.
yeah, I mean I'd be sketched out to try to long it at this point, but it's like I also don't want to short it because
Oh no, heck no.
most of the time it's like,
Well, I don't
since
know.
we've been in this downtrend, at least since January, but it's really honestly most of the time when BTC goes down, when it's gonna go down, it will reject right away. Like, and then it hasn't been rejected
If we're in an
right away.
uptrend,
No, like, well, I mean, yeah, it could be an uptrend too, but like, what I'm saying,
you,
like,
yeah.
what I'm saying is that like it's like more typical for if you make a move up and then you consolidate for several days, more often than not, the next move is it's gonna be another move up. Like it doesn't like hang out for a couple days and then reject. Sometimes there's like a swing fail that happens to take out the whole range, and then it does reject and comes down sharply. But most of the times, like if you look at most of the dead cat bounces that we had even since January, you know, like when it came up to make a lower high, it rejected immediately. Then, you know, you got like sort of a rally up and then an instant rejection. Like it didn't like come up and then hang out and go sideways.
Right. Yeah.
For
No, based
several
off what
days.
you're saying, yeah, no, I would have said downtrend, not uptrend. After hearing that, yeah, for sure. But I think kind of like the same logic with the uptrend works. For like if you flip everything, so it consolidates, goes down real quick, and then goes back up. Like it's like Bitcoin. Let's just say since we bottomed or whatever at 74.5, it's been interesting to see, especially since we broke 90, how whenever like we kind of come down or make like a lower low, we are seeing like a lot of like quick wicks. Or to me, it just feels like we're seeing more of those. Um, and it just felt like it feels like I hadn't seen those in a while. So it just feels different. That's kind of where I'm at. like when I say the quick wicks, whenever it goes down, it goes back to what you were saying about rejecting, bouncing, and going back down or whatever.
I mean, the rejections, like, it'll happen in an uptrend too. Like, even when the price is trending up. But, like, when it does reject and you end up putting in a lower low, that rejection usually happens pretty quick. And a lower low meaning, like, a low that's lower than the previous low.
Yeah, I got you.
You can still be in an uptrend as long as you're not really, like, breaking certain structure. But, I mean, it also depends on sort of what time frame you're looking at when you say uptrend or downtrend, because there could be a smaller trend within a larger trend. I honestly, I can't believe that Bitcoin is at 95K.
As in, it should be lower or it should be higher.
Like, just my whole experience with Bitcoin.
Okay.
It was most of the time mainly below 60K.
Yeah.
You know, like, I've been watching it since it was at 3K. You know, but it's like, you know, seeing it go up and then, like, come down. It was at 15K and 25K, being below 30K for multiple years. It was like,
yeah,
kind of got, like, I don't know, monotonous. I don't know if that would be the right word for it, but
yeah, like stagnant
just
or something.
yeah, just that it's like at 100K. Like, I mean, like, it was
Yeah.
one thing when it came back up to its previous all-time high and then retraced from that, but it's way above its previous all-time high now. Like, it's almost at 100K again. Like, it went above 100K. Like, it's just crazy.
Do you remember back in the day what your thoughts were in terms of total crypto market cap?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
What do you think it would have been, like, say 3,000, 15, 30? If you can remember, it was just a question.
I had, so let me actually look at the total and go back in time, because I had some things drawn that were like, oh, this looks really bullish, and then it started, like, breaking down out of those things. But I mean, 15 and 30K. I was buying, dude, like, I bought through the whole bear market, so I mean, I didn't really think much of it. This is, like, I understood basically, like, when Bitcoin was between 15 and 30K, like, looking at total, basically anywhere below 400 billion was good to be buying crypto.
Yeah.
You know, when the total crypto market cap was below 400 billion,
Yeah, all the coins didn't exist either. Then, to be fair, I mean, so it would have been. I don't feel like it would have been as much of a thought per se back then.
They did. I mean, a lot of them did. A lot of the ones that still matter existed.
Oh,
You know, I mean,
right. Yeah.
like Cardano XRP was
Correct.
always around. Doge was always there. You know, you got
Oh, yeah.
Binance, like Ethereum. You got, you know, your Solana was in there.
Yeah, AVAX.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, AVAX too. Like that's like I don't even really hold AVAX, but like that's one that's like pretty underrated or hasn't gotten that much attention. I mean,
Yeah,
your
I like
yeah,
AVAX.
your quant, your
quant.
you know, stuff like I mean, even stuff that has been eating the dirt lately, like Matic and Atom and
Oh yeah.
and Polkadot, like
Yeah.
all that stuff was
Dang,
down there.
dude.
It was
That's
in
like
there.
nostalgic hearing all that. That's crazy. Dang.
There's a lot of stuff that I was buying down there. It's just not all of it really went up all that much at all.
When I was originally buying, I was trying to view everything in terms of market. Well, yeah, mainly market cap. Like total crypto market cap, potential, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's no way I could have known, but
I think total still looks just fine. Like on in the macro, like it could even come down a little bit lower, and I'd still be okay with it.
yeah, yeah. It's gonna
But I
be
think where it's at, it still looks just fine. It's pretty good.
if it does come down lower and dominance goes up, oh, it's got to come down. I don't know, man. I can't wait to see what happens. Like it's all gonna be just so. It's just gonna be such a great learning experience to get to see it all firsthand play out. After like getting to think of all the possibilities and then actually getting to see it happen.
Shit, I was looking at total 3. Were you asking about just like the whole total cryptocurrency market cap? Because I was thinking total 3.
Yeah, I
That's
meant
kind of what
in
you were.
general, but I mean any reference point
So
really.
so much of well, when I was saying it probably didn't make sense when I was saying 400 billion, but that's like total 3. So I mean it excludes Bitcoin and ETH, but so much of the market cap it comes from Bitcoin anyway. So the total market cap is gonna look pretty similar to Bitcoin in that sense. I mean, until you get your alt season, then it will probably start to look different. Like, and I'm talking about like the crazy parabolic alt season where Bitcoin dominance drops a lot. You haven't seen that yet.
Man, that would be so cool.
I mean, that's why I'm here. That's what I'm waiting for. It just hasn't happened yet.
Like fundamentally, I don't want Bitcoin to succeed. But
well, I mean, it has to. If
well,
if the
right,
rest
but
of crypto is going to.
but like well, right, but I'd rather crypto succeed and Bitcoin not. Just because I don't trust it. I hear Bitcoin, I think bank coin.
Well, it's like the lifeblood of the whole cryptocurrency ecosystem.
Yeah, I want the lifeblood I want the market to to get out of no utility and just only get into utility. Like, I mean, I'm just saying if that's what I want, I understand,
I think that the market cap should be more evenly dispersed amongst like the cryptos that matter. And the ones that really don't matter, yeah, like all these stupid meme coins that people keep coming out with that just do 1,000x like overnight. It's like, how do you even catch that? And then it rug pulls, and then people that buy in at the top, like they lose all their money, and then they're not in the space anymore. And then it gives crypto a bad name, like it makes the whole industry look like a scam. And it's like that's really not the case. There's like some really innovative stuff happening. It's just that's not what people are putting their money into, when really that's what they should be putting their money in.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean,
It's so degenerate. Like when you really think about it, like what people are doing with meme coins. It's like people made money on Doge last cycle. People made money on Shiba last cycle. Then you had stuff coming out like Saitama and SafeMoon, and then you had Floki, like all these offshoots of these dog coins. Like that. It's what people are used to. Now we got penguins and we got freaking ducks, and like this cycle we got frogs, Pepe. People just we had Mudang, the hippo. People just like animals and memes and
dude,
weird
I'm just
stuff like
shaking my head back and forth.
yeah.
Dang it.
People don't understand like what crypto really is and like the power of it, and I think that's why utility doesn't get as much doesn't really get as much respect and attention as it deserves. But at the same time, it's like the only reason utility got that kind of attention before was because that's what was out there and that's what was moving. Whatever was moving, that's what people are going to jump on. That's why people are jumping on the meme coins, because somebody puts money into it, then the next, like somebody else looks at it and says, "Oh, this is moving." They put money into it. It moves up higher. Then the next person says, "Oh, this is moving." They put money into it. It moves up higher. So it's like people just ride that train, and they're just trading it because like there's volume, there's volatility, and like they're trying to just not be the last person in and the last person out. And unfortunately, like people get stuck being the last person in, and they buy the top or whatever, and it doesn't work out for them. Like a lot of people that seems to happen to. It seems like there's very few people that end up jumping in at the bottom and grabbing a bunch of coins, and then when it goes way, way, way up, there's a lot of people that put money in, and then they get dumped on.
Yeah, it's a game. It'll be a Netflix documentary one day.
I mean, there's already a few pretty good documentaries out there about crypto, like, and sort of the ideas that we're talking about here. But it sucks. It's a pity because it's so like that. There was like that whole story of like Sam Bankman-Fried. Like, there's a documentary called Ruin. RUIN.
Okay.
And it's about Sam Bankman-Fried and like the whole like collapse, like the whole big like explosive rally in 2021, and then now crypto like completely collapsed after that, and then they go into like what he was doing and all the fraud and stuff. But they showed all of the build up on the way up too, and how exciting it was getting and how popular it was getting. They showed all that, and then they showed the side where it comes down as well.
I'm just
Yeah.
glad we actually are catching people. Like that never happens in the banking system. It's nice to see it happening in crypto.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a blockchain, so you can catch
Right.
people.
Correct.
The transparency is like sort of what makes crypto special. But yeah, I think people really misunderestimate like the
Utility.
true yeah, the true value of crypto is not really just the money you can make off of it. It's like what crypto actually is. Like,
Well, that's like XLM, for example. It's like, okay, let's just say it's a $10 billion market cap. It's somewhere around there. I hadn't looked in a minute. But $10 billion. And let's just say that it doesn't have the network or whatever to replace all of payment processing. But let's say that it can replace payment processing in like third world countries, or either only at gas pumps, or in other words, it's in a specific segment. So therefore it's not, the network isn't overloaded. Okay. That can replace $500 billion industry in no time, and it's 10 billion. I just don't, and it could replace, I mean, whenever it comes to payment processing, the numbers are so crazy. I don't even want to, like, it's just, gosh, man, it's just like, man, this, I just wish people saw it. I
I
don't
mean, I'm
know.
sure they
Maybe I
do,
don't.
but there's people that are early, and then there's people that don't show up until after it's, not early anymore. Like
No,
people that
right.
are early, and then there's people that are late.
Yeah, it's probably better to just keep stacking bags, but it would be cool.
I mean, the thing that's the bright side of that is that if you're early and it takes a long time for people to catch on, you have more time to be buying while you're waiting for it to catch on. And then you ultimately have bigger bags and a higher net worth when it does catch on, if it ever really does. You might be waiting a long time, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty confident about like the crypto industry as a whole. It might see another really big collapse that brings it down to levels that we didn't expect it could go to, but after that, I'm sure it's going to be a really booming industry at some point in the next like 10 years.
Oh, for sure.
So, and it's going to go crazy, and it's not ever going to like once the mainstream adoption really happens and it has like that .com moment, like I think we're gonna get like that big like .com blow off like rally where it does this huge massive rally and then just completely crashes and everything gets completely destroyed and it wipes out the whole space. You get rid of all the junk, and then the few that are left that are really worth something, the metal is tested of all the coins that are going to be in the ecosystem, and if it ain't worth a damn, it gets flushed out. Like just like Ask Jeeves got flushed out, and Yahoo, and whatever the hell other kind of search engines we had, like back in the day. Like, do you even remember AskJeeves.com? Like that was basically Google before Google existed. But I mean, the ones that won were like Google. I mean, even Internet Explorer. Who the hell even uses that anymore? But AOL, like, I mean, there was a lot of stuff that we used to use a lot, and it didn't even end up. It ended up just being the predecessor to something bigger that ended up being like a massive conglomerate. But these this crypto thing, like when the .com bubble, because that's what it was a bubble. When the .com bubble happened, there was a ton of internet stuff that was out there. And then when the .com crash happened, all of the stuff that wasn't worth a damn got wiped out of the space. And the few surviving ones, they made it and they became extremely successful. And now everyone uses the internet every single day for virtually friggin' everything. Like you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that like most of their life doesn't revolve around the internet. Like if people are, whether it's communication or networking or like socializing or doing business, or if they have to people that work from home or work remote, or like maybe they work for themselves or they have an online business or something. But then there's even the big corporations that send all their orders through like email and on the internet, and they order their products online and whatever else. Like, and then there's like we have a GPS system where you need the internet for that to connect to the global positioning system in order to find out where the hell you're going. You get like this map like that you can just bring up on your phone. If you need the answer to a question, you just you take your phone out, type in the question into Google, and it gives you an answer. Like, you can trade on the go with your phone. Like, you can even download like stuff like Tinder. You can be swiping Tinder like while you're on the toilet or whatever. There's like you can play games on your phone. You can like, and I'm talking like phones, tablets, computers, whatever. There's so many people that use it. Like, I mean, even like our TVs, like we used to have cable. Now it's like everything is just that everybody watches is just through some sort of streaming service, whether it's like, you know, Hulu or Netflix or Disney Plus or whatever. It's like you gotta download this. Now we got smart TVs. Like, you download the streaming service to your smart TV, but you need an internet connection in order to do that. All the information gets sent through the internet, so it's like like the internet is everywhere. It like controls basically everything now. Even these smart cars that are driving around, I think to some degree they're like they need internet in order to like not function properly, but fully function to like their fullest capabilities. And I mean, I don't know. It's just like these drones that are flying around, and like there's like drones that deliver packages and stuff. It's like they need the internet to be able to deliver packages to the right place and whatever to get from A to B. And their whole like programming system relies on the internet. I mean, look at trading. We're trading crypto. You need the internet to be able to trade crypto. All of these exchanges, they're all online line. Like, they're using the internet to facilitate all these transactions that are happening between millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people. So like all in like split second timing. So it's like, without the internet, could you even really imagine what the world would be like without the internet today? Like, it would be so much different than what we've become used to, that it's crazy. So I mean, that's what I think is going to happen to crypto eventually. Crypto is going to get to a point where it is so adopted that it's just like it's become so intimately entwined with society and how society is and the way that it functions, that maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, whatever, however long it takes, when it does have that moment where you get this big global mainstream adoption of it, it's going to be to the point where like we won't be able to imagine or remember what life was like before crypto. You know what I mean? Because it will be just such a big part of society, like daily human society, that we're gonna need it for stuff. We're gonna use it all the time. Like, I think it's gonna be a huge part of society and business, and like global networking and network security and transparency, and like making sure everything is legitimate, making sure that everything is legal. There's no funny business going on and whatever else, like. But it's like, I really do think that it has huge potential to change the world and change it for the better too. But I think that, like we've seen the internet do. We've seen the internet do that already within our generation. Because I remember what life was like before the internet even really existed. Like, I remember my dad having a Mac that didn't connect to the internet. It was just like a personal computer that you could use at home. You could type on it, whatever. But it's like, playing consoles like Sega Genesis and N64, that shit didn't connect to the internet. Now you get Xbox, you can play with people on the other side of the world and talk to them through a headset. Like, it was completely different back then. Like, before the internet, I remember before like even in the early days of the internet, you had to plug that shit into your wall. Like, and if you were plugged in, it's like you had to choose between using the internet for the computer or using your phone, like your house phone, telephone, like when there was still dial-up internet, you know, and it evolved over time. But the thing is, it's like I was young, but I remember what life was like before the internet. It's just that now that I'm older and I've realized how long, so I've lived with the internet for so long, basically almost my entire life, that at this point, seeing how much everyone relies on the internet for everyday activities, like whether it be for money or for recreation or communication, whatever, like we need the internet at this point. It's like we're dependent on it at this point. It's almost like I couldn't imagine what the world would be like if one day, like, just we woke up and the internet didn't work anymore. Like, how would we cope with that? You know, like, if for some reason, I don't think that it would ever happen, but it's like for some reason, like, if we didn't have the internet anymore, like, could you imagine what 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 the world would be like how drastic that would be, like how sort of like devastating that would be in terms of like like industries, like the whole, like it would be like the opposite of the Industrial Revolution. Like we would be set back, like it would be like getting set back to like the 50s. Like we would have to like, I don't know. I don't know how people would function where they're all so used to depending on the internet so much. I think that's what crypto is going to be like maybe like 20 years from now. But it hasn't happened yet. And before the internet got that big, it did have back in 2001 this big .com bubble, and then it was followed by a massive .com crash. Everything reset. So I think that moment has still yet to happen with cryptocurrency. Like I think there's gonna be a big bubble where it gains the attention of a lot of people, then it's gonna completely crash, and then after that that's when we really start like the whole big mainstream adoption where it becomes a really big part of society. But we're gonna have to flush out the Ask Jeeves and the Yahoos and the AOLs.
Bro, if that happened, the TikTokers will commit suicide.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick up my fishing pole and go fishing.
Yeah, for sure. The TikTokers would have a fit. They'd be crying. But yeah, I mean, there's a like when you think about it, it's like what survived and what became like the biggest thing. Well, Google, really, and Bitcoin is like the Google of the whole internet.com bubble collapse thing. You know, like it's gonna survive, but is
So let me ask you a question. If Bitcoin don't make it, what's your next line up in defense?
I mean, I don't know. Like when you say Bitcoin doesn't make it, like it's made it. Like it's over 100K.
No, I'm just saying that if we get to a point in the future where Bitcoin doesn't serve as a purpose of value anymore. Let's say everybody going to gold as a store of value. Then in crypto, what is your next option?
I mean, gold is not as liquid as crypto. Like, so you could go into things that are gold, like store of value, like gold. Like if you had physical gold, it's like, oh, okay, like I have something tangible. But like, try to get rid of that gold in 1 second. You can't do that, but you can do it with Bitcoin. Like if you have a house, you have property, real estate, whatever. Yeah, it could be a better store of value and safer, but you can't just sell a house like in one day. You know, you
I
can't
mean,
get
I
rid of it. You
understand
can't
that.
you can't sell it in 1 second. So I mean, I think that part of what makes Bitcoin so valuable is the fact that it can be used as a store of value, but it's also so liquid that you can liquidate that asset whenever you want, and it just
Okay,
passes hands into the next person.
we just figuratively speaking, we just speculate. We can't just say 100% Bitcoin is going to be the #1 store of value. Let's say some black swan event, whatever it is, Bitcoin is not it anymore.
I mean, I think if that was the case, that
When it comes
either
to crypto, what's your
it would if that
what's your next lineup?
if okay, so like if Bitcoin was to fail in that sense, like if that was the case, then I think that we have bigger problems than figuring out where we're going to invest money. There would probably be other worse stuff going on around the world. Like we'd probably just be worried about just trying to make it. You know what I mean? Like we'd be like like it could be there could be like a global world war or something that's happening that's nuclear or whatever. And but I mean the thing is I think that eventually Bitcoin will lose its performance value. It might not lose its value like it might not lose its place as like a
Store
store
of
of value, but it's not going to be like as volatile as it always has been. It's going to get to a point where it plateaus and it loses all of its performance capability, and then we'll just find something
Okay,
else to invest in at that point.
so let's put that in reverse. Let's say Bitcoin doesn't become a stable value, store of value, and it just becomes too volatile, and people say, I don't want to keep my money in Bitcoin because it's too volatile.
I don't know. I mean, there's gonna be something. I mean, there is your traditional finance, like you have like commodities, like you have like gold and stuff like that, and then there's there's like a big market for real estate. There's a big market for other commodities like wheat and
Oh no, I'm
soybean
talking
and
about
whatever.
in the crypto world. I'm talking about far
I
as crypto.
just specifically crypto. I mean, there is Bitcoin's the least volatile out of all of them, to be fair. Like there's nothing that really is less volatile than crypto or than Bitcoin when it comes to crypto. But I mean, my next best bet in terms of crypto, like I'd probably go for quant just because of like what it's capable of and its tokenomics it'd probably be my next close second to Bitcoin. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that if Bitcoin goes down the tubes, like all of the rest of crypto is gonna fail. Like I don't think there's gonna be something that like completely takes the place of Bitcoin. I mean, there could be something that like comes up and does just as well as Bitcoin, but in terms of like there's nothing that is similar to it. Like there's nothing that's like completely decentralized. So like nobody knows where Bitcoin came from. Nobody knows who the creator was. Like those wallets haven't been touched in however long, like the Satoshi wallets. Like it did nobody knows like really what country it originated from. It's like it's a global network with all these miners that are spread across the globe, and like the network
Okay,
depends
so
on the miners and the miners depend on the network and
okay,
stuff
so
like that.
let's take it from there. The whole purpose of Bitcoin was to have a decentralized currency, right?
Yeah.
So if Bitcoin fails, that means our dream of a decentralized currency is over with. What would be the next cryptocurrency that would step into place?
Like what would be the next thing, the next investment that was similar to crypto? Like
There's
that
really only one other cryptocurrency right now. It might not be decentralized, but it's the next one in step of entering the world market internationally with a use case. Whether you
yeah,
like
you're
it or
talking.
not, you already
I
know the
know you're
name of
gonna
it.
say XRP, but
You
yeah,
already
it's
know the
not.
name of it.
That's not my cup of tea. Like if the
I
whole
mean, I understand that because we don't want a non-decentralized cryptocurrency to be in that place. But I'm just saying, if Bitcoin doesn't do what it's supposed to do and it fails, then we're right back to centralization.
sure. I mean, I think that like XRP, if as
So
long
then,
okay,
so
so
then
like
you got
any
XRP,
sort of
Stellar, H
crypto
bar.
is any sort of crypto is going to be like probably a better, like any sort of crypto network is going to be a better alternative to just regular fiat currency, because if there's a
Exactly.
set
I mean, we
supply.
know it's going to be a crypto, so that's going to put you with XRP, Stellar, H bar. The only other cryptocurrency that has the capability of possibly taking the place of Bitcoin is Casper.
Yes.
That's going to be completely decentralized.
Yeah, I mean, so someone created it. Like, there's a development team and stuff. It's not like it's completely anonymous. Like, there will really never be another Bitcoin. It's so unique that it will just, like, it's something that I don't think will really ever happen again. It's sort of like a once in a generation, once in a lifetime, once in a century, I think, type of thing.
I mean, that is the narrative.
But I mean, when Bitcoin does go up, like I'm pretty fairly confident that it's just gonna keep going up over time and holding higher lows and making new all-time highs. Like I think I'm pretty confident that that's gonna be the case.
No,
But when
I'm
it
not
does,
debating. I'm not debating you on that. I'm just saying that no matter how much faith that we have in anything, we can have 99%, but you always have to have that 1% chance that it doesn't happen.
yeah, there always is a chance that it will just completely collapse and like maybe 100K was the top and it just goes down from here or whatever. Like and it just goes down for the rest of the time it exists until like it eventually just like goes back to zero. But I mean, I think that's way less likely. I think that the reason why it's so likely that it's going to keep going up is because I think they're going to just keep printing money. Excuse me. So yeah, like I think they're just going to keep printing money, and the fiat system is broken, and as long as that fiat system exists and remains broken, and there's nothing to be done to like sort of like remodel it, then this is a parallel system to like the fiat system, and it will reflect, because it's finite and deflationary technically, it will reflect the devaluation of fiat currency, which is what it was meant to do. Like it's what it was inherently designed for. Like yeah, it was designed to be a decentralized, you know, form of like peer-to-peer transaction, but written in its code, like the whole like tokenomics and supply aspect of it, and with the halving and the hash rate and all that stuff, it really was designed to hedge against the devaluation of fiat currency. Like that's what it was like literally like designed for. Like whoever made it and made the code for it, like they knew exactly what they were doing when they designed it, and it really does work perfectly for like it's perfectly suited for what it was designed to do. So it's like, I mean, when it like I think it's much more likely that it is just going to keep going up over time. When it does eventually lose its performance value, when the market cap gets so huge that you can't get any performance out of it, it's not going to be worth trading anymore. But by then, we'll just have to find something else to invest in order to get a better return on investment so that we can still continue to beat inflation. That's going to be the idea as far as like how we manage money in the future. I don't know what the next investment is going to be, but we're going to have to eventually find something else to invest in. For right now, Bitcoin is the fastest horse.
Right. Oh no, like I said, I'm definitely not. I believe in Bitcoin just like you speaking of it. I was just playing devil's advocate, and I was just, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I mean, like as far as XRP, like when I was buying it at 30 cents and 50 cents, it was like, yeah, okay, well, if this is, as long as this is above $1, then it's still technically a hedge against inflation. But it's like now, if it's $2, now it's twice as expensive as the fiat currency that I'm trying to hedge against. So it doesn't really make as much sense anymore. You know what I mean? But
But I mean, Bitcoin is 100,000 times
yeah,
as much as
but
the fiat currency, so you can't use that one.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that if I was going to invest in something and think like, oh, this is going to be cash in the future, this is going to be cash and use this cash. Like, so for example, back in 2020 and 2021, we thought like, oh, Dogecoin is going to be used as a form of payment, it's going to replace the dollar. Well, I'm going to buy $1 now because it's only 5 cents. Or like, I'm going to buy $1 now because it's only 25 cents. And it's like, you were still kind of like, oh, I'm still getting $1 for cheaper than $1. You know, like I'm still like even at 25 cents, it's like, oh, I'm buying $1 for 75% off.
Right. Well, that's the
So,
same as
but
XRP right now, because if you compare it to Bitcoin, in this cycle alone, Bitcoin probably has a maximum of a 50%. If we go from here to 150,000, what's that? 50, 60%?
yeah, just about
Right.
ballpark.
If XRP go to $5, that's 100%, which is very easy to do.
Yeah, but like Bitcoin has already gone up more than 500% though since when it was at 15K.
Right, but we speaking as of now. We're not speaking of 2 years ago.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying like that performance value of Bitcoin, like it showed over the past 2 years. You know, like that hedge against
It's only
inflation.
up 50%.
No, it's up 500%.
No, if you do the time year to date, Bitcoin is up 50%.
Year to date. Well, I mean, I'm talking about bear market low to like the high, but
Okay, if we do bear market low to high on XRP, it's up 500%. If we do year to date, it's up like 300%.
and I mean, I guess it performed just as well as
I mean,
Bitcoin, but
the
the
numbers,
thing,
the numbers are the numbers. Those
so
are the facts.
sure,
Since
but
the lawsuit was
the
dismissed, it's done
the
outperformed Bitcoin by 300%.
but that's because the market cap is lower on XRP, then Bitcoin has a massive market cap. XRP doesn't have one that's that large. But here's the problem: is that there is a finite. Well, there's a finite amount of both, but like, there's way less available Bitcoin than there is XRP. Like, the max supply of Bitcoin is 21 million, and the max supply of XRP is 100 billion. So, like, that is a massive difference in terms of circulating supply.
Well, the difference in the circulating supply is the fact that people can afford to buy a lot more XRP than Bitcoin. So when you look at it in them terms, the circulating supply don't really matter.
Yeah, well, the percentage gain is what matters.
So you gotta look
Bitcoin,
at 100
Bitcoin will hold
people.
its value because it's Bitcoin. Well, people might want to buy XRP because they think, oh, it's cheaper than Bitcoin, but it's like, it really doesn't matter. The percentage gain is what matters, and Bitcoin will hold its value better because it has a more finite supply than XRP.
What is the
XRP,
circulating supply? What's the circulating supply of Ethereum?
I don't know what it is right now, but it's inflationary. It doesn't have a maximum supply like
Right.
Bitcoin and XRP does. It basically has an infinite supply, but they have a burn mechanism too. So Ethereum works a little bit different. Like, with every transaction that's made, there's some that's burned. There's